Oh, whoops. Okay. Technical difficulties for sure. Hello and welcome to the first Winter Cup of the 2025 season. First ever West Coast Winter Cup. Thank you all for tuning into the stream. My name is Milo. To my left is Kat. To my right is Nigel for Team Schmeatheart. And then a quick breakdown of the event and numbers. We have 16 teams, 48 players. So we're going to have 4 rounds of Swiss, followed by a top 8 cut. Hopefully we can get a lot of good decks on stream for you guys and see some cool strategies. To start us off, for our stream, we will be having one game out of the teams, so it may be a little interesting with if depending on how the results of on stream, the team may not win. So we will be sure to try and notify the results of the stream matches, regardless of the ones you aren't seeing. For our round 1 today, we have Team Final Cut versus Team Crystal Vanguard on stream. And we've got Mario Ramirez on Knights versus
Bradley Whaler on Crystal Warriors.
So we should be getting into the round 1 starting shortly, and we will be getting back soon with the games and commentary.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So we'll be getting started with round 1 shortly. Just some overall things just from us looking at the lists for people who had questions about deck representation. It seems like the most popular list for the event, just from me skimming it, was Refia and Mono Ice Clive. Also the other standard meta decks there as well: Chaos, Mono Earth, Mono Water, various monster strategies. There are some pretty interesting deck lists that I've been looking through the list, so hopefully we can get those on stream for you guys. Try to avoid the chaos so we can get as much FF gameplay as possible. But yeah, so what do you guys think or expect will do good at the event?
I definitely feel like we're going to see some teams rise up with Chaos. I really am interested to see how Mono Wind's going to take on the event, because I do know we have some of those playing. And yeah, I'm kind of rooting for Mono Ice a bit to see how they do.
I think my favorite part about team events is seeing the different kind of deck building that goes on into it. That's one of my favorite parts, since all 3 decks show the same card pool, to be a little bit more innovative than just playing by yourself, obviously. So I'm excited to see the innovation.
So, Team Schmeatheart, if we were playing, what decks would we be rolling with?
I think I would definitely try to force Chaos Arc. I don't know how good or bad it would be. Realistically, I think that maybe some monster strategy would be something I'd roll in with.
Do you think Chark would be greedy with the LDs?
I think so. I always think Chark was greedy for the LBs, especially I was already thinking he was greedy in a 2-deck format and with a 3-deck format. It seems already a little bit risky. Looks like we're starting the game off, or at least getting some post mulligans in. Looks like Bradley shipped his hand back, and same with Mario. Yeah, both with Mario and Bradley shipping their hand back. So we should get started shortly. Bradley starting us off.
Going first. Ditching 2. 4 back in. Nice old lop.
Standard Loperate. Some notable things about the list. Looking like standard Knights with Clive and Ifrit for Mario. And then with Bradley, it looks like a big focus on the deck is the new Barnabas and Odin from the most recent Opus, followed by a pair of lot of just mono water good stuff, followed by some interesting EX bursts as well for some limit break coverage. So it looks like just Loperate pass from Bradley, passing it over to Mario. We can see a Charlotte. I think that's
There's a Larsa, looks like.
yeah, a Charlotte. Looks like a Meath in hand. Pitching 2 for Larsa turn 1. We'll see if they do the immediate Gawain into searching again. Looks like we're going to grab Corilla off the Larsa. And it looks like they're passing after that.
Just a nice backup setup for turn 1.
Paying 5 for Realm to start us off, and some of the EX burst is already being shown as Bradley's discarded 5 CP Ifrit and 5 CP Odin, getting out Goblin and Behemoth, I believe.
Is that Behemoth? Looks like Behemoth.
Yeah, the one I know it's the one that lets them deal double damage in the instance. He's choosing to give haste to Realm to immediately start getting some damage in and to start filtering. I don't think that's a bad choice at all, considering that with the setup of Odin, you get to attack for twice for 4 damage in that instance, plus using monsters to get under swings and to get the damage in when you can. So, looking at Mario's turn, I do believe I see an Amaterasu in the hand, and that'll be something good to hold on to in the mid game for when the big push plays from Mono Water come out. So I would assume that he's eyeing what to play for Corilla just to start getting a board developed. But we'll see what he chooses. How do you guys feel about aggro mirrors, and how do you guys fare playing into them?
You know, I'm a lover of Knights, but I feel like it might have kind of a bad matchup considering how many experts Bradley has. So we'll have to see how it goes. Looks like he's playing it safe, though, with playing another backup.
Yeah, so backup Meath, pitching Steiner to grab a 2-drop. I feel like Lastwell's a pretty safe pickup. Maybe another choice for color fixing. But yeah, it does look like Lastwell is the search target. He does have the one backup up. Could see something maybe like a Leo play, or just even passing it to see what his opponent does and how to react accordingly. Because the more that Bradley plays, the more he's able to maybe get off some powerful Lastwell plus Corilla turn to freeze his entire board. So it looks like he's just thinking what's in hand. He's got Lastwell, Charlotte, Alma, Corilla, and I believe one more card.
I'm going in with the Laswell.
Yeah. Let's see what he chooses for the target. Choosing Loperate just to deny some
Always a good target.
CP.
Going all in with Corilla? Looks like it.
So it seems like he's going to choose to do the Lastwell Corilla turn this turn to get in aggressively. Already hitting the 2 that matter. Let's see what he can spawn off it. We got Fissalis, Garland.
I think those are his only 2 targets.
Yeah, so it looks like Garland for the simple choice. Can recur back.
A knight in the
Yeah.
zone.
So we can get back Probably Charlotte, I would assume. I didn't think there was any of the big names that he was able to recur back.
Steiner for color fixing, but Charlotte's
Yeah,
probably
Styler for color fixing isn't bad, but considering he already has...
Oh, he had a Ramza.
Oh, he has a Ramza. Yeah, considering he already has both the water and the fire backup, probably doesn't seem too necessary. He might have wanted to get the ice card for the color fixing. But yeah, no, just Ramza in hands, always the scariest thing for their opponent, knowing that even if you deal with their board, the second one can come down. Yeah, it's more damage. So now we pass it over to Bradley's turn. Some unfortunate early draws of the EX Burst, seeing another copy of the Ifrit in hand. As it looks like there's about 9 copies of EX Burst that Bradley's running to try and dissuade his opponents from aggroing out against him. So we'll see. Right now I'm seeing Loporrit, Ash, Ifrit, 2 of the Barnabases. So we'll see how he chooses to go into the board. Obviously, you know that you can do whatever you want without really any interaction. He's already pitched an Ama. And the nice part is because Mario only has 1 in hand, you know that he cannot cast the ROMs the next turn, assuming you're not dealing any damage that causes any EX Burst. So he could feel safe on trying to counter clear this board while also just prepping damage for the next turn. So it looks like we're starting with Bradley playing the Barnabas, and I believe he's declaring priming. Yes, he's going to prime into the Odin. And the Odins, when he Barnabas, when he primes into something, he minuses 8,000 power. And then Odin, when it comes in, he gets haste, first strike, brave. Or he already has haste, first strike, and then he gets... when he attacks, you activate him and then can attack again, or attack twice in the turn. Pairing that with Behemoth would be a 4 damage swing. So, and obviously you are just throwing a body to chump if you feel the need to. Here's an interesting position for Mario. He could try to fish for a Garland EX Burst to try to get the card in hand that would be able to him to cast Ramza the next turn. And it looks like he is choosing to take the first instance of damage. Meath and Steiner, nothing spectacular. It looks like Bradley is swinging again, putting Mario up to 5 damage. And then he is choosing to activate the Iron Flash S ability to activate Odin for an additional attack. This time, Mario choosing to not die and block with the Garland. So here is an interesting turn for Mario now. We know he has Ramza, which is an unplayable card this turn. Amaterasu draw, not really what you want to see. Steiner draw, another draw that isn't super relevant. You may want to push for maybe a Leo to see what you can draw. The outs are looking a little slim. Knowing that you're just having a limited draw. Maybe choosing to chump Corilla instead of Garland, so then you have an option to maybe top deck Corilla and play it again, but obviously you're fishing for small choices, so we're going to see how Mario chooses to navigate through this turn and see what Bradley has for the follow-up.
It looks like he just passes.
Yeah, so choosing to pass to hold up the Ama to try and stay alive another turn. Looking like 2 blue worms and an Ash. Ash not really providing any substantial removal. Just choosing to develop a blue worm for the card. Looks like Abkalu?
Yeah, it looks like he draw again.
Yeah, so you can just choose to filter. Bradley does not look like he has the resources to push through for game, which now allows Mario to try and develop the Ramza for the following turn. Here we're seeing if he wants to try and fire off the Amaterasu just to get rid of the body. I would not, because you would obviously you would not be able to play Ramza the following turn. So I think you just let them get this draw off. Obviously, you're in a behind situation with just having a bunch of bodies on board to have to respect. It seems like he does choose to armor the Leo.
Okay, sometimes you gotta respect it.
Yeah.
One hand with the Odin.
Yeah. Because the problem here, I think you're fishing for a Gorilla draw. And here I presume... Yeah, you just pass here because I believe the Odin only gets the ability after priming on the turn it comes out that's able to attack again.
Yeah.
So, but still a really solid swing. I mean, a 10k with first strike is really just not going to be contested in this matchup. They do some Beatrix boards may be able to get over it, but with the unfortunate issue of Gorilla still being on board, you don't give yourself the option to replay a Gorilla if you're able to draw it. So your board states are a lot less explosive. So it looks like we're just going to play Garland to develop the body. Looks like he's choosing Lastwell. And it looks like he's going to pitch the Delita to play the Lastwell to lock down the, probably Odin, I would assume. And then he does get the Garland trigger to pop the Realm. So now he's able to stabilize at least for a turn. He has the decision if he wants to swing with Gorilla, chooses to.
Yep.
I think you should just get some damage on the board.
And I'll make Bradley discard.
Yes.
A plus for him.
I believe he discards whatever, the blue worm that he's been holding on to. The interesting top decks obviously are one of the dark cards for the S ability. It looks like Thornton and Behemoth for the draws, so nothing too explosive. This could be a potential turnaround in the tempo, depending on what Bradley resolves. It seems like the safe play is something from the limit break, maybe a Leo. However, the Leo just kind of sets himself up for just drawing a card, and then odds are Mario can develop a Knight, get a Garland trigger, and then just start Garland and Lastwell trigger to permanently keep that Odin down. Looks like we're paying
LB.
4 for a...
Tomberry Cactuar.
Yeah. Tomberry
I
Cactuar.
don't recognize that card.
Yeah, that's from the limit break from the newest opus. Choosing the active forward of 2 or less to popping Lastwell. Definitely the smart choice, as while Mario is able to still develop a board, as soon as the Odin can start attacking again, he's forced to keep chumping a body a turn. And at the damage deficit he's at, obviously he can't let any go through. So it's easy board control. Looks like Beatrix for the drop, choosing to trigger Garland to pop the Tomberry Cactuar. 1 card in hand, looking like a pass. So here is an interesting... So Odin draw for Bradley allows for additional swings. So he at least chumps the Beatrix, and then he will activate the S ability, swings again and restands.
Such a cool card.
Yeah, an interesting choice on where to block here. He's debating between the Garland and the Gorilla. I think because I think he's played at least 2 Garlands already. I think Gorilla might be the safer chump, just to try and top deck a Gorilla to make an additional board to try and get a Lastwell. I think the other option is if you're trying to fish for the 3rd Garland to get the Lastwell, to play Garland, get back Lastwell. Chooses the block with Gorilla to attempt to draw another Gorilla. I believe he's only seen 1 to get this board development going. We'll see if Bradley wants to do anything in main 2. Kind of hard to justify making a limit break play with Garland on the field, knowing that it's going to immediately die. And then, yeah, seems like we're just going to get a pass from Bradley. Looks like, ooh, unfortunately, draw Garland, which is...
He did draw Corilla.
Oh,
I
he
don't
did?
know if
I was
that's
like-
enough to save him.
Oh, he did draw Krill as well?
Yeah.
Okay,
Garland,
so...
it looks like.
So yeah, you need a pretty strong Corilla here with an emphasis towards Lastwell to at least try and hold down the Odin. So yeah, dumping the hand for the Corilla.
Try and stabilize.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
There is...
Laszlo, Charlotte, we love
Yeah,
to see it.
Lastwell Charlotte is definitely the 2 better choices.
This is the only choice.
Yeah. And then, so instead, yeah, so he gets to actually, with all the triggers, just have enough power to pop the Barnabas. And now I believe Bradley is out of the Barnabas Odin because he at least used 2. I think he's out of 2 of each, or maybe 3 of 1.
I believe he has ability to
Is
do
another
both
outcome?
Odins.
Yeah, he did 2 S abilities and he primed, so he would be out 4 copies. I don't know.
It looks like the tables have turned.
Yes. Yeah, so with the optimal Corilla hits, Bradley's turn really can't do much. Not a lot of board presence to kind of capitalize. And the only, and the big threat that we were showing, Odin, has now been removed and doesn't look like it's coming back soon. And even if it does, Mario now has plenty of chump blockers to throw Bradley's way if it does come out again.
Those chumps got names, man.
I was like, they're just chump blockers in the scenario. So now we see another Beatrix development. Really solid. Just looking at lists, there's no like board wipes on Bradley's side, so really hard for him to break this board down, especially with Charlotte with the damage ability up. Looking like the Express Tifa backup. And yeah, just the unfortunate downsides of playing cards for the Experts is sometimes you draw them in your hand. And so having these off-color cards in your hand leads it to where you may not have enough of the water CP in your hand to make the proper plays. It doesn't look like he's ever had that issue come up in regards to CP issues, but you definitely kind of want some more proactive cards going in to help close out the match. Just another pass turn. Drawing 2 Odins, another... Yeah.
I think you just missed the trigger.
Yeah. So, looks like the curtain's about to close on this match in about the next turn or 2, threatening 3 damage. Any body that gets created presumably gets a Garland trigger or just gets run over. He's got most of the Knights' names on the field now.
I think they're looking pretty grim.
Yeah.
Hopefully he can make a turnaround, though.
Yeah.
The Knights have built their wall.
Let's see. Yeah, I think the biggest issue with the board state right now is Charlotte, because even if you're trying to make this push to try to clear some of these powerful cards, you know that you at least need 2 pieces of removal to remove a Lastwell or a Garland, which really denies your options, especially being in such a low resources with the backups in hand. Yeah. Looks like he's got a realm to develop. I believe the choices are probably just some card draw. Looking like Blue Worm and either Abkalu or Haste Goblin. No, looks like
Is there another 1-cost monster in there?
he does not.
Oof.
So yeah, definitely looking grim for Bradley right now. He's got the 2 blockers presented so that he can at least present that he's not dying. However, any knight or any sort of card that can remove the realm basically puts it away.
Did he draw another knight? 'Cause then
He
you can
drew-
take out the realm and the blue realm.
It looks like he's got Lena, Amaterasu, and I think if the last card in hand's Gawain, it actually
Yeah.
sets it up pretty nicely because then he can just play the Gawain, get his triggers, and then end the game. Yeah. And yeah,
Yep,
if the
Gawain,
card he was
let's
holding
go.
in his hand was Gawain, he will get the subsequent Garland and Last Will triggers to pop realm, freeze the blue worm. Choosing just to, I guess it's choosing to freeze the
What's
one
the
that's.
dull blue one?
Seems like an interesting choice, but with what you have on board presence, I don't think it's too big of an issue.
Pulling out Ramza. What is his other target? I think there's one
He
more
could,
Ramza.
just to really, I mean, I assume what Mario is doing is that he will grab Ramza and another card and either play this Agrius that he just got from hand or use the Beatrice effect to slam down the Ramza and then get even more value on what's already a very advantageous position for him. So we'll see how he chooses to play it.
Agnes is the move.
Pays drops for the Agrius, then gets subsequent triggers. Yep, to dull freeze the other blue worm, and it looks like we're just probably going to go to combat step and wrap this game up. We'll see if Bradley has any EXpers going for him because Bradley does run some Odins and Ifrits of the like. Sarah for the first damage.
Looks like
Barnabas, and then he has enough swings that it looks like it'll be game. And yes, that is going to be game. Yep. So
Actually, like being in pairs.
Yeah. yeah, they do are in pairs. He did have the 1 set left, but did not get there to capitalize on it. So Mario takes this game for the team Crystal Vanguard. We will get back to you to see how the other games for this team are going, and we will let you know how the results are coming along with those. Anything from the game that was notable to you guys, or any interesting cards?
It looks like, I don't know if I'm mistaken, but when he escalated with the Odin, it can attack 3 times, and he only attacked twice, and that could have put him in a better position. But
Yeah.
we never know.
Yeah, so there's always like interesting choices on when to push. I think that pushing for aggro is always the right decision. And so it looks like what we're doing right now actually is shout out to Gabe, one of the unsung heroes. Yeah, it looks like they got it right there. So yeah, so what Gabe is telling us right now is that we are able to just have the game slide over. So right now we have Scotty Sigardin on what is this?
Just stick mono water monsters.
I think it's
Just-
no, it's Ryan. It's Ryan. Yeah, okay. So it looks like we have Ryan's
And Jesus.
Yeah, Ryan versus Jesus. So we've got Mono Water versus Refia. So we're gonna kind of jump in with this game with the rest of you guys to see kind of what's going down. From the looks of it, both players got backup set up. Jesus is showing us Wool plus Refia. Ryan is showing us backups plus monsters. Trying to see. It looks. I believe it's Ryan's turn, but we will see how it progresses. Notable things. Can't see.
Looks like he's at 3 damage. Was his
Yeah,
third
3
damage
to-
being Cuchulain?
Yeah, 3-2. Good burst for Jesus. So see how this
Looks
game
like
breaks
his
down.
damage too is also Cuchulain.
Yeah. So.
Cuchulain's everywhere in damage.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, good burst. Great card to see in burst. Just a free card, and sometimes the ability negation is very relevant in the matchups. Looks like we've got an activation of Tros plus swinging to bounce the Refia and start getting some cards, and another
Oh, none of the
EX burst for Jesus, a Lev 6. Assuming that the modes, it's probably, well, he will, I assume obviously he's going to recur something. He can choose if he wants to bounce this Tros or not. I think there's merits to both, obviously. If he chooses to bounce it, he could replay it for the blocker. But I still think that I think there's always a good decision of, do you want to bounce the card to let them have the choice of choosing to use it as CP to pivot, or do you just want to force them to commit the CP? And it looks like Ryan will be it looks like he's choosing to crack the Loperate. And cannot tell if this is in combat or main 2, but just choosing to progress through his turn. I don't know if he would want Echidna to swing or not. It doesn't seem like a bad swing. Obviously, when Refia gets to damage 5, it gets really scary. So you obviously want to be putting it to 4 damage and then get into a comfortable position. Obviously, you run the risk of, if Jesus hits another EX burst, then you're even more behind on whatever card advantage he has. So we'll see how Ryan chooses to navigate through this turn.
Yeah, Warrior Blade likes to be a damage 3, so now he can kind of go off if he has the list, I think.
Yeah, so it looks like he bottom decks and just plays another Loperate. Okay, yeah, so he plays it, now chooses to resolve Loperate. Looks like he's just filtering for some options. And obviously the big strength of Mono Water is that you're incentivized to filter as you get rewarded with 3-drop Lena, being able to cheat out 9-drop Leviathan and Ashes and stuff. So it looks like just some backup development and passing it over to Jesus. Jesus got a lot of options. We know that Refia has been bounced, plus what he recurred from Lev 6. Looks like he's dropping Zidane to start off the pressure. Zidane, Zidane always is one of the greatest characters in the TCG. Always has a really...
So many is pretty just so good.
So many different versions. Looks like he chose to... Okay, I see. In response, Ryan chooses to activate Kuchulain so that Zidane cannot swing and get the second removal. Chooses to... I believe it was Lev 9.
Okay.
Yeah. I assume that's what the choice would be, just to get him out of there. Still able to pressure with and gets a Lev 6 of his own. So exchanging Lev 6s here. Bouncing either seems really rough. You could argue that bouncing Wool means that he has to wait a turn to redevelop it, but because there's no consequence to developing a Wool, it just doesn't seem worth it. And then bouncing Zidane is also a questionable play because Jesus could choose to redevelop Zidane while not being able to swing with it, still being able to rip 2 cards while you try to prevent it with a Kuchulain could be a little rough. Yeah. So
Wool's pure profit and Zidane's just a menace.
So yeah, we'll see how Ryan chooses to navigate it. He may be asking questions, choosing what to grab back.
Looks like he's going into main 2.
Looks like he chose maybe just to grab back something.
Beautiful arc at damage 3.
Choosing damage 3 arc to get all this value to attempt to... I see. So with the arc trigger on the stack, he's going to activate Kusith to get back a card. Choosing to get back Lena backup, which allows him to have the special online, plus also reactivating the Warrior of Lights so that he can get the full value off arc. Now he has the option to Lena special for another card if he needs to. Arc gets back Ferris for now, the immediate Ferris value. Ferris to damage 3, also great. Nothing to remove, but still a free search, plus also threatening that you're going to clear Ryan's board. Upside of Mono Water is that monsters aren't forwards for that long, so it's going to be a little harder for them to pop. Looks like we get the other arc searched for in hand. He still has the Refia he can also choose to develop, which is, I would assume, would be... it's interesting because it's interesting to see. I guess he could pay 3 for Refia, choose to activate Wool for a meaningless 5k just to get the activate 4 trigger as well. It could be interesting. So we'll see how Jesus chooses to navigate it. Still has a lot of cards in his hand. I believe 6 cards in hand. Lots of choices. And then here we go. Chooses to drop the Refia. Chooses to just go Refia and pass because this was in main 2, obviously. So the play to commit the activation is obviously unnecessary. And you're still threatening a bottom deck on board, which is really great. So any sort of...
If he makes any monster forward, Refia can just come in and tap for Warrior of Light.
Yeah, so looking at Ryan's list, the only real board wipe option is it's 4. The only real board wipe is 9-drop Leviathan, and obviously Jesus can respond to the bounce trigger by just bottom decking the 9-drop so that there's no minusing, so it's a lot less impactful of a board wipe. So interesting to see how Ryan will navigate this. Looks like a Loperate activation to start filtering for plays. Free backup. Still probably the best cycle that Square's released.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Abkalu for some more card draw.
And you draw the answer.
Yeah. It's definitely rough. Jesus is on 4 cards in hands. Enough holding up maybe a response, at least one response with Refia trigger. It looks like we're going for Luna Freya limit break as the play.
The 2 times.
Yeah, flipping up the 2 Titus, assuming that either they're out of the limit break or he believes that he's not going into that anymore. Seems interesting because I think the presumption could be that your opponent can bottom deck your board so that you don't hit the threshold. But I still think that making your opponent activate is better. Options for the Luna Freya have no burst, so it's just for the value of the card. We do know that 9-drop Levi, one of them got cycled out. Looks like he's choosing Blue Worm for the pickup. So we'll see what the follow-up turn is.
All right, we have about 2 minutes left in the round.
So yeah,
this game might go to turns. We shall see.
Getting towards the tail end of it, looks like we're gonna see how Ryan takes through this turn. But the interesting thing is that Jesus is threatening a lot. Depending on how Ryan chooses to end his turn, as soon as he passes priority, I assume we're gonna see a Refia activation, presumably on Luna Freya, which we do see there, and then choosing the correct 4 to activate. And it looks like we're going to start with Jesus' turn. So 3 bodies for Ryan is nice. However, activating any of them seems rough. However, a little safe because obviously if you can kill them with Ferris swings and Refia bottoms, but you're already getting the block out of it, presumably. So Zidane triggers to rip another 9 levy. Damage is the 3rd 9 levy, so yeah, it's looking really rough for Ryan. Presuming that Jesus ripped the first 9 levy on that first Zidane trigger, no more 9-drop levies makes this really hard for Mono Water to break through this board. They only really have like Witch of the Fens plays and Ash to try to break through it. We're just getting some swings and some trades right now. Still just threatening a lot because looks like some confusion on power. Yeah. So assuming that the stream table is on the same time as everyone else, that this will be turn 0. I believe that should be able to clear through this, but we shall see. He's got 3 backups plus a forward, so he can do something where he swings with the Rainbow Wool here, and now still gets that swing, and now because he activates it, he can choose to dull the 3. Okay, he allows the block to go through. Has 2 more swings. Presumably, he lets this go through, and then when Ferris tries to swing, yeah.
Yep,
So when
That's all
for clarification, when Ferris would swing on Echidna wouldn't even have the forwards to activate, and if he did, he has plenty of Warriors of Lights. The bottom deck. We'll get back to you to see which team took it.
Because it looks like Crystal won the first match we watched, and Final Cut won the second match we watched.
Yeah, so we got to see.
Solves that mystery 30 game.
Yeah.
Looks like Crystal Vanguard comes in with the win for this
Yes.
round.
So this one, so Crystal Vanguard already won the first 2 games. But the nice part about team events is that you're encouraged to play through all your games, because if you scoop, the damage still matters for tiebreakers. So, like we saw there, still good for Jesus to get some positive tiebreakers for his team moving into the future rounds. So pretty nice that you're able to see 2 games in 1 for the tail end there. Both some interesting strategies. I really think the Odin Barnabas deck is something to look into.
Yeah.
And we will be back shortly.
With round 2.
Yeah, with round
let us
2.
know if you have any recommendations of what you want to see on stream next.
We'll catch y'all later.
All right, welcome back, chat. We are here with Mono Ice with Clive Ice, and we also have Mono Water Warriors of the Crystal coming up.
Yeah, so we got two interesting matchups. For the teams, we've got Joe is on Team Scions of Seventh Heaven, and then Zeph is on Team Bucka Boomers. So some interesting
What?
Bucka Boomers.
Oh.
Bucka Boomers.
Okay.
And so for some interesting cards, so obviously Joe is using the Warriors of the Crystal archetype from the newest set. So while we do consider it mono water, a very quick thing you will see is that most of the Warriors of the Crystals will be from other elements. However, all of them have the unique and interesting casting alternate cost of some amount of colorless CP plus a crystal. So he's able to play them regardless of the element. What he is trying to use these Warriors of the Crystal for payoffs is the Astrius legend. Once he has 7 or more FFVE cards in his break zone and or removed from game, it's just a free forward, and then he gets some powerful on attack effects. And then Lucio is what helps progress the deck with their searching, while also giving the crystals to provide the payment for those all set alternate costs. And then on Zeph's side, we've got
more Opus 24, and we're gonna hopefully see some priming action, and then some ice good stuff with like Rufus and Kirasame. Rufus has that discard action going on, and yeah, hopefully the Torgal will come in as a backup and help Clive get on that field.
Yeah, great thing that Mono Ice now has with the addition of Clive Ifrit is a big problem with Ice is that it does not have that much actual removal, while Dull Freezing is extremely powerful in limiting your opponent's board. As anyone who's played Mono Ice or Ice Earth or any Ice X deck, any Ice X kind of deck, as soon as you run out of the Dull Freeze effects, you just kind of die really quickly. So looks like we're going to get started with some post mulligans. Not sure who's going first yet. Looks like we're going to see it right now.
4. Yeah, but it's exciting. We're going to see some 2 Opus 24 decks in action.
Nice to see some new cards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the cool part about the Word of the Crystal deck is entirely, the archetype's entirely from Opus 24. I believe there's like 1 or 2.
There's just like Glaciella, Atitas, it looks like.
There's for the actual job Warrior of the Crystals, there's not that many that aren't from Opus 24. And the nice part is that
Aren't they all from 24?
Yeah, there's some that they're not playing in the list that are from other opuses.
Oh, okay.
But the nice part is that Astrius checks category FFBE, not Job Warrior of the Crystal, so they get to use cards like the Fiend and Glaciella Wazette as well to help fuel that count, and is another payoff for crystals. So it looks like Zeph is starting us off with a simple Emina. Yeah, not Enema, but just to get the search off for the backup and play it.
Torgal is in action.
Yep, so no, that's the yes. Yeah. So so Torgal now allows the cast for priming and just any icon or dominant forwards to be any CP, allowing Clive and Ifrit to be immediately online for this game. So it looks like Joe's going to start with the crystal generating backup to already get started. Oracle. Yeah, we can.
What's that?
Yeah, we got. So we will have the crystal token denoting how many crystals we've got. It looks like it's just going to be Oracle Pass for Joe. We'll see what Zeph's follow-up is. Hopefully he can get another backup and maybe armor value. Looks like we're going to start with a Rufus to begin the pressure. It looks like he's naming discard as the effect, as from what we're seeing. Joe choosing to pitch one of the Warriors of the Crystals of the off color, so just to keep fueling that break zone. And it looks like we're going to see a pass from Zeph. So now, seeing what Joe's doing, how to respond to this, the start of the aggression. Obviously, if he doesn't respond to Rufus, he can begin getting more discard value. It doesn't look like he has any Turks to bring back, which doesn't really matter. Just the dull freezing or discard will almost always be relevant in this matchup. So we'll see how Joe takes this turn. Can't tell too much out of Joe's hand. It looks like he has the Lucio, which isn't a bad play. For backups, it's Larsa and Sarah. Seems like the big facilitators for his game. Also Thornton as well. So pitching Cleone for a young
Examil?
Yeah, young Examil for another development of board state. Also gets crystals, so now he has something to start using those crystal payoffs for. He can now choose to pay a water and a crystal to get out water forwards. Presumably Glaciella was that. There's also the I'm not 1,000% on every Warrior of the Crystal name, but there's a Water Warrior of the Crystal that's effect is when one of the other Warrior Crystals gets put into the break zone. You gain a crystal, so that could also be for crystal development. We'll see if Joe wants to do any follow-up. It looks like he chooses to just pass after that. Now, the nice part is that while Rufus can choose to dole young Examil, Examil naturally has protection by paying a crystal. Zeph drops a Sid Randall here. Pretty strong to shut off the Lucio plays, and also Glaciella was at. A lot of forwards have some crystal generation, but it looks like we're just going to go Sid Randall pass. Choosing not to swing with the Rufus as to try to not compromise your board state. We'll see how Joe chooses to develop this. He can now try and start potentially grabbing bodies, developing backups. I believe I saw another copy of the Oracle in his hand to try and develop some more crystals.
Does he have an answer for Sid Randall, though?
This seems interesting as well because he chooses to not play any summons for the option of using Realm for Cleone and Tonberry action. It's also the so the interesting part is he could use the Tonberry for removal as well. Looks like we're dropping in a
doesn't it not
a Velis?
freeze? Or did he pay crystal? Oh, there we go.
Oh, because it stops from entering the hand. Or how does
It's an enters your field.
So why would the?
Oh yeah, I think they took.
Yeah, it's okay. So, sorry, a little bit of confusion. Just choosing to get the body, but yeah, it seems like an issue for the Joe's is trying to clear this Sid Randall. Looks like it was not the choice that he wanted, but that is the unfortunate effects of the power of Sid Randall. How he will choose to break through this will be interesting. Obviously, Lucio still gets his combat effect, but because Lucio gets denied the searches, it feels a little weak. Yeah, looking at stuff to break the board, really not too many options. So it seems that Joe will have to figure out how to break this board if he's able to, and how Zeph will be able to capitalize on this value of Sid Randall and try to close this game out. So it looks like we're starting with a disruptor, one of the G the leader, I believe, with the generic Just enters the field, draw one, and then if it's the last backup, you get some bonus effects just to start getting some development. Solid cycle. Because he hasn't immediately played it, I assume that Zeph does not have any armors. Yes.
Going into his LB
Yeah.
with a Kuja.
Yeah. Choosing for a Kuja, just another annoying card to remove, which is what he's choosing how to develop. So he can clear a lot of bodies that are potential. He's giving the protection, obviously, for the assumption that they're trying to break the board. However, with Sid Randell locking it down, seems like he's in a comfortable position. Doesn't seem like a bad body to develop either. An 8K currently swings above the board state. Rufus is obviously still an option to start getting removal. But I think the worry, obviously, is that Joe can still activate young Exemil when he wants to. Now, obviously, the return from his effects are a lot less. However, he can still do something like, I think his best route for removal would be young Exemil into Glaciella, and then using the special of Glaciella to pop the Sid Randell, and then he can start getting some combos going. So we'll see how he chooses to develop the board. He's also not in a super threatening board state, so I don't think there's anything wrong with also just choosing to develop backups as well. So we'll see how he chooses to navigate his turn. Looks like he's pitching a Sarah.
Or a Larsa to go searching. Maybe he can find an answer.
Yeah, so targets are, Fiend, Lucio. So it looks like he's choosing to get Lucio just for great card. Obviously, Sid Randell stops the searching. So we're going to see if he chooses to play it for just the crystal generation immediately, or if he's going to try and get the Glaciella out first and then remove it to then get the full value. Looks like he's choosing to play it now, gets no value. However, then gets give a power pump and gain 2 crystals, which is still solid. And then, so with 2 crystals, this enables him to search Glaciella and resolve it. It looks like he is choosing to resolve it now, or resolve Young Exmeal now. Let's see what he chooses to search for. He can also just choose to search for just a body, the water warrior of the crystal, just to present something. It looks like he's choosing Glaciella now.
Probably just shoot the Sid Randell.
Yeah. The problem is I think he's out of cards in hand to activate it this turn.
Oh, yeah.
However, so this is an interesting play because now it puts him open to if Zeph can draw Clive or Ifrit out. Then he could potentially remove the Glaciella before Joe can capitalize. So, I don't know if he... Yeah. I think it's still the right decision to present the threat on the board, to also leave another thing to block so that Rufus doesn't get the free swing. And then looks like we're just gonna get that board developed. Looks like we're gonna see if Joe is gonna perform any other actions before passing it over to Zeph. And then let's see what the draws for Zeph are. So, interesting. Don't know what the card in Zeph's hand is. So obviously I can't search either of them, but can still obviously top deck, which is
Before Joe
scary.
passes, it looks like he's throwing Glaciella.
Yep, just to get a blocker down. So for the draw, looks like no Clive or Ifrit to capitalize on being able to remove the Glaciella. So obviously that's looking good for Joe. Looks like Kuja is choosing to dole Lucio. And then we could see here potentially Rufus doling down the last forward to get in for 2 points of damage.
Got a Jill coming in.
Yeah, Jill just choosing to dole freeze. And then free backup.
He's going into Prime.
Yes, looks like he's going into Prime for Shiva. And then, so now Shiva gets to capitalize and break both Glaciella and Lucio. So now Joe is pretty behind here. He only has one crystal, so he cannot follow up with another Glaciella search without needing an additional crystal to remove the blocker. And there's one Glaciella gone, so
that hurts.
there's one of the outs. Looks like Kuja's coming in.
Rufus is coming in. Kuja's already
Rufus.
tapped.
Rufus for the swing. So yeah, poking
Throw the
2 damage. And we'll see what the draws are here.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously the best draw is some sort of crystal generator. The problem is with the crystal generation he has, it looks like it would just be like one more oracle. I think there's one. It looks like he drew the backup that he drops down an ash, which he can choose to activate a character and activate a forward. Chooses to activate his warrior. So yeah, the interesting play is how you get the additional crystal to be able to break through this board, because without being able to clear Sid Randell, all your value is definitely going down. Obviously he can try to draw Astrius. I'm not 1,000% positive on what the count of is in the break zone. Here it looks like we're getting a Titus out using the last crystal. The line I get would be to see here is try to bait Zeph into targeting Titus to remove Sid Randell. Realistically, I would just ignore it and then try and clear the rest of his board. We can see here that Joe is pretty tapped out in regards to follow-up. Obviously, a free damage every turn is still a clock, but if Zeph can just lock down the rest of Joe's board, then I think that he will be able to outrace Joe.
Yeah, it looks like he's putting him in a position where Titus might have to block before he can swing.
Yeah.
Zeph draws. Looks like they're both top decking. However, with Sid Randell locking most of Joe's plays, Zeph is in a more comfortable position, obviously, and also knowing that if Clive or Ifrit is up there, and speak of the devil, he can now prime Clive if he chooses to and get even more removal. So here we're just going to go into combat. Rufus will freeze down the Warrior of the Crystal, and we're just going to get some presumably more damage unless he chooses to trade the Titus, which trading the Titus with the Rufus isn't exactly the greatest trade ever, but it is your only trade. So you could potentially stop a damage if you want. It looks like Clive is swinging in. Now here, I would assume that you would just take this as if you didn't block the Rufus.
From the experts possibly get some sort of card advantage.
Yeah, it looks like Joe needs to discard his hand because of Clive.
Another class.
Oh yeah, you're right.
His third Glaciella is damage 5. That's right.
Yeah, it looks like Zeph missed the Clive trigger, but we'll see. It would be the 2 cards into the 2 cards, so I don't know how. It does look mandatory.
Yeah, Sid Randall's very rough.
But yeah, Sid Randall's locking it down. I know it's not commentary, so I'm gonna comment on that.
Dude's so smug.
Do you wanna get him the Clive trigger?
What?
It's
You wanna
man-
look at Jaden with the 5 trigger?
What happened?
the Clive trigger is
Odin
mandatory.
discard becomes some damage.
Odin discard?
Yeah.
Just look up. Let's just say the Clive trigger. Yeah. So we'll see if we can get that resolved. I don't think that changes Zeph's turn that much, as he's just discarding the 2 cards into drawing the 2 cards, which I presume he's choosing to.
He drew the 2 cards.
Hold
Zeph
up for
did,
primates.
but Joe did not discard.
Oh, why would Joe discard? Oh, because from the. Oh, I see. The priming trigger. Oh, I see.
Oh wait, no, Zeph does cards as well. That's
Yeah, that's what I was saying. So yeah, he just discards it. The Clive trigger. He discards his hand when he deals damage and draws 2.
Yeah.
He did that one? Or I don't think so. Yeah.
It's over on the.
Oh, it's all good.
Oh, no
That's,
worries. Yeah, we just wanna make
If he
sure.
didn't,
It's
it's
also
like we
new.
can just possess through the game state. But yeah, it's all good. Looks like he may have missed the Clive discard trigger.
I think he didn't have anything in his hand when he swung.
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Nah, I was
think,
like,
I think we're good to go.
either way, yeah, he was not really affecting the game state too much. It looks like we get the Fiend down. The Fiend at 5 damage is strong. However, now being out of Glaciella, your option to clear Zeph's board is really limited. So it's going to be really hard to see how he breaks it. Obviously, he can drop the Astrius, which I believe has a removal option on attack, because I know that it itself becomes free and it has on attack triggers, it doesn't have any autos, so that could potentially be an out for Joe. But yeah, really in an awkward position getting shut down by Sid Randall so early. But just another reason to highlight why Sid Randall is so strong in this meta. Looks like we got the 15-minute warning being announced for time. Looking at options for Joe. It seems like he's looking to swing in with young Exemil to start pressuring damage.
Just get that damage
Yeah.
in for those tiebreakers later on.
Yeah, probably the smart decision. It seems hard on how you're going to break through this board, especially for blocking, because you can just choose. I'm sure that Zeph has options to be able to target the Fiend twice and just clear the only blocker and then swing for game. And because Joe doesn't have any summons or that much interaction on his opponent's turn, it seems like Zeph should be able to clear through this board, but we'll see. It looks like we're going to start with the priming of Ifrit to probably proc the first cancellation, and then Rufus can just choose to attack and Dole Freeze the Fiend. And then Joe's at 5 damage right now. It doesn't really...
Yeah, so it looks like he can swing through regardless if he
Yeah.
Dole freezes the Fiend.
Yeah, so... yeah, he's just choosing to He's smarter to just dole it with Kuja and then still get the discard trigger just in case Joe does have some sort of shenanigans. And here comes the 6 damage, and then just Ifrit will swing in for game. So that'll be it for the Mono Ice versus Mono Water Warrior of the Crystals. Seems like Zeph took it pretty comfortably with Sid Randall locking out basically most of Joe's deck. Potentially, if he was able to hold on to the Glaciella until he committed it. However, I think the hindsight on that is a little iffy, because if he doesn't activate it, Zeph maybe could take a different route that was also effective as well. We're going to see if we're going to be able to slide over one of the other matches from the matchup between the
Let's see what
Buckaboomers
else we're cooking
and
with.
the Scions of the Seventh Heaven. If we do get one of these,
It looks like Scions of the Seventh Heaven also has a mono ice deck. Okay.
okay, so it looks like we have already gotten the results with Buckaboomers taking it down. All 3 games have been resolved, so unfortunately not able to slide over one for these, but still got definitely some interesting matches to see. Just like for some deck representation for Buckaboomers, we have them on Mono Earth and Magissa for their other 2 decks. So always biased towards Makissa. Super cool deck. But yeah, and then
Then
for
Scions of the Seventh Heaven, we have the Water Crystals we just watched. We have Mono Ice. This one does not contain the new Opus 24 priming. And then their third team member has Warrior of Light with good old Zidane.
Yep. Alrighty, so we'll be wrapping up we'll be going on a short break until we get our round 3 pairings up, and we'll be seeing you soon.
Yes, thank you for tuning in to the West Coast Winter Cup.
So like all of his backups, states my fish as well. Tap it.
No. Entry does 4,000.
How's the game so far?
Yeah, they're good so far.
So he drew well. I didn't draw
And all the people in the comments seem to be okay. Nothing too crazy to read or anything.
Builders. Round one.
Oh.
Blaine got a little bit too annoyed.
Oh, really? Oh, you play Blaine?
He doesn't. He hates me.
Yeah.
and we are back with round 3 for our Winter Cup. We've got Ronald playing Fire Water Warriors.
And we got Blaine on category 6.
So Ronald starting the game off, going to immediately drop a Thornton, assuming it's going to be for a Tyvis search, just the mainstay of the deck. Going to actually be Meath. Looks like he's going to get pitches. Tifa discards the effort to search for a 5, so it looks like he has both the Fire Source to pay for the Tyvis and then the Tyvis to follow up the next turn. Blaine starting off. A funny turn 1 discard. I don't think that the deck has the capability to do that, but would be a strong start. Cat 6 generally just wants to start getting Setzer plus another backup down, and then to really just start getting the value out of Lock and Celeste, just to start getting quick damage very fast.
Pitching a Shadow.
Shadow for Interceptor and a Blue Worm for Gal. Seems pretty standard. Assuming we're just going to get the Tyvis drop.
Yep,
Pitching 2 Terras, so not the favorite thing to pitch, but understandably you got to drop the Tyvis regardless. Grabbing Mog and playing Mog. Always the safest warrior to play off Tyvis when there's not really a board state.
Not the Mog 6 against the 6 deck.
Yeah. In a cruel twist of fate, Mog has joined the other team. Maybe it's the route where you choose to let him fall off the cliff instead of saving him. But we now got Blaine starting the turn. Obviously, checking the break zone. Obviously, Gasolian Empire Sid is now turned off. Some slight plays are now a lot more inconvenient for Blaine to do, but he has lots of ways just to clear through this board. Anyway, hopefully he can find a way to clear the Tyvis so that he can deny the immediate value if Ronald top decks any warriors.
How many cards does Ronald have in hand right now? 1?
It looks like Ronald has none because
no
he has one. He has one from the draw from Mog.
Oh, that's it.
Because and then because he had to play his hand for Tyvis. So
pitching 6.
dropping the demon. See, this is as a mono fire player in the past, the problem with the demon versus 6 is that it kind of just hits really awkward numbers in a lot of matchups. Obviously, it's way too early to hit 9 in the break zone, so presumably if Ronald hits a warrior on one of the 3 cards he has to work with, he can get some free value, and he can choose to drop a Leo to even search another card. So it seems like Ronald is in the driver's seat for the game right now. We'll see how he chooses to play through the turn and presumably try to clear through the demon as to get rid of Blaine's very expensive commitment. Looks like it's going to be a Luna Freya from the Limit Break. Pretty safe, a lot of good options to get going. Also another opportunity to grab a Warrior, some EX bursts, another Tyvis potentially, if he has follow-up options. Leviathan EX burst, Remora, and totally blanking on the name, but the one that can potentially deal damage in RFG off the EX burst. Looks like it's going to be Leviathan for the stack. Interesting to see what he chooses to stack in his deck. Obviously, Fire Water, being able to drew Elena. Nice part about Fire Water is the high EX burst count, so odds are you're gonna have something to stack to get some value. You're kind of hoping for something that can kill Demon immediately if he is forced to swing, because if Demon's not swinging, then it's not getting the value. So we'll see if he chooses to stack something or bottoms it to just filter through his deck. And then obviously to see if he can get some sort of warrior value. The problem is like most of the warrior plays aren't spectacular against the board stage to try to pop. Yuzuki's a pretty safe one to start making the damage annoying, but it looks like he just sets the deck up and then chooses to pass with no warrior value. Now, counting the break zone, it looks like Ronald has enough in his break zone to start getting the demon to choose to remove his break zone and shoot Tyvis.
Edgar is pulling out 2 category 6 floors.
Looks like it's 3-drop lock and 5-drop lock. Pretty standard.
Locking it up.
Yeah, both the. Oh no, it looks like Strago and lock.
Strago? Okay,
and
yeah.
5-drop lock.
That makes
So
sense.
Strago, great value. He can choose to potentially drop the Strago immediately. Looks like he's reading the Gal, or he can choose to pass and make for a more explosive turn. I think the nice thing is that you can choose to see how. You also get access to the S ability on Strago as well, if you want to do that. We could potentially see a swing from the demon here to try to remove the Tyvis, since getting more value on the demon is great here. Having it so the Tyvis only got 1 free warrior is also something that I think you're okay with doing on the exchange. So it looks
Going
like
for the Tyvis.
what we're doing. I believe there was 10, so 10 to Tyvis. A nice Amaterasu to stop it. And now the thing is he can also choose to trade, So deal 8k to the demon, stop the removal on Tyvis, and just trade away Luna Freya and not feel too bad. Here we're going to follow it up with a Strago in main 2. He's got Umaru, Setzer, and Gestalian Empire Sid.
Classic banana.
We'll see what he chooses. It looks like he's going to go for Umaru. He can also choose... Oh no, the stats ability. I was like, Revenge Blast, not yet relevant. So it looks like he's eyeing Umaru as he's picked it out. Getting a back could be a little hesitant because it's not so much of a proactive turn. But Setzer is still the best backup in your deck. Now, obviously, you have to fish for the follow-up ICP because you're not presenting any right now. However, you also have a free chump blocker with Strago to try and get that ICP to then be able to drop the Setzer and follow up. And if he chooses not to remove the Strago, then he can try to do some maybe 6-party shenanigans. So definitely some options. It looks like we're going over to Ronald's turn. He's looking like he's going in for another Luna Freya. Just clarifying CP payments. Luna Freya number 2, removing Titus and the weapon.
Looks like he's enough for 1 LP left if necessary. Blue Kucher lanes.
So it looks like he's going to do that. Now he's going to try to... I guess here you try to fish for a warrior that can now pop Strago, so you can deny the card draw. But it looks like Ronald does not have that and is just going to pass the turn over. Ronald not really in the state to really need a pressure. The swings are not incentivized for him as Blaine can get the free chump with Strago, and Ronald can always feel fine taking damage.
With the Ice Water Moogle.
Yeah, drops the Ice Water Mog 6 for free with the reduction. We'll see if what he's choosing to dull freeze. And he's also looking to see if he wants to follow up potentially with a Leo, but obviously he'd have to pitch the Setzer in his hand, so that's probably not what you're really wanting to do, especially considering you bottom decked the other Setzer. So
who knows if you're going to see the third.
he doesn't get the damage, so no damage 3 ability, but just the free body is still solid. And now he has the choice on whether to maybe pitch the other card in his hand that we don't know for something in the limit break, or potentially just passing and keeping the 2 cards for a follow-up turn. And it looks like that's what we're going to do. So we're just going to kind of continue this back and forth as Blaine looks for more powerful 6 cards to capitalize his synergy with, and potentially the ICP for that Setzer backup, as Ronald is just looking to get value off his warriors and set up powerful EX bursts. We could potentially see maybe some backup development from Ronald, as if you continue this back and forth, it's always just better to have more backups than your opponent. Looks like we're going to start with a nice, or potentially try to remove the Mog 6 with Tifa while also developing a backup, and now is
Back attack Gao.
choosing to resolve the backup Gao, which then plays out the back attack Gao?
I think that's the one.
Yeah. I see. You want to pull up the Gao?
What? You want to pull up the Gao?
So doing some Gao shenanigans. Looks like Tyvis is going to get a free play of Ward
Other Gao.
to finish it up. No, that's the one. That was fine.
Oh,
So
I
it
see.
looks like, because he's choosing to pop the Gao to play the Gao that gives the power pump to save the whatever was trying to be removed. And then he also searches for Blue Worm, which then Ronald was able to finish off the Mog by playing Ward for free off Tyvis. So now we're looking to go into combat. Ronald initiates the trade, allowing Blaine to get the value. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, as you need to get rid of the Strago eventually. You just can't let it sit for free forever. So he's just clarifying to Ronald what he's was able to choose. Oh, it looks like he chose.
Oh, it chose differently this time.
Yeah.
I don't know what he grabbed instead.
It was a fire card.
Yeah,
I think
I think it's a
Sess,
beam.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah, EX burst for block as well on the damage, which is pretty good for Blaine. Picking up the demon. So yeah, I believe he picked up saving off the choice. Let's see what he plays off his hand. Again, still a pretty even spread. Blaine at 1 damage for the 1 damage on Blaine. So yeah, Blaine at 1 damage, still getting to have a lot of options.
Has a pretty big hand.
I still think you want to try and. I still think there's nothing wrong with just trying to develop the Setzer. It looks like he's going for the demon play here. He's choosing to RFG the break zone to pop Tyvis. Because it got Amaterasu'd initially, he still has more than plenty. And now, for the follow-up turns, he can choose to name Warrior, name Element Fire, or name Element Water to basically clear Ronald's board every turn if he can get that swing off, presuming that no EX for shenanigans happen. Looks like
coming out.
Yuzuki coming out for the backups, and then a pass. Yuzuki's pretty solid as it prevents the demon from clearing his board. So now he has to look to other routes. I don't know if he still has the Mog in hand or the Setzer. I think trying to get the Setzer down eventually to start clearing is a valid option as well. Maybe if you can find Sabin to start utilizing Edgar's free S abilities or something of that nature. Looking at Blaine's list, yeah, it's just pretty standard 6 stuff that's been seen in the past, with just the addition of the new Gao backup plus the Blue Worm monster to actually get the search off the Gao effect. So, looking at this, just examining break zones right now, seeing the options of play.
Oh, back.
You need to go through the other door.
That's all good.
That's
So
weird.
we're just getting a.
How'd that get lost?
That's not fun. So yeah, as Blaine is just navigating through his turn, figuring out ways to remove the Yuzuki. Looks like we're dropping Celeste. Still figuring out what the mode is.
Discard.
Choosing to discard a low way of level 6. Not bad. Here, now we get a party attack to immediately get the Celeste value. And then the demon can still name something, but the Yuzuki effect turns off the fire forwards from receiving damage from abilities. And yeah, so an irrelevant effect now. Looks like he's choosing to dull freeze the backup, specifically the Tifa, to deny an additional swing.
And just removing the break zone for good measure.
Yeah, still choosing to remove the break zone to get the value off that. He can choose to block the Edgar, but giving Blaine the option to play a second Edgar is always risky. Looks like we're just going to allow damage to come in. Zonde for the first point of damage. So no burst yet. Obviously, the deck isn't going to hit a burst 100% of the time. And it looks like we're going to get saving for 1 and then using Chakra to restand his board to protect some damage. Looking at Ronald's ways to break boards is just the explosive Axe Star plays, and obviously he does have 2 3-drops, but with no Titus to be able to play Axe Star easily or find a way to get ICP to pitch for Axe Star to hardcast it. There is not that many options
How
to
many Axe Stars do we have in this
clear the board.
list?
2.
Okay, so you
Oh wait, no, that's the old Axe Star.
Oh yeah, that is the old Axe
Yeah.
Star.
Oh, he doesn't
He
play.
doesn't have
Okay.
the
So
other
he's-
Axe Star.
So
That one that we're used
yeah.
to seeing.
So yeah. Ways to break the board will be interesting. Looks like it was a draw go from Ronald, and then we are activating Gao's effect to shuffle it back and draw a card to just start to cycle some value. As Gao in this matchup is actually not something you want to stay on the field as well. Free damage is free damage. The odds of hitting an EX burst are pretty high, which means that you assume that Gao is probably
Gao did his job, and he
easy way to kill.
That'll do,
But yeah,
as the kids would say.
yeah.
Say
Yeah,
what?
That'll do.
Oh, that'll do.
pig. That'll do. That's kind of what happens. He shows up, he cat scratches, he leaves.
backflips out of there.
Yeah, but yeah. So
That was a cat.
he's like a beast.
He's a wild
He's a
child.
wild child. He grew up with animals in the jungle.
I see.
He's like Tarzan
Feral.
basically. Yeah. He's just Tarzan. Never grew up around women, or never grew up around humans. But looks like we got a party attack coming in with yeah. You just dull freeze. It looks like it's just gonna be a repeat. Just dull freeze the backups. Now
Yeah.
he's also threatening chakra activation as well. He can't use. I'm totally blanking on the other name of the other S ability, but the one that shoots for 8k obviously can't do with the Yuzuki on the field. So just getting that free swing to damage CP while still threatening a good poke. It looks like the party attack choosing to bring back Mog 6 with Celeste. And now blocking here is really just not in the most advantageous for Ronald at all with the chakra ability being able to be activated when he wants to. And I think your best bet is to start looking for some
It's a
EX burst. Furion is not what you want to see in the damage.
Definitely not.
Yeah, Furion's actually probably a card that could help with this board state. As I say that though, we get Mog 6 for free plus a chakra activation just to restand a blocker.
Yeah.
And
Furion
Mog
just-
6 now giving first strike makes the trades a lot worse. So
And he'd just be discarding his hand
Imagine
for
the
Furion.
yeah, looking at Ronald's options, There does not seem like too many options to get 2-for-1s and to try and clear this board. I think that'll be an interesting way to try to see how Ronald tries to break this board with another Tyvis, but without being able to search the Ice Axe Star. It seems like you don't have as many ways as just to completely freeze the field, because that's definitely an underrated part about Axe Star, is that by just delaying a whole turn, it gives you that opportunity to get 4 more CP to then utilize for follow-up turns. So right now, it looks like we're starting the turn. Gets his backups because he chose to get back Mog this time, so he will get some more CP to work with. However, trying to see what he will choose to follow up with it seems interesting, because I don't think he shuffled his deck. Okay, it looks so good.
Just pitched his last Terra for
Yeah,
Gadaj.
so pitch his last Terra for Gadaj to start removing stuff, so there's no more Edgar value if he chooses to remove it. But from one of the Luna Freyas, I recall he bottom decked a Tyvis, and I don't think he shuffled his deck since then, because there's been no EX burst. So currently, he's essentially out 2 Tyvis in regards to top decking scenarios. So he's in a bit of a pickle, and especially because, I mean, as Blaine keeps getting more and more bodies, sooner or later he will just choose to not party attack anymore.
Looks like
And
he's
just to start
passing
clearing.
and letting Gadaj backflip out of there.
Yeah, so choosing to survive. And now Blaine definitely in the control of this match can probably choose to head into combat, party attack, and dull freeze Tifa and Ward as to try and force Yuzuki blocks or something. I still think like trying to develop the Setzer also would probably put the nail in the coffin. I don't know if he was able to keep the Setzer after all those pitches, because I know he did have to dump his hand for the demon on that one turn, so I don't think he was able to keep anything. So being out of the Setzers definitely delays it, but just being able to, he's able to get 2 party attacks here with Mog 6 and Celeste, plus Save and Edgar, or probably Demon Edgar. So then with Save and Chakra activation, your entire board gets restood.
Yeah, you could just get rid of that last Terra,
Yeah.
so she knows she's not making yeah.
Looks like just a Luna Freya for the development. Nothing wrong with that. Looks like just getting rid of backups. 2 Gals and a Blue Worm potentially. So the search. We do have a Strago EX if he wants to get that value. It's either that or I think it was that Sabin. So
Yeah, it looks like Sabin is probably
Yeah.
a safe choice.
Sabin's also not a bad pick, as you get access to another special. However, with Edgar on the board, the specials seem redundant. So yeah, choosing to get Strago and activate it.
That's a good choice.
Yeah. So we got. So the
Double
Mach
Mog.
6's Setzer.
There's that last Setzer.
I was like, I think I would pick up the Setzer just to
Yeah.
develop, because now with that, your party attacks are just
That
doing
much more
outrageous
valuable.
amount of
Yeah.
value, and then you're able to just to really lock up this board. And it doesn't matter what Gadaj does when she comes back, as you're not really planning on trying to get Edgar value or anything.
Yeah, there's not too much to remove from the breakstone.
Yeah.
It's super valuable at this point.
And also the nice part is that for Blaine is that when Ronald chooses to let Gadaj not blink, that is not protected by Yuzuki. So now all these specials that he's not getting the full value of, he can just choose to completely annihilate the Gadaj if it ever tries to be a blocker. So I'm assuming he's just deciding how to go into combat. Looks like he's starting off with... I was just clarifying. I think I would start off with the Mog just to get some first strike value, obvious, because the way you would assign damage, you would kill whatever he tries to block with. Obviously, you run the risk of EX bursts. I'm not sure how many are out of everything. I think Lev 6 is the only... Lev 6 or Kuchulain would stop the demon from getting value. But I think he would probably want to blank, like try to get rid of Celeste, because Celeste is the one that's really generating a lot of the value. Plus, considering he pitched one, and I believe he bottom decked another off the Strago search.
Yeah, 3 dull freezes off that one party
Yeah.
attack is pretty profitable.
So sets and sets. One freezes, one don't freeze.
And then for damage, it looks like it's EX Burst Ifrit to pop the demon, and that's why attack order definitely matters in this matchup, because you have to make a choice for Mog 6 and the demon value. Obviously, with Yuzuki being on the field, the demon is kind of gone its worth and can't really get too much besides just removing the break zone consistently, which, considering all the Terras have been spent, not really too relevant for Ronald. Whereas I just think that just completely doling the board, just putting him on essentially a 2-turn clock. Ronald up to 3 damage. It looks like now he's choosing to get back something with Celeste instead of just dull freezing the Tifa, which I think is still fine, and he's still presenting chakra activation as well. So he has plenty of blockers. He's in no he's just in a very comfortable position in the game. Looks like he's choosing to get back Gastalian Empire Sid for the card. Debating if maybe he was choosing to get back a water CP to play the Strago immediately, but I don't think that's too relevant. You already have plenty of bodies on board, and you can always activate Interceptor when you need to. So yeah, and then as we see, just chakra activation and passing. Kadaj comes in, looks like we're just gonna rip 2 things out of the break zone. You could potentially give Kadaj Brave and swing, but for tiebreaker purposes, I honestly think that you probably could look into that angle, because this game seems pretty out of
So you removed a demon.
his favor.
I'm not sure what the other card was coming out of that break zone.
But yeah, so here Ronald's turn is going to be extremely limited. 4 cards to work with, however, just 1 backup, and you definitely don't want to, like, it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't, because if you do swing, obviously you're just going to die on the crackback. But if you don't swing, the board state that's just being presented right now can very easily handle your entire board. So I think at this point you go for what's best for the tiebreakers and hope that your teammates are doing well in their matches. So we could see. Obviously the problem is, like, even if you give so if you give, you can force a trade with like Mog 6 or something, because Chakra also gives 2k power, so like you would just force a chump block, which I still at least you try to force the damage, which I think has some potential. We'll see if we can try to make a play to at least clear some of the bodies. It looks like Red 13 with no choosing not to activate either of the autos to deal. He just has 2 different ways of dealing 7k to things. Probably not worth it, as Blaine can just activate Chakra for free, unless he would have to. It looks like so he is choosing to activate it. Here, as weird as it is, he lets Celeste die. Okay, and then he's choosing to blow up Edgar as well. Oh yeah, because Edgar's only on your turn, right? So you can't activate Chakra unless you have the save.
Did not choose that Sabin the other time.
So now we have a cleared board, but still Blaine has a lot of options. Obviously, any party attacks still generate a dull freeze. Here's the interesting part for Ronald. No cards in hand, so does he choose to swing here? He does. I think at this point, forcing the trade is fine. Blaine can really take the hit with no consequence, and this obviously indicates that Ronald is just going to blink Kadaj, so he's feeling it looks like Ronald is choosing to value that the EX person in his deck will be able to clear whatever Blaine tries to do. Because obviously Blaine can play a body and activate Interceptor, and then threaten lethal on board, presuming that there is no EX burst activations. But obviously that's easier said than done, because I believe you only need to pitch a 1 card for Tifa to activate, or is it 1? Either way, I think getting Tifa online seems like you have to get a little more lucky with the EX burst, but
Yeah.
it's probably just safer to just get any 1 removal EX burst. Like Luna Freya is extremely prone to getting removed. Like something like a Lev 6 to bounce Luna Freya, get back a Furion of some sort. So it looks, yeah. So passing the turn over, blinking Kadaj.
Blaine has 5 cards in his hand at the beginning of the turn.
So yeah, Blaine had 5 cards in hand with also the banana in his hand to be able to search most everything he needs. Pitch. Oh, okay. Pitch.
Double
yeah.
banana.
Pitches banana for banana. Obviously, all of Blaine's plays as of right now will have no responses, so he's free to really just do what he chooses. We could potentially see Edgar get grabbed.
You can see all 3 bananas right
Yeah.
now.
That is true, yeah. 1 in break zone, 1 in damage, 1 in field. So yeah, it looks like he's grabbing Edgar to just do a follow-up play. Ronald did rip some cards out with some Kadaj effects. We'll see if they were enough or how that hinders him. Lock Celeste also is like a line that Blaine could potentially push towards. So, 4 cards in hand.
Does he play both locks in this?
He does, yeah.
Yeah, because if it's the party attack lock, he does have 4.
Yeah, because he plays.
Crazy.
Yeah, he plays both Celestes and locks. I think he should. And then, so yeah, here he's deciding 4 cards in hand, deciding what card to keep if he's dropping Edgar immediately. And if he is dropping Edgar immediately, is he immediately going to activate an S ability, try to play something that he just grabbed back? It looks like there's some judge stuff going on as they're clarifying things. But yeah, so it just looks like just thinking time for Blaine. Definitely kind of a turn you definitely want to think for a bit to figure out where you're going with for the next few turns. Choosing to go in combat and swinging immediately. Lenny X burst for Ronald. Choosing to show that like he will not attempt to go for game. We'll see if he's rewarded. Tyvis damage is really nice for him.
Yeah.
And then putting Ronald to 6 here with it's
Who's his last name?
it's the I'm totally blanking on her name. It's our
It's,
RCL,
RCL, yeah.
but another non EX burst, and it just looks like Ronald will scoop it up. Yeah.
Gal for
Yeah.
game. There we go.
So yeah, using back attack Gal plus Interceptor to finish the last damage. So notable takeaways, not the best EX burst for Ronald. Obviously, I have the proponent that you can't rely on the EX burst to win, but when there's a lot of math in your favor, definitely feels bad. 6 still doing what 6 does. The Gao actually was a pretty notable addition, as it made Ronald have to expend a lot of resources to commit to his play that he was already choosing to commit to, and then just got the value out of Gao. I mean, it just sat there.
Yeah.
He made Ronald commit more. He got an extra card. He got a free 2 CP Blue Worm that I presume he's almost always pitching just for CP, but obviously Blue Worm is one of the better 2-drop monsters just to run to have the value.
Yeah, and it's nice that 6 kind of has a slightly relevant water backup now, because I know it's been kind of missing that gas to fully go really crazy.
Yeah.
I'm just really surprised that Ronald didn't have the Ice Fire Axstar in his deck, because I feel like that maybe could have helped him pull through a little bit longer.
Band Death Gaze win.
Okay. Band Death Gaze ends up actually winning 2-1 for this round.
So yeah. Band Deathgaze taking it with
They have Chaos as their first deck,
Mono Wind.
and Mono Wind as
Yeah.
their second deck.
So yeah, taking it early. Trying to get 2 games on stream, but sometimes the matchups on stream will go faster than the others ones. I think for one of the next one or the following one, we'll try to get a Chaos on stream. Because Chaos decks are able to go so quickly, usually very quick turns, we'll be able to transition one of the other teammates to get on stream as well. Yeah. So hopefully, get some more interesting gameplay. There is one specific deck that I'd like to get on stream, so hopefully we're able to get it on stream for the next round, but we'll see. And then for top 8, I think there'll be a lot of interesting listen top 8, and for top 8, I think we're really going to try to focus on getting 2 matches per round, so the viewing experience can get as much FFTCG content as you guys can. Yeah.
Not too much downtime.
Yeah. So we'll be back shortly with round 4, and we'll see you guys soon. Thanks for tuning in.
Hopefully this makes All right, welcome back, gamers. This is round 4, last round of Swiss before we go into Top Cut, and we found you guys a Chaos matchup. We got David on Chaos with team. I'm not saying all that.
Maddle Gav David for Cards of the Patriot, and then we've got Alexander Webb playing an interesting Fire Lightning Black Mage strategy on team, and it's gone. So obviously Chaos looking to end this game as soon as possible. Fire Lightning here looking to kind of on the opposite end, kind of elongate the game as long as possible, because utilizing the loop of Black Waltz 3 and Vivi, able to essentially get infinite looping of those cards over every turn for quote-unquote infinite value.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting match, and who knows, maybe Black Mage is where that new Zidane can find a home.
Yeah, the new Zidane Searcher seems really optimal for this, fits well for this list, because it can just search Black Waltz 3 and Vivi. Interestingly, doesn't seem like a super high EX count, so how to defend from
Did I just see it correct? Did I just see it?
EX bursts, but we'll see. Looks like they're presenting with some mulligans.
It looks like Alexander's going first.
Yeah. Looking like with a double Alma hand.
You know what I see?
Yes, I know. And then, so yeah, looks like they're both keeping the hands. A double Alma hand for Alexander could potentially...
We're good.
Okay, it looks like we're about to start shortly. And then, yeah, so Alexander taking the play. Chaos almost always wants to go second to get that extra card for the value of searching on Larsa. From the quick peek at David's hand, when he flashed it, I did see the Larsa Searcher, so it looks like we're going to go with Selfie, grabbing back the Terra he immediately pitched, some Mono Fire classics.
Ifrit, no good in the opening
Yeah.
hand for the most part.
But yeah, so I believe Alexander at least has 1 or 2 Amas, so now he can potentially try, while not removing Chaos, can at least prevent, in all honesty, depending on how the board state is, Amaterasu and Chaos doesn't feel great, because you're getting rid of more cards, you're not removing the body itself. Potentially Amaterasuing some Fujin and Raijin triggers as well. So yeah, we'll see how this all plays out. Looks like David is just deciding on what to dump for Larsa, I would assume. Or just follow-up turns. Trying to see if he has... Can't really recognize any Chaos.
I think I see a Blue Worm and a Toneberry. I'm not sure a Larsa, and I'm not sure what that third card is in his hand.
Yeah, so we'll see what he pitches. One Chaos hands are always kind of interesting in keeping. You always got to know if the math goes with you, that you're able to follow up with at least 1 Chaos. And obviously 1 Chaos can feel pretty bad if you're not hitting it.
So you
It
got
looks
an
like...
Easel and something else pitched
Yeah.
for the Larsa.
Yeah, just some clarification on cards. Assuming he's going to search for the Chaos. Interesting to pitch the Ezel if you don't have the Chaos. Assuming you just draw another one. I think for this matchup, you definitely want to be ready to have the second S ability, or at least so you have the safety of feeling like you will hit Fujin and Raijin regardless, because if you only commit the 1 S ability and you just don't, if you only hit 1 or even worse none, then Alexander could potentially make a tempo play to clear up the board. So just getting some clarification. I'm seeing a Stinian in hand as well. That's
Looks
also
like
not
he
a
has
bad
2 Chaos.
pitch. It
Really
looks
nice.
like he is choosing to warp a Stinian,
Yeah.
but how did he...
What did he do to pay for it?
Yeah, I was like looking on how he's going to pay. Okay. Pitching a... Right? I always forget the 2 names, but one of the Fujin and
I
Raijins.
think that's Fujin.
Yeah. So setting up some damage. I don't really like holding on to the Fujins too often unless you're in a lightning heavy build, and even then, I think it's better to use it for CP more valuable, like you just did with the Astinian. Depending on the draws, he can threaten some stuff. Because I believe David's hand is Blue Worm,
And 2
Chaos.
chaoses.
Oh, and 2
so
chaoses?
Hopefully he doesn't draw another Dark
Okay.
Chaos and just kind of gets bricked. But
I think
we'll
another Dark Chaos isn't too bad. As long as it's not a double Chaos draw, and then he
Yeah.
actually can't cast Chaos. But we'll see here. Obviously, Alexander's still clutching on to Amaterasu. Reading just double checking Medistinian. It will be coming down. It will be swinging
yeah,
twice.
I'm sure he's just
Yeah.
debating what to Amma when.
Yeah, he can also choose to Amma the Astinian as well. Probably the better value because you can keep it in Warp, or you can keep it in RFG permanently. Doesn't deny some damage, and Amaterasu in Chaos feels a little clunkier. So yeah, it looks like he's going to. Oh, okay, I see. So he's going to Terra, get back to Amma. Yeah. He could potentially, some people's favorite effect in the game, deal 2k with Terra. But right now, so obviously he is threatening the Amma. It doesn't really matter because Astinian will tick down regardless. So nothing really David can do about that. He will choose to Amaterasu to just keep it in perpetual. Yeah, it is RFG. It just never comes into the break zone. But now...
Or is he letting it in?
Okay, so he could be... I'm trying to see if he's trying... It looks like we'll get some judge clarification on whether he's responding. It looks like he chose to let it enter and...
The ETB.
Oh, yeah, and then
right?
Amaterasu the ETB. I feel like just leaving it permanently in RFG is always safer. I don't think Chaos has any way to recur it. I will say, though, like, it is a card in the break zone, so, hey, Fujin and Raijin do matter on the counts.
Numbers are there.
So I think it's always better to probably just keep it RFG'd, but we'll see if it comes up. It looks like we're going to start with Chaos, holding priority on the auto. It looks like we're going to get at least one activation. It looks like they're just going to do some explanation. So we're going to start with the first flare.
There we go.
We're going to get the resolution, leaving us in suspense on some Fujin and Raijin triggers. As of right now, we only know one is out.
Definitely have enough chaoses, but I don't see a
Oh,
Raijin or Fujin.
that is, yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, so the unfortunate truth of Chaos is that if you do whiff this, you're just not in a super aggressive point. He does have some lightnings in there. I don't know if I saw an Odin. He does hit the threshold to kill the Terra and rip his hand. So while David isn't completely in control of the game, he is at least
He's
threatening
comfortable.
something. He can also choose to follow up with a Leo as just another body, as Alexander doesn't have a high burst count, and by resolving the ETB of Chaos, he will completely remove the hand and field of Alexander. So while not completely in the best scenario, I don't think he's in a bad spot. However, the issue is...
He's not going to be able to chaos again.
Yeah, all the
of them
4-drop
are
chaos
in,
have been milled, so he can still definitely get some specials off, which I think you're looking to hit. There's still, like,
The
you can
Earth
obviously...
Chaos and some other ones going on.
I guess you can't Larsa, but there are some cheeky Ezel ways. I've definitely done Ezel to hit 6 before. It's not that hard. Ezel hit 11's a little grimier, but it's there. But trying to just find another way to activate the S ability. So here we got a top deck for Alexander. Not too many options for the limit break for Alexander in this board state. We'll see what the top deck is. It looks like it's going to just be the drawback. Oh, it's the it's Lilty. It's the one that
Oh, Lilty.
reveals
Okay,
for
yeah.
a specific element. It's going to grab the Ice Black Mage, I believe, because that's the only one that's from a different element. And he's going to keep flipping.
Is it the last card in his deck?
Show basically his entire deck at this point. There it is.
Wow.
So yeah, picking up one of the Black Waltzes just to get the value. Not really anything of a turn. Gives David Lewis the potential to capitalize on this if he can draw Chaos. I believe like 5 or 6 Chaos have already been revealed. So he's asking right now to just kind of browse through the public information that was revealed. So
A lot of information was
yeah,
revealed.
so I think a good thing for David to glean would just be like a quick check over of the Black Bolts 3, the VV. I assume that, reading the new Valley-Garmonda summon for
Say
those
that
that
3 times fast.
and just getting some clarification on that gives the deck back to Alexander to let him progress. So yeah, it looks like it'll just be a pass from Alexander presenting to. He just chooses to tap the stuff that's going on the bottom, and I'd assume there's a pass. I don't think there's any. Yeah, no 2-drop.
Is that the only card in
Yeah,
Alexander's hand?
it's just the
Okay,
only card. So
that's what I thought.
we'll see what the draw was. Hopefully, David can get something to capitalize. The safest play is always just to develop a Leo. However, that's not the amount of damage you want to be presenting, especially as every every turn that Alexander gets is just a ticking time bomb to you losing. And because he still has lightning in his drop. I don't know if he has Odin. I believe he hit an Odin in there. He has the other lightning as well. I think the main red flag for David right now is that I believe all 3 of the 4-drop chaoses have been revealed. So if Alexander has a way to clear out this chaos, David's damage threshold drops exponentially. And because we know that he still has, I do think he drew the 11-drop chaos, and I think that will be
Like
a
he's
really
flaring
strong
with
play.
it.
If none hit the first time and only one went out, the odds should be pretty high to at least hit 1. If he whiffs 2 flares in a row, that will definitely be odds. I already see 1. There is.
Fujin.
Yep,
The
so he-
boys are here.
Yeah, so you got the disciplinary committee. The hall monitors are out, and they've got their.
And they're patrolling.
Yeah, they're patrolling, allowing Alexander to see what else he milled. I think an important thing would be to check how many. Check how many chaoses, anything else, Odins and lightnings. How many chaoses for the 6-drop chaos? And yeah, the real question is, how will Alexander respond? Does he get the hall pass that will be some sort of board removal? Because now, even if he does choose to remove the chaos, he's still staring down 2 9k haste and first strike. Now we do know that
his damage 2 is not an expert.
yeah, it's a Mew. Looking at it honestly, there's an EX burst there, VV. For the most part, there actually isn't too many EX bursts in Alexander's deck. I do think that, what was the one I was looking at? The good, obviously, Susanoo board wipe would be a really strong draw. He does have a one of Ixion to clear that. Because he already has the Fujin and Raijin, I think the priority at this point is probably just safer to try and get a board. Ooh, and there's the Susanoo.
Oh, not the Susanoo in damage.
In the damage, so, and then another Black Wall. So Alexander right now probably looking to draw the Ixion to be able to at least clear some of the board, but even then, that still allows. At this point, he's flared twice. I think the deck might be a little low for David to flare again. However, as we see now, it looks like they're doing a count. It looks like he does have enough to at least flare 1 and be really low. If not, there's still at least there's got to be an Odin in that break zone that David's milled.
Looks like Alexander's looking through his LB to see if there is something that can save him.
Yeah,
this turn.
Cloud Limit Break can pop one of the disciplinary committees, probably the one that you saw the most of, I believe the Fujin. But even then, that's still just like a really awkward board state. Chaos can get a free swing, and then in that board state, Chaos can swing, and if you let the damage go through, that allows them to flare for game. I still think Lightning, the Water Lightning version of Lightning, kind of an annoying way to describe it, but the one that can come out from the break zone and duel and haste and draw a card is also another thing that can definitely close this game out pretty quickly. So we're going to see how Alexander chooses to navigate this. He's got a Black Bolts. I believe he grabbed back a Palom.
Yeah,
Because I don't think he can grab back VV. And then he has VV in hand. So look, he's just seeing on how he's going to try to clear the board. He can at least clear one thing but I don't know if that's enough to live long to be able to survive. So we'll see how he presents it. We're going to start with Palom. Palom's going to shoot Fujin. It shoots a 3 or less. One of the more interesting cards for Lightning because it's actually damage and not break, and then just chooses to pass here. So now what David Lewis is looking for is I see a Earth Chaos drawn,
And a
so he gets the
lightning drawn.
flare. He gets a Lightning. I think
Earth
he has a lot of options. He drew another of the Raijin, so he can't play that one. But it looks like he's just going to keep it simple and activate the Earth Chaos's effect to pop and then pitch with the one in hand to just clear the Palom, or he can choose to try and cheat out the Lightning, or do both. I think he has the CP in hand to do that. So it looks like David's just deliberating on the right thing. It looks like he's also counting deck because he can also just choose to flare. So if there's an option of like play Lightning, dole the forward, swing, and then flare on the off chance that you're assuming there could be an X-Burst. Looking at the deck list, it's I think just the Palom that's already been. Yeah, just Palom.
It's just looking like David has a lot of options. We gotta see which way he goes with it.
Yeah, so he's pitching the Earth Lightning to activate the Earth Chaos's effect in Break Zone. And then he can just swing and then also flare. So he has damage on board, no burst. And then it looks like David will just swing for game and takes it for Team Maddle Gav David for Cards of the Patriots.
A clean
Say it.
7-0 for David.
Yeah, Alex did not have his hall pass. So they're discussing stuff like that. Hopefully, we can get one of the other matches of this team to swap over. I assume that one of them is still playing. So hopefully we can get some games for you. For the two matchups, otherwise, we have Lightning Water versus...
We have the Mono Ice
Okay.
icons again.
Okay, so Lightning Water versus Mono Ice, and then Mono Ice versus
Mono Water.
Okay, so Mono Ice either way if we're going to try and get the match on stream. Hopefully we can. If not, we'll definitely be getting more.
It looks like Mono Ice is pretty popular for today's event.
Yeah, I think I said it earlier. Just like eyeballing all the lists, I definitely saw Mono Ice the most.
Yeah.
Chaos also popular. Refia also really popular. And then the other mono, like Mono Water, Mono Earth is probably a little low. Like Mono Wind and Mono Earth had about the same entries.
Gavin swapping over in a minute.
Okay.
You're just cleaning up.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're just getting some cleanup stuff. Potentially, it looks like we might get.
It looks, first page.
Okay, Gavin versus Matt, which is looking like Mono Ice versus Lightning Water. If we can get that transferred over. If we do get that transferred over, just some overall things is Lightning Water, similar to the Fire Water decks of just getting value with the water package, getting a lot of good value with the X-Burst, and then using the other element for removal. And then Mono Ice, as you've already seen a couple of rounds. Matt. So yeah, it looks like we've got them. We're getting them transferred over. Shout outs to Gabe for helping the stream table and getting us all according. So it looks like Gavin is sitting at 5 damage. Matt is sitting at 4. It looks like a Kate Sith was played at some point and has locked down a lot of the field. The unfortunate parts about getting the stream transferred over is obviously we don't know exactly where they're at, what phase they're in, whose turn it is, but I'm sure we'll get it resolved very soon. So it looks like we've got 5 backups for both. Gavin being able to utilize Kefka backup to get a free Dole Freeze every turn, obviously locking down Irvine, one of the more powerful choices. So Mono Ice will obviously be trying to control the board, being able to freeze the entire board, which can probably make a substantial push for game, whereas Matt will just keep trying to make bodies, kill things. It looks like he just activated an Adia effect to mill and remove Gavin's forward.
It looks like Gavin's plan could be just to stall until deck out with
Yeah.
the lightning water. There's a lot of milling yourself, just like Chaos.
Yeah, you can either stall till deck out, or he can try to do something where he dull freezes the board, and if Matt doesn't respond with forwards getting played, he can respond.
Ooh, a Shinryu coming out.
being dropped is really strong. Definitely has the cost reduction threshold, and from just eyeballing Gavin's hand, has the CP to blow up the board. Definitely in his favor to do so. A Brave 9K, really great for pushing. Depending on what the deck size is for Matt, you could argue that you don't want to swing until maybe you get one more forward, and maybe you start counting what's left in Matt's deck, like how many Irvines. It looks like if this Shinryu tidal wave resolves, that Matt is presumably out of Irvines. I see one in the break zone, one in damage, and one on the field. So yeah, just looking at all the options here.
Does Cat 8 have a way to recur Irvine?
I believe so, yeah, because they have Cypher. So
Okay.
if Cypher's still available, they can recur it. I don't know how many Hooded Mans are out. I see one of the Canes got removed, as you always play the one Cane to
Looks like there's
get
a
the
Cypher
value.
in damage. I can't tell if there's one in the break zone though.
Yeah. Unfortunate part of not seeing the early parts of the game is we don't see what else got played. I think there might be. I think I might see a Cypher in there, but I don't want to.
Who really knows? It's a mystery.
Yeah, I don't want to confirm or deny. Looks like we're.
But also looks like there is a lightning in damage, which is unfortunate. So I don't know if he's able to replay that lightning onto
Yeah.
the field.
Because, yeah, if you're able to replay the Lightning after the board wipe, that does put Matt in a really good position just to tap down the Shinryu. But also, I'm pretty sure Kefka, you can do it on both turns, and the way he can pay it, he can leave the Kefka up. So I don't think that Gavin has to worry about that. Looks like we're just going to get some payment. Yeah.
Goodbye,
Taps
Cat
and
8.
ditch. Yeah, there goes the board. Now, Gavin can choose to swing, and it looks like he will. Swinging with Surges first. Any burst. He does get the Odin burst to deny the damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you pop the... Yeah, I don't think you want to be at 6 damage for any reason here. A risky run. I just wouldn't commit anything more and let Matt take his turn. From the looks of it, Matt does not have any cards in hand, or at least I'm not seeing his hand in the
I don't believe so.
play area, so looks like he's top decking. Obviously, he has some lightning
He does
options,
have
yeah.
all 5 backups, so he could come out with something.
I saw one of the draws being the Raijin backup. It looks like this looks like he's paying for lightning right now. Yeah, removing an Odin, removing
Alright.
the Earth Lightning,
The Earth Lightning, okay.
and then gets out that. So obviously he will still get to resolve dulling Shinryu and drawing. The question here is if the damage goes through. I presume that Gavin would choose to dull freeze this unless for some reason that there's another haste attacker that would make him want to dull freeze more. But at this point, all the Irvines have been removed, so I don't see what forward that would be. Yeah, okay. Goes to combat, forces the dull freeze. Pretty expected. And this is still a really good position for Gavin. Matt now has to drop a body in main 2, and even if he does drop a body, he still has Kefka on board to dull freeze, and you're relying on EX burst at that point.
Is Matt out of LPs? I know they came in with Luna Freya on the field, but I'm
Yeah.
not sure if anything else is spent.
I think he
Okay.
should have some limit breaks left. Because even if he does plays like Leo, obviously Kefka on board is at least one dull freeze. I assume that Gavin can draw a second one. So it's mainly more so, I think, on that EX burst damage. Okay, so here we go. Aranea to give a good blocker and then also remove one of the things. I still think you just activate Kefka on Aranea, at least get that one free damage.
It looks like
And then
Gavin has a Karasame and a Jill in hand, so I feel like he has some plays for this turn.
Yeah. Because he could do something along the lines of, well, as weird as it is, you don't want to clear the like it's better to dull freeze them than
Definitely,
to
yeah. You don't want that lightning
break
coming
them.
back.
Yeah. So while Jill is a strong play, I think the better play is actually to just go like Kurasame, freeze the board, and then just get that Well, I would go. See, the unfortunate part is that because of the first strike on Aranea, you don't get that free swing before you Kurasame. But we'll see how he goes. It looks like we're gonna do Jill. Just choosing to dull freeze, and then he might just choose to go into combat, or he could prime. We also don't know what's
Looks
in
like
the break
he's
zone.
priming.
In the way, so choosing to remove it instead of keeping them frozen. I think a logic for this is that you still have to you still force another burst to pop the Shinryu. Kind of expected, but at least you're in a lot better of a board position. So now Matt can still choose to play the lightning if he wants to. However, you do still have to commit more from your break zone. We aren't 100% confident on how many Odins or lightnings are left in the break zone. Plus, Gavin is still able to keep up Kefka to at least hose the lightning. And it looks like, ooh, interesting, okay.
Oh.
Deck out.
Oh, it's deck out? I see.
Oh.
Okay, so what we failed to mention was that Matt only has one card left in deck, so just clearing the board
I had a feeling Mono Ice would do its Mono Ice thing and stall up
didn't
the
really
game.
matter. If the game didn't go to board wipe, presumably you hold the Kefka up to freeze it, and then you just Kurasame whatever they play and kill them.
Yeah, he was in a very comfortable
yeah.
position.
That's interesting. Talking about.
So, so I think the lines of play were pretty there for Mono Ice, and even if the deck,
Gavin knows he was chilling.
if the deck out wasn't there, he was still pretty comfortable on board. Like, again, because you're at 5 damage and you have the Kefka, Matt would need 2 haste forwards that are not the lightning, presuming that Gavin is holding the Kefka for the lightning. So, yeah, really hard for Matt to break through.
Yeah, so
and then,
the long name that you will say.
yeah, I'll say it one more
match.
time for them. Matt'll Gav David for Cards of the Patriots takes it down on the stream team for at least 2-0. I'm not sure how the game between Matt and Joe went, but I'm sure we'll get some sort of confirmation about it. But either way, a victory for the long Metal Gear Solid pun. But after this, we are going to be having our cut to top 8, and our break will be slightly longer as we just need to perform deck checks and get everything going for that. And then after that, we will have top 8 as well.
We'll hope to see you at top 8. Hopefully getting some more exciting rounds. Get some people on stream we haven't seen yet. Yeah, we'll see you guys in a bit.
Alrighty, and welcome back to Top Cut for the 2025 Winter Cup. For our match, we have Team Materia Hunters versus Team Scions of the Seventh Heaven. Our matchup, we have a Jaden on Mono Wind,
And we have Mike on Mono Ice.
Okay, so looks like they're just starting their mulligans. Jaden just getting a teammate's opinion on whether he should keep it or run it, which I think is a valuable resource to use in your team tournament while you can. Always good to communicate with your team members.
You know what your person reminds me of right now?
What?
Like a golf commentator.
A golf commentator? Yeah, no, I mean like, I mean,
Golf
Put me to sleep sometimes.
I know, dude. Sometimes you got the corporate voice. So yeah, things to expect in the match will just be the standard mono ice value splashing Ifrit and Clive through Torgal, and then with mono wind we haven't seen that on stream yet. But if you've ever tuned into any Final Fantasy stream in the past like 2 years, Wind kinda has been doing the same thing since Luso came out, and is just trying to cast as many things
Yep, still
in
doing
a turn.
its thing.
And back in my day, it was all about playing bards, untapping everything. That's all you did.
Bring back Bart's
Back in my
Boko.
day, exactly.
Exactly.
Well,
So,
no, before that,
yeah.
the set one bards.
the
Alright.
board, right. So to start it off, it looks like we've got Chocolat Pass followed by Emina searching up one of the
Silky, I believe.
yeah
Is that another?
yeah.
I'm not searching. Didn't it search Silky? Or am I tripping?
I think it searched Amo.
Ammo, is that its
Yeah.
name? Oh, my bad.
It's all good.
Torgal.
It's been a long day, guys.
And then he chooses and then pitching Ysael to play Torgal. So holding up a third backup in the hand. So historically, Mono Wind and Mono Ice has always been kind of a favored for Mono Wind just because naturally Wind is activating things. Ice's goal is to dull freeze thing, so Wind can naturally play around it. We're starting with Stiltskin to search up Evray. Stiltskin can get any one drop or forward or monster of cost 1. So solid
Every's
Evray.
great against Mono Ice. Like
very
you said,
universal.
it activates.
Yeah. So yeah, as we can see in Jaden's hand, I can see a Asura. Looks like
Oh, it looks like
there's-
LB's accidentally in the
Yeah.
deck.
LB's accidentally in the deck. Yeah, not really any game penalty. You just take it out and put it separately. Doesn't really affect the variance. I've had this happen in a game before. Not really too big of an issue.
Not the end of the world.
Yeah.
We
as
will
long as
recover.
yeah, as long as they're in different sleeves, it's all good. And that's why they stress that you get different sleeves for your main deck and limit break anyway. Passing it over to Mike's turn, assuming that he's gonna drop the Amo
Yep,
that he
there's the
just
ammo.
played, and then he gets the
Ooh.
free backup with the armor. Still
Wow,
the
4
best.
backups.
Yeah, still the
Very
best
clean ramping.
cycle in the game, in my opinion. I can see a Nash in the
Please tell me
hand
why it's your favorite cycle in the game.
because I like playing free mono backups.
Like
I-
a true card gamer.
Exactly. I like mono decks. I like mono fire. I'm biased.
Halo the mono.
Hilo the mono. Terrible. So it looks like we're starting with playing Evray, untapping it immediately, and then just playing a backup with Nash. Just pretty solid to just get your backups going.
It's a gentleman's game right now. They're
Yeah.
just playing their backups.
Just developing backups. Jaden is also incentivized to just take his time, get backups going, so then he can start getting some considerable value for the turn that he's willing to pop off. And Mike, assumingly, is probably just going to also try to develop some backups while eventually maybe putting some sort of threat either to the hand or the board. Board presumably being harder because of the activations. Michael dropping the Edward down to just get some break zone disruption. Always pretty solid, especially with Lulu in the matchup. Looks like we're going to limit break for just a Kuja. So yeah, pretty solid. Not a too big of a commitment to put something on the board to at least start dealing damage. And then
I just look at that card and I never really thought about what it was. I thought like that every card was just a bird or something. I never really looked at it. Until
Yeah,
just
it's
now.
kind of
oh,
a-
it's like some dragon thing.
It's like a snake thing.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what
For
category.
the
it
longest
is.
time, I thought Kuja's job was job gnome.
If
So I've been
only-
calling him a
I
gnome
wish.
this entire
I wish.
time.
I think FF9 would be a lot better if they
How's
were
that line
job
go from
gnomes
House
instead of
Master?
genomes. I do not remember off the top of my head, but I know which one you're talking about. So over to Jaden's turn. We're gonna see what backups he can develop. Starting anything. Obviously, deep hand could potentially. Yeah. So Zana. We'll see what they search. Assumedly, either the Chocobo summon or some sort of backup. He passed through the summon, so it looks like he's.
And you passed Chocobo.
So he might just be looking through his deck, seeing his choices.
Mm-hmm.
Always good just to double check the hand. I see a Chocobo in his hand. So yeah, gets
Yep.
the Chocobo summon. Not a bad pickup at all, just to set up for future turns. And then obviously he will get the free untap with Evray as well. So a 1-drop Izana is nothing to complain about.
Like, I haven't played too many Final Fantasy games. Like, do they ever eat chocobos in this series? Is that ever a thing?
The
Or
one
is-
drop
or is that
looks
just-
kind of tasty.
Yeah, I see, like, especially the 2-drop. Like,
I don't think they do. I feel like chocobos are like the way horses are in our world.
Like, it's like
Like,
just too-
People eat horses sometimes.
yeah, exactly.
And
But
make
it's
lotion out of
like
them.
it's looked down upon, right? They get taken to the glue factory. I remember Animal Farm.
The Amana one looks like chicken now.
Yeah. like, who would eat a chocobo? Come on. Like, gotta try eating once, am I right?
Yeah, it's like Pokemon. Do people eat Pokemons?
Yes. Short answer.
Yeah, right? A lot of fish.
So yeah, he's kind of sculpting the hand now. I believe so he resolved the Chocobo, 1-drop Chocobo summon, and then it looks like he's paying for something, either casting Chocobo summon or trying to pay with Chocobo summon. Yeah, definitely got a big hand, so Jaden's looking to play something down.
All
Dropping the Nordstallen to just continue his backups. I believe pitching the Chocobo summon and the Asura. So,
Looks like they're both getting fully set up, ready to pop off.
yeah. 5 backups for Mike, soon to be 5 for Jaden. Just seems like a pretty standard development. Looking to get I believe the same target Nash, which it could be the only target. Still nothing wrong with just getting the CP and just choosing to pass it over.
Do you guys miss Althea?
Always.
I think I did just because like I was trying to force a mill deck at a certain point in time, and Althea Shantota was pretty strong for just kind of not losing,
Yeah.
which was what you're trying to do in a mill deck. So
I'll be everyone halfway. If I can have Althea back, they can have Doga back.
no, I don't want.
I'm scared of Doga. I wasn't around for Doga,
Yeah, you
but
don't
I
wanna
hear
be
the
around
horror
for that.
stories.
I'm okay with no
Like,
Doga.
I think something was probably the best deck in the series of the game. It felt like maybe it's just, how to put it, nostalgia, I guess, in the worst way possible.
Yeah, triple Tuffy, triple Doga, definitely strong.
Alright, going back to his
Can't forget about
LB,
it.
what's Mike grab?
Yeah, so he cracked the AMO.
Yeah.
For an effect that I'm not 1,000%.
I don't
We got-
100% remember Ammo's
yeah.
ability.
We
I
got
mistaken
Kevin
them for Selkie, so I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah. Looks like they're just trying
Oh,
to.
he's
figure
playing the
something
card
out.
that's on his sleeve.
Oh, it looks
The
like, yeah,
teeth?
no, the Sephiroth. The
Oh.
Sephiroth. No, Mike. It looks like Mike's got something.
Oh,
Yeah.
he took it back?
Yeah. Can you pull up the AMO for us, Kevin?
Yeah, why did he... That ammo. The
It's
ice
up as
one.
23, I believe.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, Opus 23.
okay, put it to the end of the zone. Oh, I see. Okay.
Oh, okay. So no reactions.
So Amo allowing it to make it so that your opponent is either forced to immediately respond to the activation or just not activate anything
And
for your turn.
Makes Victoria pop off.
Yeah, also makes Victoria valid, so being able to pop these on a, and then it looks like there's a, I was like,
Going in with Kuja, yeah.
get the swing in while you can, and then after this passes, hand gets returned from Amo,
Yeah.
and then Jaden proceeds to start their turn.
Looks like damage one is Chocobo Joe, is that his name?
Chocobo Sam.
Chocobo
Yeah,
Sam.
Chocobo Joe
No,
is
wait, no, that's the guy.
Yeah,
I'm so
Chocobo
sorry,
Joe is
Chocobo Joe is the guy.
is the player,
Yeah,
yes.
it's the
Chocobo
player.
Sam is
It just
the,
sounds better.
Well, actually, Chocobo Joe is a Final Fantasy character.
It
It's
just
the,
rolls off the tongue better than Sam's.
Yeah, it's the Chocobo Sam's from the remakes, I believe, and Chocobo Joe is the
Oh,
Sam's a
got
fraud.
Rose on
is
line.
the Chocobo jockey that you race against, if I
Okay,
recall
yeah.
correctly.
He's a fraud, Sam.
Because Chocobo Joe does. Chocobo Sam is a character of all time in the remakes. I was like, not as bad as my girl Korea, dude. I was kind of disappointed to know that she's very annoying. Okay, looks like we got
Citra.
Citra to start. Looks like they're getting clarification. Just
And what does Citra do?
Kevin will be pulling it up.
It does a summon thing.
Yeah, I know that there's.
It's been a while since I watched a mono win game, so I don't remember all the cards in it.
It is Opus 22 Legend. Yeah. There you go. So whenever you cast a field energies,
So remove 5, search for 2 drop. Summon, play it free.
Okay.
yeah. So he can. Yeah. Okay.
So it looks like he did the one drop Chocobo summon? Oh no, he's going
Yeah.
in.
So yeah, you remove 5 cards, and they all have to be the same element to get the value. So now Jaden will get a summon of cost 3 or less that they get to cast without paying the CP
That's
cost.
2 or 3, because he played Rosa this turn, didn't he?
Yeah, he went Rosa, Citra, and it looks like Alexander.
Yeah.
Holding priority.
Yeah, holding priority, probably going to chain another Alexander, because the way that one drop Alexander works is that if both are on the stack, they count as the 4th cast. They'll both count as being the 4th cast, so
Beautiful.
Alexander will get the draw. He's also choosing, I believe, to put a counter on Chocolat and activate either with Evray or just to get the... Because Rosa Trigger is also on the stack, being the 3rd cast.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, Jaden and Mike are just resolving. So we're on cast 4 right now.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a lot of card draw, a lot of untap, and presumably at least 1 counter on Chocolat. As well as 2 Citra 2K reduction triggers, which will presumably be on Victoria, because you don't want to get your stuff frozen by targeting Kuja.
Yeah, of course.
So yeah, it looks like they're...
They're just making
Yeah.
sure the math is mathing.
Yeah, I think they're seeing... Yeah, so they're... So, yeah. Okay, I see. Yeah, so they are doing Chocolat, and then they're resolving
Yeah.
the first Rosa trigger, and then the Alexanders, which will get the 4 cards.
He still has quite a hand just
Yeah.
to keep doing stuff.
So yeah, this is
So
only...
much free real estate.
Because
Yeah.
he gets the Alexander that this is the 5th cast, which is the Alexander that you're able to cast for free if a win forward entered the field this turn, which it did.
Should I tell them the Rosa trigger?
The 5th cast? Oh, is it mandatory?
Okay, bring up the Rosa card real quick to make sure it's mandatory.
By the time I get it, it's
It looks like they're resolving it now. And then so the flip over was Rosa.
The top card of the
Yeah,
deck? Okay,
Jaden flipped it pretty quickly, but
Okay.
I saw that it was Rosa. So it looks like we're trying to resolve a choke. Yeah, they're trying to get make sure all the casts are in order.
Yeah.
And then it looks like Jaden's trying to resolve a Chocobo on the Citra, probably. And then with the Chocobo cast, it's been 4 summon casts with the Citra on the board, so it's able to remove the Victora. And then, yeah, Jaden still just has a bunch of cards to work with. And then 4 backups. Could develop a backup. Could replay the Citra if he needs to. Could play some more forwards to try and get a big board to push for damage.
Oh, and the nasty Zidane comes out.
Zidane is the 6
Ooh,
cost,
for the
getting
Rufus?
Rufus, which is totally fine to just get a free
Yeah.
body that can discard every turn. Seems pretty decent for the pressure. Yeah, a lot of potential
Probably the
options.
best hits
here.
for him specifically.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the other,
It's just universally good.
yeah. It's like maybe Ifrit, but even then that's pretty expensive.
And he
Zidane takes the
One last copy of.
Yeah, the
Amiya.
last copy of Amo. So now all of Michael's plays can get interacted with, at least from the hand portion, and then Jaden just chooses to pass. No need to.
Looks like on end step he is removing a card from Jaden's deck.
Yeah, it gets rid of an
With the
Alexander
Edward backup.
summon with Edward. Jaden choosing not to play the 5th backup. I don't think he really needs to. Also, being able to have one of your 5th backup as potentially another cast on the following turn is probably a lot better than just the needing this development. There's so many cards that Jaden has not used in his deck that he has the options for. Obviously, with Edward out, Lulu's a lot worse, but it's still a great card.
Definitely.
And we do know that Jaden has the Citra in hand for follow-up, so could potentially get another summon. I'm not sure how many of Jaden's summons are out, because I know that they pitched 2 Asura early. At least like 1 or 2 Chocobos out, 2 Alexander are
Chocobos are flying
gone.
everywhere.
I think I saw 1 Dryad go. So here we have Jill, Dulfreezing, Zidane. Understandable. Don't want to give too much of your beaters to Mono Wind.
Don't want to target Rosa either.
Yeah, can't target Rosa. Kind of a weird. If you prime here, it's a little bit of a commitment. I think also there's a lot of ways that Jaden can get the Zidane active anyway, so you might be incentivized to try and pop it. But again, the problem with Mono Wind is just a lot of times if you remove these cards, you allow them to play it again, and it's kind of Mono Wind's whole MO is getting the storm count high. So yeah, Mike definitely in kind of a back end scenario. Gonna see how he chooses to play through the turn. So we got
Shiva. What Shiva are we cooking on?
It's the one. It's
21?
I believe it's the one that's you hit 3 things monsters included, or is it oh no, it's the one.
Do you want to bring up the Shiva song?
Oh, is this the one that's they can recur it by removing 4 things? I think that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was right. So it's by removing 4 ice cards, they get it back to their hand. So it looks like Mike activated it twice, or no, just one. Either once on the. No, okay. The Jill Dulfro's down to Zidane, activating the Shiva once on the Rosa, getting it back to their hand, and then I think that was it for them. Oh no, dropping another free backup to get back up to 5 after the Waymo gets cracked. So looks like Mike passed priority to Jaden, and Jaden's debating if they want to do an action in the end of main 2.
Did you talk for Chocolate yet?
I think so. I believe that's a 2. on
Okay,
the
I thought it
day.
was 2, yeah.
And then paying 3. Oh, okay, so we're back on Jaden's turn. Just gonna drop the Citra again. Has the 5 in the break zone. what the summon is gonna be, I'm not sure. 1-drop Tokubo is always safe. Yeah, Osirep, he still has it's not bad at all. I mean, you can get the third Alexander and just cast some other stuff in front of it because you don't have to. I know you have to cast it after you resolve the effect. Okay, so Alexander probably not the one of choice. Maybe Dryad. Well, we got so five getting removed. Citra's going searching. And then we can see if Jaden's gonna try. Yeah, the Dryad. I believe that the Dryad just needs the wind character count, not backups count, so he can.
2 for each.
Yeah. So he can definitely shoot the Jill and then just start getting damage in. I think there's an argument for trying to
Awesome.
look for Asura if you had one to activate the 2 forwards as well.
Yeah.
Shoot.
And then Zidane can come back swinging.
Yeah, so Dryad
Power.
looks like it's being resolved. Yeah. And then so yeah, casting Dryad without paying the extra cost, still just to get the removal. Mike just looking through the RFG to see what's been removed. Okay, and he has the Osir in hand now to just activate what were the frozen forwards. So now Jaden getting a little extra damage in, plus another Zidane rip. Looks like Jaden is ticking up to 3, and then Asura was the third cast, so all the backups get activated. Asura choosing to activate 2 forwards. It looks like they're trying to resolve Nash, which pops a backup, and then going to combat.
Not the other Rufus.
Zidane getting a second Rufus is definitely grimy.
Yeah. Oof.
Let's make it 3.
Oh, and then the Ifrit and damage.
And then the
Ouch.
Ifrit, yeah, the Ifrit damage is a big one. But also because Jaden just used the ability to pop Torgal. Seeing Ifrit and damage actually isn't the worst thing for
Yeah.
Michael, since it's
better
actually
than
a
in
dead.
hand, I
Yeah, it's better to be a
suppose.
dead
Yeah.
card now. So we'll see what Mike is gonna go through this turn. So 2 Ifrits gone already. 2 Rufuses yoinked by Zidane. 2 Jills, 1 in damage, 1 in the break zone. So a lot of the threats at Michael's disposal have been dealt with. There's still Shantoto in the list, so he's able to recur a lot of his plays. So not everything is said and done. It looks like we're paying 7 or at least like he was looking like he was trying to pay 7 for something. It could be the one of the Kurasame to stun the board, because that at least stops Jaden's plays for a turn, because I don't think Jaden might be able to storm off as crazy. So it looks like 7. Ooh, okay, so 7
Ifrit.
for the Ifrit.
Wait, did he pay 5 for that?
He
gotcha.
paid
I said
7
the
and he
5,
pitched a Clive. It looks like he's targeting.
looks like he's targeting
Oh wait,
Citra.
you in Chocolate's only on your turn. If
Oh, yeah,
that-
go.
yeah,
The draw's only in your turn. But
Yeah.
But you can put counters on it.
yeah. I know
the
he
thing.
just removed 2 and 2.
Oh.
So
That's
yeah,
his turn. It's Wallace's go.
yeah. So I would,
Somebody.
You want to pop in because the
I'll do it.
Yeah, it's all good. Real quick, while we still get the turns, because the problem is Jaden kind of shuffled.
you
Okay.
draw.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
he
you can't draw
had
on
3
the-
counters,
on the-
and then yeah. So we'll see if
Mega's
that
gonna
gets
grab him.
resolved. So I think that'll be getting figured out. But
You just let him know.
What's up?
You let him know.
Yeah.
Sure.
so we'll see if that's how they're gonna move forward with that. Because the damage did get dealt, so it seems a little.
A little late. But
Yeah.
Stuff's happening so fast with both these
Yeah.
decks.
Definitely, yeah.
In the guy's defense,
Yeah, they got
I was
it.
playing.
I was about to say, I was like, yeah, not.
I was in like a
Yeah,
courtesy here,
exactly.
Yeah, so no, it's definitely
No one
the.
caught it. I had reread the card one
Yeah.
time. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
No, yeah,
Wrong
it's
so
definitely not the
time.
first time I've seen this happen. The unfortunate part is Jaden like immediately shuffled her hand after, so I can't even. I couldn't
Yeah, I
like.
didn't even know what.
Yeah, I
card
couldn't
to
tell
go.
which card he drew. And then he also, so he took a second point of damage there, so that should actually be the second card on top of his deck. I don't know how they're gonna choose to resolve that. We'll just let the
Yeah.
Roll the
judges
dice.
figure that
Because
because
those cards gonna go back on the top.
so I believe what
how they do it
happens is like
Just pick one at random. And
the
put it
a
on
card will
something.
get spun at random because we are unable to glean which card was drawn and which was in their hand. So yeah, because the interesting part is what
Wonder if
cards
chat
in
caught any of that.
damage. Yeah.
Oh, they caught the chocolate
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, so we'll see if the because that was the card that is the second on
So
top.
the random card's gonna go to damage too.
Yeah, that seems.
sense.
So we'll see how they resolve it. But yeah, always good to know when you can't do your abilities for sure. Because Chocolat just seems like such a strong card, and it still is a great card. But yeah, not as powerful as many people would like it to be, unfortunately. So it looks like the
It's
judge
a
is
1.
delineating that this card is going to be put like so, and then the top card will get damaged.
Shuffle and cut.
Yeah, shuffled and cut. So new damage, which you could argue like new experts could come up, but because it's mono wind, I think it's unfortunately just like
Draw one.
yeah, kind of a little
Yeah.
a semantical. Unfortunately, you got to resolve it how you got to resolve it. So we'll let the judge make that decision. As of right now,
Did it
let's
sleep
see.
break?
Yeah, I was like,
Oh.
He broke his sleeve.
I was like, oh, okay.
The judge broke his sleeve.
No,
Uh-oh.
it's all good. I break sleeves all the time, but yeah, so
Yes, you do.
it's all good. Right now we're just kind of getting into the resolution cleanups phase of this step. So as of right now, we're trying to resolve that Ifrit is dealing a point of damage. We did allow that to happen by Ifrit swinging in, or Ifrit entering, popping the Citra, and is attempting to swing. And now here, presumably it'll be whatever is the damage, and then Ifrit trigger will then be on the stack subsequently to probably pop the Zidane.
Read the very first translation of Ifrit.
Yes, I do. I remember when it was like, when it enters the field or something, burn one, and then
Just
instead
deal
of
damage.
when it deals damage, not you. Yeah, oh man, I was too excited.
Looks like
He
Citra
was
is
so
damage
gassed.
2
We
now.
both were.
So yeah, Citra's damage 2. Ifrit trigger resolves popping Zidane. And then it looks like still in combat. We'll see if Mike has any follow-up or is just going to pass the turnover. I do see a Sephiroth in hand on Mike's side.
Did you see what the other card was?
I did not. It looked like a
Shiva?
Shiva. Oh yeah, it would be the... Oh no, because he pitched the...
Oh, did
He pitched
he
the
pitch
Shiva.
that Shiva? Oh yeah, it looks like that Shiva is in his break zone. The one that
Yeah,
bounced
so he pitched
back.
he pitched the Shiva, so I believe it's Sephiroth and a mystery card.
Okay.
And then it looks like we're finally passing
We
the
got
turn.
Athena in his hand, and I can't tell what the other cards are.
Lady Begamine or whatever.
Yeah.
Um,
Odin
I believe that's the 2-drop free backup. And
and
then
Atomos. We love
Atmos.
Atomos.
Atomos and free backup.
Yeah, and Athena. And so yeah, right now I think a solid option is just Rufus to freeze the Ifrit.
Yeah.
Potentially now he could try to activate the Chocolat. We could see another maybe Storm push as he could develop the free backup plus Atmos. Lady Belgiumine
Yep. Atomos.
is probably a little late, and also with only having one forward on Mike's board, not the craziest thing. So yeah, free backup comes in, triggering Atmos. It looks like with this, he's now choosing to activate
that
Chocolat
card.
to draw the card.
Yeah.
in which it looks like he is choosing to activate the two. So the two he chooses to activate are Chocolat and Stiltskin, and now, presumably on whatever he chooses for his third cast, they will subsequently get another Chocolat activation.
Oh, Rufus is coming in.
Okay, so yeah, Rufus coming in for the third cast. Rosa. So yeah, Rosa and Rufus trigger on the stack. I assume that there also potentially could be. Well, there could. Okay, I don't assume, but there potentially could be an Evray activation to try and get more Chocolat shenanigans. I think, yeah, so it looks like he's
The
delineating
freeze and
to
the Ifrit.
freeze the Ifrit. Backups get activated. No Evray activation yet. So Evray's still online. 4 backups. Looking into the limit break deck for potential options. So yeah, going into combat, getting in some swings with Rosa.
Stola's damage 4.
Yeah. Jaden still being able to put the pressure on Mike, even with the slight slowing down with the just processing the Chocolat plus the Ifrit, getting the 2-for-1 here. So looks like we're getting.
Okay. It looks like the stream has about 7 minutes left just because of that judge call.
Yeah, so a little bit of a time extension with the as normal it is with resolving judge calls. So right now it looks like we're just getting an end of main 2 Edward activation to remove the Asura again. It looks like Jaden probably doesn't have that many summons left in his break zone, if any, with all the Citra resolving and Edward effects. So here, let's see what Mike chooses to do to try and handle this board. Because also the problem is, if he tries to clear this Rufus, you know that Jaden has the second one.
Which is so rude.
Yeah, and and also if you try to swing in, Jaden can also just take the damage to go up to 3 damage, and then get Atmos online.
Mm-hmm.
Rudy
Exactly.
Tell Gavin that it's 3 damage.
I'll take the damage.
And then, so yeah, looks like we're getting in Sephiroth plus the free Shiva summon. So it looks like we're getting the Dull Freeze on Shiva. Sephiroth got nothing yet. And then
Cyrodiil's
dropping
out, but it might be a
Citadel.
little late for Sid.
I feel like it's just a body at this point.
Yeah, just get a body. So he's locked down both with the Shiva Sephiroth play. I feel like all the Asuras have definitely been gone, with 2 getting pitched plus the one that Jaden activated. So activating his board may not be in the realm of possibilities. Another issue is because Rufus is frozen, Jaden can't freeze Ifrit, and now has to deal with Ifrit coming in combat in the follow-up turn. As well as a lot of the cards that Jaden still has left are a lot of the ETB kind of cards like Zidane, Luso, Lulu. So we'll see what Jaden can pull out. It looks like he does have an Asura in hand, however.
And he's definitely having the card managed because it looks like Mike is top decking the next turn.
So if he's Jaden definitely just looking how to sequence his turn. Obviously with mono win, you want to get the most value possible. At least 3 casts here to at least get some value. If I believe I was correct that Asura's in the hand, I believe I see Luso as well.
The chat's asking, why is Rosa frozen?
I believe Rosa got frozen from the Sephiroth, because it was Sephiroth Shiva.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that came in. That's how it came in. Because I believe he chose not to, or he chose Sephiroth with Sephiroth to Rufus, the summon to Rosa, so then they could lock both. And so here we got. What was the first cast? Or is this the first cast? Just I believe he was just getting the Astra to
Yeah, the
restand, and I believe he was cashing in the Chocolate as well. Oh, it doesn't freeze? It just dulls?
And then he feeded the Sephiroth, so everyone's confused.
Huh, why they're both down?
Yeah, how Rosa
Everyone's
got
confused
dulled.
why Rosa's froze, but I mean Rosa's back, so.
He activated Rosa, so who knows
Yeah,
what's going on.
I'm not
Is there an
1,000.
Asura play somewhere?
Yeah, he
Well,
just
there's an
did
Astra
Astra
play
to
now,
activate Rufus
but-
and Rosa right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because no, it's just the discard. That's interesting. Yeah, always interesting. Unfortunately, we don't have direct access to the players' headsets, so we're not got do a little bit of reading the smoke signals to try and see what each of them is thinking. And obviously, it is a responsibility on both the players and the judges to know what their cards they're due. Yeah. So right now, we're just getting some effects resolving. Looks like trying to do the Oscar, but then I got taken down.
Got Surges coming
Yeah,
in.
Surges to freeze the Rufus. Oh, it doesn't. Well, yeah. Well, oh, never mind.
It was dulled.
Yeah. No, it's dulled. And I'm thinking that Sid Randall is not. It's only on. It's not.
Sid Randall's on Mike's side, so
Yeah,
it's okay.
Yeah, I was like, it's gonna lie, but okay. So yeah, just Surges to freeze Rufus and just passing. Mike kind of now establishing a board. However,
Is he still top decking though, it looks like?
yeah, he's still top decking
Yeah.
for sure. The power levels are not high. However, Mono Wind not really known for hitting high numbers in combat.
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure like a 7K or 8K, and as soon as this,
I know, but he
Yeah.
pitched it. She's just sitting there
yeah, I was
looking at
like the Belgiumine. There's plays, but I think the issue with keeping the Belgiumine is we've seen so many Oscar plays, Chocobo plays, Dryads gone cycled out. Like there's just been so many summons that have gotten played that I think that Jaden has spent most of the summons, and also that most of the summons have been RFG'd through Citra and Edward. So
Do you think he's trying to go for deck out from Mike's end?
Mike could be going for deck out. Obviously, Ifrit still is a good threat if it's attacking or not. Because if he's attacking, you either are taking a damage and let something die,
or it's
a
forcing resources.
yeah, or it's a 10k blocker.
Yeah.
So it seems okay. And again, yeah, Jaden's definitely drawn way more than Mike.
Oh, yeah,
Even with the damage difference, like three cards isn't.
And 3 cards from Mike today.
Yeah, 3 cards from Mike is not to take if you want to take into account like every. I mean, just that Alexander turn alone. We're so, yeah. So Mike now has the unique perspective, being able to stall out. We're getting some swings and some trades. Rosa swung and Surges traded with it. We're getting some Chocolat activations. Definitely tempting fate because obviously you want to see more cards to push for game. You only need 2 damage. However, you're pushing yourself closer to death.
He's dancing with Diablo, as they say.
Yeah. So, and also I think the problem is finding a way to deal with the. I think that's like the Mog Loft one or something, or some Mog one that searches a category.
Mog FFBE.
Yeah.
Is that a new one?
I think it just searches FFB and then it's gonna get Fina, which again, just as we can look at Jaden shuffling their deck, it's
Like 6 cards.
yeah, it's getting pretty slim.
It's a
and
small
then
little deck at this point.
so yeah, every search, every draw is just slowly ticking towards deck out, and with Sid Randall really just holding the line, and as long as he can, as Mike can try and get a way to keep the Rufus frozen, and then yeah, Jaden doesn't have too many options. Potentially, Jaden could just start hard casting the Fina to get another body. Because Mike traded, he could get another Surges just to lock the Rufus, and that's another turn. Yeah, if I'm Mike here, I'm definitely starting to count Jaden's deck and to start planning accordingly. It looks like Sid Randall plus
I think
Shantoto.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
it looks like in his hand.
So, yeah,
Yep,
Shantoto.
Shintoto.
So he allows it to resolve, presuming that you want to counter whatever they get back. Chooses to get back Jill. And now here he can play the Jill to attempt to freeze the attempting to freeze the Rufus. He now chooses to negate it. I think that I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, because if you were, I think you just counter the Shantoto, which then keeps one less body on the field. The experts from Jaden, another deck search. So as we can look now, it's looking like 8 or 9. So yeah, Jaden definitely down a few cards. So yeah, just another body for Mike. So, yeah, just looking through the deck, there just doesn't seem like there's too many options for Jaden to try and close this game out.
That was a little test for Earth, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, because it looked like he had an Earth LB.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So it looks like we're getting...
Did he play the Fina?
No, he canceled the Jill.
Cancel the Jill with the Fina? Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
She's like a Suedo summon.
Yeah, they moved that.
What?
They moved the they moved the break zone and the RG around, I think. But yeah, no,
Gotcha.
I think Mike's definitely in a really comfortable position, either way, through damage or from just mill out. From eyeballing Jaden's deck search, I don't think he has too many outs, especially with Sid Randall on the field.
Sid Randall MVP.
Yeah,
Yes.
Sid Randall showing again, if you were here tuned into our round 2 match. Sid Randall, definitely a great card in this meta.
He stays being a menace.
Yeah. If you don't respect him, he will die, yeah.
He is the judge master for a reason.
No, the 3 of us can't.
So it looks like they're just... Yeah, he can, but they're just asking. It's all good. So we're going to get... What are they? Looks like they're just trying to resolve something.
Do you know what they're trying to resolve?
What?
Do you know what they're trying to resolve? Okay.
So, yeah.
But you not hear what you're saying then?
Well, no. Kevin can. We're just seeing if there's anything.
Well, they asked. I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm nosy.
Need to. God, no.
It's all good. I think, we're just progressing through Jaden's turn. Yeah, so we're starting with
Lulu, but
Sid
Lulu
for no value, so just to develop a body.
Yeah, the judge was just talking. I couldn't hear what I was
Okay.
saying.
And then Luso, the unfortunate part, all the
Sid said no.
all the cards he did not get to capitalize on earlier. Obviously, Mike definitely playing it really well by not having too many bodies on the board makes Lady Belgiumine and Luso not as valuable. And is now able to control it down. However,
So he doesn't get the haste because of auto.
yeah, he doesn't get the haste because of the auto. However, he does have potential. The problem is, I don't even think that's that bad for Jaden to swing with Rufus. If Mike chooses to block, he can then play the Rufus again.
Oh.
It looks like Jaden is going to concede off of.
Yeah, I think the game is over.
Yeah, I was like, the
Yeah,
game
it's
is.
The way they're moving, yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Were they on turns?
No,
Okay.
not
Or did he
quite
just
yet.
concede?
I think
Okay.
he just conceded.
Yeah.
I think he's about to take out.
No, I think I was like,
He
think
probably
he
has
wasn't
like 4
decking. I was like, he
cards.
wasn't decking out immediately from what me and Nigel saw. He had like 8 or so cards, but he was gonna deck out. Was the
So he just conceded.
yeah
Yeah.
definitely.
So I
yeah.
believe Mike has won this round, but we're gonna double check.
Yeah, we're just gonna get some confirmation. Yeah, again, not being able to get a direct commentary with the stream table is a little rough, but we're definitely making it work. So yeah, it looks like we're just getting stuff resolved from the.
Sid Randall
Yeah.
looks so smug.
He is.
He
He is
is
so
feeling
smug
himself
that you
today,
don't get
for
any of your
sure.
auto abilities. And yeah, no, I definitely know. Like the first, I think it was. I was playing some Vikings deck, and I played against a Sid Randall for the first time, and just any deck with 90% autos or something like that, you're just gonna get folded immediately.
I feel like everybody
As we're
remembers the first time they met Sid Randall.
Yeah, definitely a card that once you see it, you'll never forget. So let's see how the we're just gonna be getting some updates shortly on how the rest of this match is going. If we can squeeze anyone else. I know
Probably
that
not.
probably
It's-
not
they're probably
because
the
we're
last ones.
they were probably the last one considering they got the extension.
I do. This was the
Okay, I guess they're figuring out some logistical thing. So, what was it? In commentary spirit, I guess, what has been your... I guess you already said already. Your favorite deck was the Odin Barnabas one that was shown?
Yeah,
or-
it was definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah. I was like, I think that was another one. I think
It-
I wanted the
it was
Warrior
my
of...
team.
I wanted the Warrior of Crystals to do well, but unfortunately... definitely bricked out against Sid Randell on stream.
Alright, so it looks like Materia Hunter has won just because apparently one of the other teams had a game 1 loss due to a deck check error.
Okay. So,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So they were just kind of playing to entertain you
Yeah.
guys.
A little unfortunate, but yeah, that's
Yeah.
the way. You got to pass the deck check first. I've definitely gotten game losses / DQs for failing deck checks. So definitely not. Yeah.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, I was like, I've definitely had that happen before. Unfortunate part of life, but yeah, always good to double and triple check your deck list. So we've got Team Materia Hunters moving on to the next round.
Yep. So they will be part of top 4.
Yeah, so we've got Mono Earth, Mono Wind, and a Knights deck.
Very solid
Yeah.
choices.
So yeah, we will get back to you guys shortly with our... Okay, and we are back with top 4 of the...
West Coast Winter Cup.
Yes.
What up, gamers?
Kinda
We
have
are
a pizzazz,
tired and
you know.
delirious.
Speak for
Okay.
yourself.
Alright, so for a quick rundown, we are getting a run back of our round 4 opponents. However, we're choosing the pair that didn't get stream coverage. So this is Matt on Mono Water and
Joe on
Yeah.
Mono Ice.
yeah, Joe is on Mono Ice.
It looks like it's
with
the
just Mono Ice with no
Jill Shiva package, but I don't see
yeah,
Ifrit and
no
Clive.
no Ifrit or Clive for this build.
We got Yagrosh coming in for Mono Water.
Is that Yak?
Probably the best opener that Matt could
We
have
love Yagrosh up in
in
here.
this Mono Ice matchup. Every single Dole Freeze now must choose Yagrosh, even if it's already frozen. So now all of Joe's single target disruption is really annoying. It looks like Joe is going to just slam it down with our favorite,
They're kinda just-
our card of the day, been Sin Rando,
They're just looking at each
followed
other,
by
holding the middle finger.
Unaleska as well. So early development, just choosing to ignore the Dole Freeze aspects of just going for some hand control. I assume that it's going to be passing after that. Matt pitching a Leviathan could be relevant if Joe sees an Edward if he plays them. I don't think he does. Yeah, Joe does not. So Matt's break zone pretty safe for this one, so he can just fuel up for his Lena. Not really care. Looks like he's about to drop a Thornton, pitching a Echidna and Sahagin Chief.
Doesn't look like there are any summons in Matt's deck, so I'm curious to see how he's gonna get past Sid Randell. A little Leela, but it's a little slow, and she could get frozen in some way. I can't protect her.
Yeah, little Leela. Which of the Fens can
Oh,
deal
yeah,
with it?
which of the
Well, you don't
Fens?
get the draw. Lena, no. Lena can't do it because I was
Wait,
like,
which of the Fens were the monsters in here?
the monsters are down there. No, there are summons.
Wait. Oh, there they are.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
There is
it's
summons.
It's
yeah.
in the LB area.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Sorry,
just-
I was very confused.
Yeah,
for a
Cat
second.
can't read the deck list. So it's no. So there
Look
are
at
some.
the
So
other deck
yeah,
list.
there are
I
there are
swear, I
Kuchulain
swear.
and both the Leviathans that you're familiar
Okay.
with.
Yeah, we know. Okay.
So yeah.
I was very confused. Like,
So yeah, there's still ways to deal with it. Bouncing Sid Randell is not the best play, so probably just some like Witch of the Fens play.
Yeah, which of the
Probably
Fens is
seems like the
Blaine?
safest. Looks like Joe is just going to drop a G deleter. I like that name a lot.
G deleter?
Yeah, I like the name.
What is he deleting?
His G, dude. Actually, we're not
All
gonna.
the
All right, we're
G's
not going into.
gone.
Yeah, dude, his G is gone. You gotta interpret that for yourself. A spot with the G's at, maybe. It looks like it's just swinging in, getting the Leviathan, Kuchulain draw. I think I see another Echidna in hand. Yeah, so let's see how Matt decides to take this. Matt can also probably just choose and develop backups, choose not really to address the Sid Randell until he feels comfortable to. Not too much pressure. Just deciding what to pitch for the Sarah. And then Sarah gets...
A princess or a queen? Is
Yeah,
Meryl
there's-
the target?
It's
I don't
just
remember.
Gordon, just
Just
the
Gordon.
classic.
And Ash is a princess, I believe?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Hilda's also Hilda's not a choice, but I don't remember.
Gordon, it is.
Yeah, so just
the
Gordon.
queen backup line.
See if he's gonna play it immediately. If they have a free backup to drop, if any yeah. So we do okay. So Gordon gets pitched. We're gonna first resolve the first effect, just the draw discard, and see if he wants to pay a water to just filter a card essentially. Might be an okay option if you're just trying to get an Alchemist quickly. I don't think you're in a rush. You can probably just wait a turn, drop a Waka. Looks like he's pitching the Echidna, and he just chooses to pass the turn.
Interesting. Echidna is an out for Sid Randell.
Yeah. I think the line of thinking here is that he's going to use the Cooch Lane in his hand to develop when he needs to.
I can see that.
So it looks like we got Nero to search for
Weiss searching
Weiss.
for Nero.
Yeah.
We know the combo. You guys know the combo.
I don't.
We're here. Get it together, Nigel.
So yeah, gets the Weiss to the hand. So for another discard, we could potentially see a 2-hand rip if Joe wants to go the way of on the following turn, dumping his hand for Weiss plus Unalesca activation. Could be a play, just to kind of get rid of the options. So it looks like we're looking at Lena, Tros, and I believe Cooch Lane in hand. So trying to see how Matt can capitalize on what he has in his hand and develop stuff. Walk up for the X-Burst.
Let's go.
We've got... I was like,
Take that back.
yeah, free backup's probably the safest play. Eyeing the Leviathan and a monster. Yeah,
Yeah,
choosing
we
the
got
free backup.
the bunny boy.
Looks like he's hesitating a little, but with what's in the hand, I think that the backup's the safest play.
Is Nero a spider?
I don't think
He
so.
looks like a spider.
He's weird. I know he's relevant
We
and
got Torgal on
stuff.
the field.
Yeah, the dog is entered. So now the priming
Has
is
begun.
well, I think it's just for the Jill reduction, right? Or is it?
There's only Jill and Shiva in this deck. I do not see Clive in this list.
Yeah, there's just one Torgal, so it might just be
It's
for.
just because he's cute.
Yeah. Also, I do think it is actually for the. I think one card just to bluff it is fine because a lot of people will see the Torgal and choose to respect the Clive Ifrit because it's only 6 cards. That after a certain point, you can kind of just say that maybe they didn't see it, and they can maybe play around it. So I don't think it's the worst thing ever, especially if the standard build does play Clive and Ifrit.
Gavin. Damage.
So, yeah, 2-0. So now to Matt's turn. We've got the free backup played, obviously. I'm seeing Piranha in hand. Probably just play some things to develop. Because you have Tros in hand, you don't mind going to 3 damage. You're at 5 backups. Just drop some things maybe to get set up for a future, like, Witch of the Fens play. Try and set that up to try and clear your opponent's Sid Randell.
Going in with the Tross.
Yeah. So he has the Witch of the Fens in hand, so he can choose to maybe start developing it earlier. He could also do a play where if he gets put to 3 damage, Tros just bounces Sid Randell and then does his turn, and then he still gets the draw for Witch of the Fens, and then if Joe chooses to commit it again, he can pop it. So, yeah, both just playing a gentleman's game.
Except
We
for
could
Sid.
potentially see some discard coming in on
Yeah.
Joe's side. Tapping 3. Seven. Kurasame coming down for 4. Some easy choices are just Tros and the board. Looks like he's actually just choosing to rip Matt's entire hand, which is also great. Because even if Matt chooses to Cooch Lane in response, he's still, whatever he's drawing is getting ripped, and the blanking Sid Randell is not too relevant. So, yeah, definitely a really strong turn for Joe. Just big tempo swing with just having 2 beaters. Now, Tros is turned on, but the swing will immediately get eaten up by Kurasame, so not the best thing. Looks like there's an Ash trigger 2. So yeah, Ash Trigger was on the
Slow
X
dance
burst
finally
to get rid of the
The Judge Master was
Yeah.
judged.
so yeah gets rid of it. What was the I can tell the top deck. Realm just choosing to tap out.
And then he's searching for his 1-cost monster and his 2-cost monster.
Yeah, I assume it's just Blue Worm Abkalu or some
Draw
sort
land
of
cards.
some sort of draw 2.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what the
Imagine the value.
yeah I can't see what the last card in
He's
the
got
hand
Marbleau.
is.
Oh, in this hand, I'm not sure.
It is the one of Marbleau. Okay, so he's choosing to actually get a Tomos
It could work
And-
against Mono Ice.
and Piranha. So
There we go.
getting a draw on some sort of untap. I don't think he's getting the untap this turn, unless he wants to like go aggressive with Luna Freya, because the Leo is in the Chaos
Yeah,
deck.
he is a damage thief,
all
so
the
Trust
against
and Atomos is online.
Yeah.
And so is Piranha.
So now all of these monsters are online to try and get some clearing. Tro still can't bounce anything. Piranha's still just a body. Yeah, which still draws. I think just Matt's just looking for some. At this point, I would assume that Matt is either at 13 cards or more, or is getting close to it.
Definitely getting close, especially with
Yeah.
having to discard his whole hand last turn.
Yeah. So
It could be in his benefit.
yeah.
in
So
2
and I
turns.
do know that he has the he has a 9-drop levy in the drop from in the very beginning of the game that he discarded. So a top deck Lena isn't too bad. However, Matt only plays 2 as the standard is now, and I think he pitched one. Yeah, he pitched one off the Kurasame Rip.
Was
'Cause it was,
did he discard one or just a Witch of the
Or is it
Fens?
it might have been just the Witch of the Fens. Because I was remember thinking of a 3-drop. Yeah, because it was the Witch of the Fens, a Kuchelane, and then 2 more cards.
And I think there are monsters, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there was a monster too.
Yeah, I think Marbleau was in Minnesota.
Yeah. So here we're looking at what Joe is deciding to do. At 4 backups, you don't get the full payoff of stuff like Kate said yet. So still has that Weiss in hand, so could choose to just get the free Weiss play, rip the last card out of hand, and then stun one of the monsters, whichever you think is you don't want to play against, unless you think the one backup is worth the value freeze, but I don't think it is in the math, the way the math is working. So yeah, Weiss comes down, Nero trigger to discard the last card in Matt's hand, and then getting a Dull Freeze trigger as well.
They're Dull Freezing Yagrosh, though.
That is true, yes. So regardless of what Joe would want to choose, it has to be Yagrosh. Regardless, unless it says forward. But because Weiss does say character, it has to be Yagrosh. Make sure they clarify that it's
Yep.
the judge.
There we go. Jared is on it.
Yeah, so it has to be Yagrosh. And so the turn 1 play coming in clutch here. So now like said before, all of Joe's single target character removal, which as Mono Ice has been power crept over the opuses, is now just always on characters besides forwards. So we'll see how Matt navigates this next turn. So lots of forwards or monsters at his disposal, but not too many ways to break through. Can't really tell what the cards are from the draw.
I think I see a Sarah.
Yeah, I was like, I believe one of them was a backup. At this point, I could potentially see like a Luna Freya to start looking for a proactive play, because Joe is also in a like kind of a top deck scenario. And here we go. Yeah, Luna Freya coming out, getting rid of a Tidus and what else? Probably The Luso? Yeah, it's a Luso.
A Luso? Okay.
Yeah.
It's
So,
hard to make out what that is. Looks fuzzy.
so yeah. Ooh, 6-drop Levy
Oh.
is not a bad choice.
Yeah, Levy's nice.
The problem is your choices are kind of bad because
Draw from tropes.
you do draw from Tros. You presumably
I think you could bounce the Weiss without.
yeah, you bounce
too
the
much.
Weiss. They still make the commitment, which is still fine. You're forced to discard, and then the Dolphreeze is still on Yagorosh, but it denies the damage, and I think you're still filtering cards.
Yeah, and I think he'd be able to grab his Lena back. To
I
be able
think
to play
I do
later
think the
on.
problem though is that because the hand's so low, even if you have the one, they could also just do the
Multiple
Weiss
discards,
Nero
yeah.
and then also Unaleska and then rip the second card.
Yeah.
So yeah, Matt's in a weird spot where he wants to see the cards he needs while also
Interesting. He levied
Yeah.
and then levied back the 9 levy.
yeah choosing it to the 9-drop levy, but because it's still in his hand, with a 3-card hand, it makes it so that Matt can probably keep the card he wants to keep. I believe that's Gao. Yeah. I don't think.
Did he? I don't think he drew off the bounce though. With
Because
the
he had one
Tross
card in
Tutor.
hand, and I would ask. But,
Yeah, I would go ask.
Yeah. Oh, damage, but that's on his opponent's.
It's G Delita.
What's he delete?
The G.
That sounds suspicious.
It
Yeah,
does.
the G deleter. But yeah, so it looks like they're getting the Tros trigger resolved because it's just on Matt's side of the deck. Just gonna draw the card and continue being in combat. So now Piranha's coming through, hitting Scale Totem the damage. Presumably, Matt will probably just choosing to activate his monster. Ooh, nice.
Ooh, the S ability.
Kurosame S ability to shoot the Atmos.
Bounce that one.
After, let's see how they're choosing to resolve it. Because I think the way it works is that
Animate shoot.
you animate and then before attack declaration you pop it.
Yeah, so it'd be on the animation stack, not the attack stack.
Yeah. We'll see.
I think the damage.
Judges.
Looks like they're trying to resolve.
Looks like they're trying to figure out the Kurosame stack right now.
Yeah, so.
He was asking about time.
Okay, so yeah. Kurosame has ability to shoot the Atmos to deny the activations, but still getting a swing in with Tros to hit the Shiryu.
Is Tros a mandatory card?
It has to be.
But it has to be
It's
under, yeah.
mandatory, but it's
Yeah.
4 or less. So there is no legal target. So Joe is also choosing. Gavin as well is doing the same thing of choosing to play Shinryu instead of the Clive Ifrit as your removal choice. So with the Kurosame gone, a Weiss in hands. The nice part about the monsters is that they're not forwards. And even then, Weiss still being forced to choose Yagorosh, really limiting Joe's options. Looks like
He's
Weiss is
back.
still coming down. Even if you're forced to choose the Yagorosh, the discard is still what you want anyway. Getting rid of
Where's
Whopper.
Shorts?
Which one?
Shorts?
Weiss and Shorts? Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Weiss's shorts.
Yeah.
Yeah, white and black. But yeah, so getting the discard, it looks like he's deciding if he wants to Unaleska maybe, potentially another play from his hand, a limit break play. Yeah, swinging Kurosame just to get a damage, but to put him to 5 isn't bad. But also, you could potentially down the crackback. So it looks like we're doing
A Shiva
the
summon.
free Shiva. to hit the Luna Freya and draw a card.
Is it a character or a forward? Because if it's a character, it has to be aggro.
I think it's forward, actually.
I think it's forward.
It is a forward? Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to double check that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
forward.
forward.
Okay.
So yeah, that one being able to actually not choose the aggro rush to get a lockdown. However, because with 2 Kurisames spent, 1 in Shiryu and damage, the odds of clearing the board are looking a little slim, and also because Shinryu
doesn't work.
Yeah,
For
Shinryu.
monsters.
Yeah, Shinryu doesn't pop monsters, and also because the monsters aren't forwards on Joe's turn, Shiryu does not get the cost reduction. Yeah.
Shinryu.
Oh, Shinryu. My bad. Which one's Shiryu?
Just teasing.
Yeah.
Okay, I was
You're
like,
just tired. You're forgetting
it's
your
all
ends.
good. Yeah. So, Joe just taking a look through the break zone now. Just trying to figure out ways that he can push damage without dying on the crackback, because if he swings with Kurosame, Weiss can just be bounced by Tros on the crackback and just take a bunch of damage.
Yeah. And without the Edward backup, he's kind of has to count his
also,
break zone.
Presumably, depending on what Joe does in this turn and what the draws are, 11-9 could be coming the way, or
Exactly.
Limit Break Titus to just kind of wrap this game up to get some damage in.
Master just
because
needs to make sure to make his monsters forwards before Titus comes in.
Yeah, you just got to make your monsters forwards before it comes in, but I think you already hit the threshold already because Piranha hits it automatically.
Oh yeah, true.
And then
It's on
you're,
my
yeah.
turn.
It's just the important thing is you have to kill Joe without letting him get that weird time where Weiss is at the damage 5 ability,
Yeah.
and then it's really annoying to kill. Biblos coming down for Joe is a nice blocker.
But is that also a character?
I'm pretty sure it's a forward on Biblos, and it's like discard, yeah. I was like, I remember Biblos being forwards.
Coming in
Yeah.
wrong levy in the damage.
Yeah,
zone.
wrong Leviathan in the damage zone for Matt. Kurisame's still coming in, so he has the blocker. So here, Matt needs something at instant speed to be able to clear the Biblos if he wants to try and go for game. Presumably, with no real experts in mono ice. As soon as he's able to find a way to instantly clear the Biblos, presuming that Tros can just swing and clear the Weiss, you're trying to look for a route for game here. I'm seeing Realm in the hand. We know that Matt has the Lev 9 from the Lev 6 effect that resolved off. I believe he still has Lev 6 in his hand from the Luna Freya because he just got the activation off it and he still added it to hand.
Yeah.
So I believe some options are just to... Well, the problem is also, because Luna Freya is dull frozen, he cannot push for game. I don't think he has ways of haste. So, definitely an interesting scenario. I think the safest thing to do is drop, just Tros, swing, bounce Weiss. If he chooses to trade with Biblos, you can force a Lev 6 activation, which really isn't, like, the best thing for you, but it's also not bad. Potentially, you could just drop Lev 9 here.
Yeah,
and
Lev
it looks
9
like
can bounce the monster as well.
he's going to hardcast, and yes, it can choose to bounce Biblos and probably Unileska or Torgal. Just figuring out how to pay for Lev 9. Presumably, Lev 9 would bounce Biblos and Unileska, and then 2 triggers would not only give the card, would kill both forwards and also give a card draw off Tros. I believe he's just figuring out how he's paying for this.
Card or cash.
Yeah.
David and I don't know.
they're fine. Yeah. We just got word that the long ass name has won.
Yeah, so team Maddle Gav Davin for Cards of the Patriot is advancing to the finals. They're just kind of resolving this game just for
for
stream,
your entertainment.
for stream etiquette.
So
and,
enjoy it.
and just resolving things. Here it looks like we're just resolving the Lev and bouncing Biblos and Unileska, 2 triggers plus a Tro Straw. Should just clear this board right up. And then I would actually, I don't know, maybe because you're removing it, I think you can just push him the damage, and if he gets to the Weiss damage 5, so be it. I think it's just better to push. Looks like they're just kind of going through the motions on resolutions of things.
Mm-hmm.
Big boy.
And then,
Category 14, Alexander Pineapple 4.
dude, I don't think I was like, we don't have one yet.
Yeah, that was by far the best couple.
So it looks like, just going into combat with Matt. And there goes another Weiss, so pretty comfortable now to just push past the damage 5 threshold. Getting him to 6 damage here. And then, I know it'll be 6 because Luna Freya was frozen the previous turn. So, yeah. Just passing it over. I think the only thing that can keep Joe in the game is Shinryu, and even then, Shinryu gets cleared by a lot of things. So, I think the writing is on the wall here for this match, but let's see if Joe has any last tricks up his sleeve.
Just get a few more damage into tiebreakers.
Exactly. I think that's the problem.
What tricks?
Let's see here. Picking up payment for something. I believe he has 5 cards in hand. Obviously, we know 2 of them being Unileska and Biblos.
Even Shinryu only gets 3.
Yeah, it only clears 3 things. Yeah,
All
so
same.
here is the Shinryu.
Yep.
He would. This is presuming that. Oh, also the interesting thing here is I don't think he has the CP to be able to, but yeah, he could have.
Tidal wave.
Not Tidal Wave, but Matt could have in response Lev 6 to bottom the Shinryu, but he doesn't have the resources to. I don't think it matters because here Joe will search Shinryu, activate Tidal Wave. You still have 2 monsters at the start of your turn, and then you can just Lev 6 on your turn to bottom deck Shinryu, and then just close out the game,
Yeah, and then Joe doesn't have a hand to respond.
Yeah,
So Matt still has at least 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, so here we're going to see the Tidal Wave and just see if Joe's able to have any follow-up after that. It looks like he has 1 card in hand. Even if he chooses to drop like a Surges on the Limit Break, Lev 6 just handles what Matt needs to do. So yeah, resolving the Tidal Wave, the monsters stay. And then just passing the turnover to Matt. Kuchulain for the draw.
Kuchulain and Marrowweb, it looks like what he drew.
Yeah.
So he just needs Lev 6, and it's...
If he kept Lev 6. So yeah, he looks like he does kept it.
Excellent.
Yeah, so just gonna pay the 6, choose to bring back any water forward, doesn't really matter too much, and just
Bounce it for the,
Yeah.
for the draw.
He needs to pitch a card, though.
Oh, and the left.
he does need to pay with 1 more card, but I think
I think Jared's catching that.
yeah, he does. So yeah, choosing to pay, but yeah, choosing to target Lena, and presumably bounce to get the value, but if not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, showing that all he has left is Shiva with 1 CP, and yeah, Matt will take the game for Matt. Mattel Gav David 4 Cards of the
I
Patriots.
can't believe that name made it all the way to the top.
Is headed to the finals.
All right. Woo, no,
Against-
interview them if they win.
I'm not
And
sure if
then
we know who
I
is
don't
the
know
other one,
who
but it'll be
won.
between
Materia
Materia
Hunter,
Hunter.
and Buka Boomers.
Yeah, between the Buka Boomers and Materia Hunter will
Yeah.
be our finals, and we should get that going pretty shortly.
What other? Do you know what other team won?
It was not Material Hunter, whatever.
Okay.
Not
okay.
Materia
So
Hunter?
it looks like the finals will be Buka Boomers and the long name
Yeah.
that you guys have loved. to hear me
Maddle
say.
Gav David 4 Cards of the Patriots. The Buka Boomers. And then I'm not positive. I'm sure they have the
Yeah.
list and
We
stuff.
don't have the list on us. But yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll be an exciting game for top 2.
Yeah, so we'll try and figure out which game we want to put. Hopefully, we can get multiple games. Maybe we try to put Chaos in the finals. We'll see what the matchups are and see what we think is our favorite.
But yeah, hang tight.
yeah.
We'll be at top 2 very shortly.
question.
All right, welcome back.
Welcome back to the finals.
Yeah.
And to kick off the finals, we're doing Mono Ice versus Mono Ice for the Winter Cup. Woo! Because you guys
Yeah.
can't get enough Mono Ice.
So yeah, and for our other matchups, this is don't have the other deck list on.
We
this
don't have
one.
the other deck list. I know somebody's playing Earth, somebody's playing Chaos,
Yeah.
somebody's playing
Water.
something else. Water, yeah, water and.
Water versus Earth and Chaos versus something.
It's water, ice, and chaos on one side.
Yeah.
Is it Chaos versus?
I don't know who. Yeah, David's playing.
I don't know. We don't have the deck list right now, so. we're
I'm sure
just-
once we'll get them in, we'll
Yeah.
re-clarify. But
Monsters.
so yeah, just kind of confirming that Mono Ice definitely the stronger, one of the stronger decks to play, especially in a team event where really only cards clashing is just Clive and Ifrit, and as seen with Gavin's list and the round before, Joe, Miner's list, they both are not running Clive and Ifrit and are choosing to still run
Jared is
Shiryu.
making announcements. He hasn't even given them deck lists.
Oh, okay. So we're just talking for a bit.
Alright.
Okay, so it seems like they're
Totally 2024. You heard it here first.
What did you say about
Clive and
it?
Ifrit.
Yeah, 2024. It's 2025 now. That's still last year.
Oh, he's so 2024. I see. I thought you meant he was like running for president.
The new,
No.
the new Clive for Prez, dude.
Yeah.
We've seen crazier.
We have.
Let's see.
So this team is from Dallas.
Yeah, we have
Yeah,
Dallas
so the-
versus the Bay Area.
So yeah, we have a team, really long Metal Gear Solid name, trying to defend home turf, and then we've got the Bucka Boomers looking to steal victory and bring it back to
Take the West Coast
Dallas.
to Texas.
What is a bucket boomer?
What do you mean?
What is a Bucka Boomer?
That's a boomer.
What's a Bucka?
Yeah, what is a bucket and what's a boomer?
Okay, well,
Is it a
you
Texas
gotta,
phrase?
you gotta,
I need context.
Yeah.
you gotta figure this out on your own time, dude.
I know what a
It's killing
boomer
me.
is.
I don't even know which game Buckaboo's from, but I do know that he used to be played. So yeah, they're just going through over lists now. Opening deliberations. I believe that Zeph. We saw him earlier today. Was on the Clive Ifrit package, and so we'll see how those difference fare in breaking the board states.
Do we remember if Gavin was on that package as well? Because he only
No,
played
Gavin
it a few
is
turns.
Gavin is on the Shinryu package
Okay.
over Clive Ifrit. I believe Zeph is on Clive Ifrit. Another notable thing, I believe Gavin's playing the Kefka, and I don't know
Yes, he is.
if Zeph is as well. So just the repeated Dolphries of a character is also really nice.
So apparently they've played each other already in Swiss.
So
I don't
yeah.
know the results.
I believe that the Bucket Boomers won in Swiss.
Okay.
So we'll see how the matchup spreads go. We'll let you know what the other matchups are once we get notified after these people are done looking at the deck list. I think just obviously the overall game plan is you can get to 5 backups first and start really getting the crazy Dole Freeze boards. So obviously the first Kurosame is probably pretty big, or maybe the first Kate Sith to freeze down your opponent's backups to not get too many options. So yeah, definitely interesting to see how these two will choose to progress their game state. If there's deciding for early aggression, focusing on discard more over than dull freeze, or just how they choose to develop their forwards and backups. So yeah, definitely interesting to see. We'll get the deck list right now, and we can give you all the nitty-gritty details and what the other matchups are.
Still waiting.
No worries. So this one's Gavin's, and this one is Zeph's.
Okay. And then for the other matchup, it's
Looks like Gavin is running my girl Charlotte.
Okay, it looks like it's
Chart for sweat.
Magissa versus Chaos.
Which
And
could be
then-
exciting to watch.
The other one's water and earth.
Yeah, water
And
and
then
earth.
Water and Earth.
Water monsters.
Water monsters, which you just watched.
Yes.
So Matt is playing a mono earth.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, just standard mono earth.
I see how this do that.
It's like.
How many Decklist forms are there?
So many what?
Cool,
Even
48.
other ones.
Oh, how many?
Yeah, the designs.
I know there's a new one with the one the LBs came out. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure on all the different
The
options.
other deck list I was looking at, Matt's confused me.
Yeah, I've never seen
'Cause
that
it's-
before.
Summons were where the LBs were.
Oh, this one confused me a lot. I'm like,
Oh, it looks like Zeph starting off with a Rufus. Probably going for the more aggro line.
Yeah,
since
starting
it
off
is a mirror
quick.
match.
Gavin pitching Kurasame, and we're gonna just pass it over. Looks like Zeph is just gonna try to run it down, or potentially no backups as he pitched 2 forwards. It looks like the.
That's not Torgal. Who is that?
No, it's the one that gives a power pump. It gives a +4. It's Shiryu Celestial, I believe.
Shinryu Celestial.
Yeah, so that gives a 4,000 power pump if Gavin has 5 backups, I believe. So it looks like he just went backup pass, allowing Zeph to get a swing and another discard.
Yeah, and his first damage looks to be the Shiva
Yeah.
summon.
Yeah, so 5 or more ice backups. And then there's also a card named Celestia.
Our favorite,
not
G to
Shinryu.
leader.
Yeah, G the leader coming down. Looks like Gavin's going to choose to develop backups. So if Gavin can outrace the backup development over Zeph's aggro, then Gavin should be able to take control of this game pretty smoothly. Let's see if Gavin has any follow-up plays. To the G to leader, I think I see Arcanist backup. Yeah, just passing it over, so while he's developing his board slowly, allowing Zeph to get some free value off Rufus. So, okay, and we've got
The
G
G
to
to
leader
leader.
for the G to leader. It looks like that was Zeph's first backup. So, unfortunate start for Zeph, but now it looks like he was able to get some backup. So, Emina now able to get getting the Torgal, so now he's able to,
Okay.
the big dog Roof.
Torgal kind of looks like Shinryu Celestia from here, so.
Shout out Torgal, man. Shout out,
Yeah,
shout out,
Torgal's
shout
been
out all
strong all
dogs,
day.
that is
man.
a cool Pokemon.
The pupper.
I was like, isn't it a Vanguard unit? But I was like, shout out all the dogs. So yeah, being able to use now Clive and Ifrit are online for another option to pressure Gavin. So let's see if Gavin has a response or he's just swinging. It looks like Gavin's choosing what to discard and pitching Shantoto, Emina for the damage.
To
Kefka draw, and I believe he still has. Yeah, so he still has Arcanist, so it could be Arcanist plus a free backup, potentially. Just anything to get to his 5 backups as soon as possible, because you want to be have Kefka and Shiryu Celestial online to just lock down that Rufus 24/7. So we'll see how Gavin chooses to take it. I see also a Jill in his hand.
still setting up the backups with
Yeah.
Arcanist.
Yeah,
That
Arcanist
could be
backup,
fun.
and then the free backup coming in. So he has Kefka in hand, Jill, and maybe one more. So here I would probably... Honestly, I think you have a case for dumping your hand for the Kefka so that Rufus doesn't get any value, and then you're just ready to set up your top decks. Looks so. Chooses to pass. So comfortable with letting one of the cards go. So Torgal coming down for the turn, also using a free backup. So now's, I feel like Zeph is definitely in a pretty solid position as he's been able to get 3 points of damage in, rip 4 cards out of Gavin's hand over the course of these few turns. Can't exactly tell what Gavin pitched, but Sephiroth, yeah. Yeah, pitching Sephiroth, taking the Torgal and the damage, which isn't too relevant for Gavin. It looks like this is when Kefka is coming down. Yep.
Beautiful.
Choosing to dull the Rufus, which is a little redundant. And now here, presumably, Jill comes down to freeze the Rufus, yes. So now hopefully Gavin can keep Rufus frozen for the rest of the game so that they don't get any more recurring value. But I feel like Rufus has definitely gotten a lot of work.
Rufus definitely did his job
Yeah.
right now.
So here comes down a Shiva. It's an Opus 21 Shiva?
It's a
Mateus?
summon.
Maybe it's the Mateus
Yeah, I
one.
think it's Mateus.
Yeah, the Revenant Wings one.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's one of the newer ones. It's a really pretty art.
So yeah, being able to clear out the Jill. We have our beautiful stream team. Not that one.
Oh, different one.
Different one.
That was the one.
Yeah.
We played. Oh no, the Zalera. Zalera, the Death. Sephor 24.
So he's pitching the Mateus that was mentioned before. Bringing out
next to the Shantoto.
Kuja just to develop the board. Now he was able to have Rufus activate, who was also solid as well. Oh yeah, because he didn't freeze. No, he did, and then no, he's got it to Kefka down. Okay. So yeah, Rufus presumably gonna stay frozen. Kuja probably gonna stay as actually a pretty annoying card in the mirror to try and keep down.
The annoying gnome.
Yes, the annoying gnome. Being able to lock down the board. Paying 6 for
Kurisame's
Same,
coming in.
They're paying, pitching 2, I believe, for Kurasame. So overpaying for Kurasame, naming 5. I presume he's ripping cards out of hand. So yeah, definitely as the first Kurasame to land is a big swing. So here, we'll see if Zeph tries to maybe do a summon in response to try and get some
Did he
value.
over-tap by 1 for Kurasame?
Yeah, either he overpaid or he paid 1 short. I was like, what's chat saying? I guess it's,
I don't think he realized he overpaid.
yeah. Still illegal action, but yeah, not necessary to overpay. Probably would keep up the Shinryu Celestia instead, or maybe the Arcanist. But hey, top cut nerves. It's late. It's in the finals. Yeah.
We've been here since
Even
8
more
a.m.
knowledge.
Yeah, we've been here for a long day of cards, so it's definitely a lot easier said than done. So,
The stream's like,
what did you say?
stream's asking questions.
So yeah, just getting some clarification. It looks like Juggler came down.
Yeah, adult.
Yeah, dulled the Kurasame, and then his hand will now get ripped. Like, unless he's trying to. Yeah, I don't see why he wouldn't just rip his hand.
Do the cat.
Yeah, could do Kate Sith now. I think that's probably Zeph's line of thinking. Yeah, going into the limit break for the Kate Sith to get a discard and dull freeze all the backups. or just freeze all the backups. So the interesting thing though now is that, and the discard, but encouraging or suggesting Gavin not to activate the Kefka this turn, as if he does activate it, it will be frozen. So yeah, chooses not to, just wants to preserve the backup. So interesting board state for the both of them. How Gavin chooses to conduct his turn will be interesting. I believe he will only have 3 cards in hand after the Kate discard plus drawing for turn. Then with the 1 backup, not too much of a choice. Another option is just to leave Kate Sith on the field, is so that Zeph cannot play another one.
He's gonna Victoria, pitching Rufus, and what's the card underneath? Is that a Shiva? Yeah, it looks like Shiva icon. To get rid of that Rufus.
Yeah, so now Kefka can leave Kate Sith on lockdown so that Zeph does not get to utilize another board lockdown. So it looks like Gavin is going to pass the turnover.
Well,
not too bad of a turn. Still had to commit a lot of resources, and now because of that, Zeph gets Shantota for 1 to get back Jill, and now Jill can come out for 1 with the Torgo reduction, lock down Victoria, and at least threaten some damage, or now just choosing to prime into Shiva just to actually clear the board. And now also threaten damage, still taking the Kate Sith being locked down with the Kefka, but still getting a free swing with the Kuja. So yeah.
Just kind of a back and forth freezing marathon.
Yeah, definitely a bad... so chooses to lock down the Kuja as to deny the effect. As there's nothing to trade for, I think it's a fine play.
Rufus and damage 4.
Does K-Sith have Brave naturally?
Let's go with the Shinri.
Yeah. I was like, Shinri is probably the...
Yeah, Kate Sith?
Oh, Shiva discard.
Oh, the Shiva discard, but he swung with Kate Sith? Does Kate Sith have Brave?
Yeah, it's rude to point.
How many cards were in his hand?
Gavin's?
Yeah,
He had 1 card in
yeah.
hand, and it was looks
And
like
he
it was
topped it.
Sephiroth.
Well, no, and then he pitched... No, he was topped it. He had 1 card in hand, then he drew, and then he dropped Curse on it. Yeah, that's
Oh,
fine.
gotcha.
Okay.
I see. There's so much ice going on, my brain has
So,
dropped where it's
yeah,
like.
just choosing... Huh?
Gavin says he was playing.
Okay. I was like, so Gavin choosing to just lock down all of Zeph's attackers. Now
And
Zeph chooses to
Kurosame.
drop a Kurosame of his own, and now in response we'll probably see Kefka hitting... I would just choose the Kurosame.
On the stream, they're saying that he's paying 6 instead of 7.
Oh, is that what they said?
Is that what it looks like to you?
I don't know.
I think he might just be pitching the 2 because he had the 3 in the hand.
Yeah, it looked like he paid
That's
8,
what I was
but don't
looking
know.
on the one time. That's why it was interesting. Looks like Shiryu coming down.
Shinryu coming down for the
Yeah,
discount.
Shiryu coming down with the discount, searching it.
Jared's sitting right there. He probably would count that, I would assume.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. It could just be with the way that the discard is looking
He
at the
does
thing.
pull 2 cards a lot, or cards
Yeah.
close together.
He had 3 cards before you
pitches.
played it.
Yeah, because he had 1 card in hand and then he was top decking, so the math played out. However, I just don't.
Why would you pay 8?
Yeah, I don't get why he's either overpaying or paying. Yeah, it's a little interesting. We'll have to see.
There aren't any cards that increase the cost, right?
No, there's nothing that would increase the cost. No. So yeah, seems.
Is he sure about Shinryu being the target for search?
Yeah, I think
He can't tidal wave. Okay, looks like he's going back in for a different target.
Or something.
What's that?
Oh, the special ability.
Just shoots one.
Okay, so yeah, getting the other Kurasame just for a removal seems like a choice. Yeah, we'll see how he chooses to navigate this. Both top decking, but Zeph in definitely a lot comfortable position if he gets to untap. Update Zeph's damage to 2.
That's just the Shiva.
Oh, it's the Siva. Never mind.
It was the Shiva.
It just looked like the.
It did look like that
Yeah,
for a
priming
second.
does look like damage if it's tapped sideways sometimes. But yeah, so the Kurisame's down, but now he gets all his backups, and it seems like Zeph's in a pretty comfortable position.
Ooh,
Clive
yeah,
comes
Clive
down
down.
with the immediate
Ouch.
priming. Gets to not cannot respond to the before he gets the trigger that wants to come out. So presumably just nuke the Shinryu and just start swinging. I think he's swinging for game, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, not looking good for Gavin.
yeah, we'll see here.
Bless you.
So yeah, here comes the
S ability as a last resort.
but the Mono Wise doesn't really have any EX burst, and there's still 4 bodies on the board. So
Yeah, not enough.
1 damage trigger to kill the Kurasame off Ifrit, and then
Oh, Gavin.
the classic the handshake fist bump meta, the most important meta of them all. If you give the
Yeah.
So Zeph takes the game on stream in the Mono Ice Mirror, being able to utilize Katesith for that one turn, really set him up for the future by freezing his backups. Gavin was forced to just kind of be on a back-end top deck scenario, and Zeph was just able to capitalize on that by just developing enough bodies to where Gavin could not respond to it. And even when he did want to respond to it, he didn't have the proper CP requirements for Shinryu. So we'll see if we can get...
News. Breaking news.
Okay.
What's the
So-
breaking news?
Anthony lost to what was it, David, right? So they're 1-1, and we're moving the last game onto stream now.
Exciting.
So that is actually.
So it's Matt. And
So yeah.
It's
Let's
Matt
switch Matt.
on Mono Water
Versus Mono Earth.
versus Mono Earth with Anthony. Wait, you say Anthony just lost?
Whoever's on.
Or is it David and Tien?
Who's on Mono Earth?
Anthony's on
Okay, so
Mono
Anthony.
Earth.
Okay, so he's.
So just for some updates for the stream, it sounds like we are able to get the 3rd game on. Still just clarifying
So it
which
sounds
that
like-
is, but yeah, we're gonna be going into like the game 3 states.
Yeah,
So-
currently they're at 1-1, so this will tie up the Winter Cup.
Which do you know which one? Is it Matt or is it?
Whoever's it's Mono Earth.
It's Mono Earth that's coming on stream.
Yeah, they're just
Okay.
finishing their turn, and then
Okay.
they're gonna come onto stream.
Okay, so
Sure.
yeah, we're gonna get a clean resolution of Mono Earth this turn.
Yeah.
So right
and
now it's
then
showing that it would be Earth versus Mono Water.
Mono Water Monsters.
Yeah, because I would presume that the Chaos deck would be finished by now.
Yeah, I would be
regardless.
shocked if Chaos was still going. That does
so-
not.
So
Don't
from
love
the
it.
looks of it, it was Magissa took down Chaos,
Mm-hmm.
and then we're going into the
Oh no, I know.
Mono Earth Mono Water matchup. So we should be getting that shortly. What's up? Did they need to see him again?
I haven't. I yet to see them. That's why.
Oh, we just need to keep the ones that we're gonna
Okay.
look through. But yeah. Okay, so yeah. Presumably the Mono Earth's turn is getting wrapped up, so at least the upside is we will know that it should be going into Matt's turn when we get the game moved over. So we will see how that goes. Just looking over the list because we actually haven't shown Mono Earth today. Is there anything new?
Looks like pretty classic Mono Earth. I don't. Oh, we
There's the
have
new
Y'shtola.
the Earth Y'shtola, as one of, and then everything else has been everything else is the standard. Oh, and a Celteus in the Limit Break deck, but just standard Mono Earth. Oh, actually, an interesting thing, or it has been seen in Mono Earth, but not every pick is the one of limited Sophie 2-drop. So that's also a solid choice, always for free damage. Only 2 Ingus and 2 Emmett Selk to just get really compacted. It looks like actually Oh, I see.
Is it
Never
the
mind.
Ned?
Never mind. It's actually just the way that this list was written. It is 3 ofs of all those. He just
yeah.
had them split. So yeah, there's just the standard stuff. The normal 1 ofs of Vincent, Kolka. Yeah, just really standard mono earth things. And then we have the mono water monsters list that we saw previously, with trying out the new Marlboro monster and anything else from the new set. Does not.
Doesn't look
Yeah, it does
like
not
it.
look like it.
Just has the Witcher
Yeah.
defense.
So yeah, definitely an
and some good
an
stuff.
auxiliary set for sure. But yeah, just same plan, utilizing the monsters, fuel the break zone to hit 13, and then drop that Lena Levy combo.
See
So
if I run.
yeah, it looks like we're seeing stuff getting moved
Is that
over.
5
let's-
Ow.
yeah,
Yeah, there's
I
five
presume
backups.
that
I feel like everybody's got their backups.
the game
I'd be
state should
shocked.
be
I would
pretty
hope so.
Yeah.
established. So it's like, you know,
Oh man, it's games
everything.
too.
So yeah, 5. So we both got 5 backups. Angus on the field, Witch of the Fens, and Realm. Looks like only 1 damage on Anthony, and potentially 0 damage. Oh no, 3 damage on. 3 damage for Matt. So yeah, 3-1, and it looks like.
Lightning and Anima, so if I have it going down 2 low cards,
Gavin, go away.
Yeah, losers gotta go, dude.
You'll get interviewed later if you really want to.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like we're getting
Yeah, we got a rowdy bunch out there.
Emmett Self getting dropped down for the turn. It looks like we're doing Anthony's turn starting out because he did the draw and dropping in Emmett. So Emmett getting a search. A lot of options. Because Ingus is already out, you don't get that immediate pop to like pop Witch of the Fens, which seems really solid. It looks like Anthony it looks like both of them have their limit breaks intact, so see how the development goes. So Ingus is coming down. I don't think that Anthony's resolved the search yet. Or sorry, not Ingus. Emmett Selk's come down, but the search is not resolved yet. Anything notable in damage? It looks like maybe a 9 levy is in damage. Oh, so yeah, so it looks like it connects. So yeah, ditching the 3 cards total for the Aqua Tarasu. It looks like I think he's deciding how to pitch it, but it looks like he is going to cancel the search. An interesting play. I don't know how. So denies the search. Anthony still has 3 cards in hand to work with. So yeah, he pitches Hilda and a Lev 6. So now it looks like he's sitting on multicolor wool and some other cards in his hand. Can't tell what Anthony. Yeah, can't tell every card that Anthony's working with. We do see that an Emmett Selk is in the damage for Anthony. So, and a Leo is spent. So, an important thing of Mono Earth is knowing how much of each you have, so as to not overextend on the plays where you need to.
Tell what's in his break zone right now.
Yeah, just looking
Hopefully
at his
there's some
options.
backups.
Yeah, seeing
Yeah.
a Kolka. It looks like I see a Claris, so a Claris, a Wolf 4 in Anthony's hand.
And he had an Ingus in his hand, but this is his break zone he's looking at right now.
No, I know. Okay, so you saw
And
Ingus in the
Une.
hand. Okay, so
Yeah, I
then
saw an Ingus.
So I
in
think
his
the
hand.
3 cards are Claris, Ingus, 4 drop Wool. If I saw correctly. So yeah, just on the break zone. Just kind of figuring out what he's gonna do next. Does he need to make a play? Can he just pass? I believe that after dumping the Aqua Tarasu, Matt only has 2 cards left in hand. Okay, and I believe one of them's a. Ooh, okay. So looks like Noctis is coming down from the limit break deck. Just choosing to get rid of the aforementioned hand to look to grab. It could be Untimed Finals. Yeah, so it looks like he's getting back.
No time limit.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So it looks like he's choosing to get back 4-drop Wool and then using the Noctis to help proc the Emmet Selk to pop the Witch of the Fens, and then getting another point of damage in with Ingus. Free Kuchelane, just a card draw. Always good that he swung in the right order.
Drew an Echidna? I don't know,
I
popped that for a
believe
coin.
so. Then though it's a Lena.
And an Ash.
Yeah, Lena and Ash. I don't believe
Not
it.
too bad.
I believe it was some sort of monster for the Kuchelane draw.
Yeah, I don't know how much he has in the Lena. I mean, for the break zone for Lena.
Yeah, yeah. It looks like Anthony's gonna help us count. Looks like
it's plenty, but I don't know if he has a good target right now.
Yeah, it looks like he's up there, and I don't know. I think while he might not have a target, I believe he's holding a 9-drop Leviathan.
Oh, he is. I can't.
It looks like he's holding Lena and Levy.
Yeah, so
Oh, beautiful.
So yeah, he looks like he's about to drop the Echidna now.
Did the stream just freeze? Oh, I freaked out for a second. It was so still.
Nah, yeah, just a lot of deliberation, obviously, on this
Definitely.
turn.
Some very intense turns coming up.
Yeah, so here is the... Well, he might actually do the play where he hard casts it now to then save the Lena to follow it up, assuming that Anthony removes it. However, the detriment is if it gets RFG'd, but with only 2 forwards and a full backups,
Did he
RFG's
just
a little...
pay extra for that?
No, he tapped out and ditched 2 cards. He paid it in
Okay.
correctly.
I
So
thought he
look,
missed 3.
I presume he bounces. As weird as it is,
Maybe a minor? No.
so
Or does
I think people all have their own opinions on what they
Yeah.
bounce. Is like someone that played Une against Mono Earth a lot. Interesting. Wait, what was the second? Oh, so you bounce the minor? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so sometimes I just choose to bounce the free backup as just it slows them down a little bit, as if I feel like I really don't want them to see any cards. However, I feel like minor's usually a safe enough play, and just
especially
making them
later
commit
game.
the 3 is completely fine. Yeah, just forcing even though it's essentially a 1-drop backup, forcing them to actually commit is still fine. Now the downside is obviously you leave yourself open to get Toto dropped on you. Depending on how the levies are looking, you may choose to go super aggressive into that and just lock him out of the game. So I'm sure that's what Anthony's going to be trying to do is get levies into the break zone and then proactively miss Dragon before the Lenas come out, so that he's able to lock it out. Yeah, he is eyeing the Toto because he did hit a Kusith burst. I don't think I see any Miss Dragons. Look at the Toto. I do think the Toto is a very solid play or a solid grab as it threatens the board wipe. It disincentivizes Matt from committing any more unless it was a monster. And it also, I believe, puts the second 9 levy out of commission. So 2 out of 3 are out. It looks like we're getting Toto down. Yep. Toto. Yeah, not much to respond. Gets RFG'd. So I believe that's 2 9 levies out. So now Matt's in a... Okay, well... and
all right.
speaking of the devil, drawing the 3rd. So while this is a good draw for Matt, he's also not in a position where he's immediately winning the game. So it may be in his best interest to try and save it as long as he can, or to try and develop some monsters to help pair with his advantage. Because if he drops it immediately and it gets easily RFG'd through pop plus Mist Dragon, then Matt's options are also severely lower. As well as in this mono water, mono earth matchup, mono water usually mills out first. So, and with the damage difference as well. 2 cards, while not being a lot, still is a whole turn. So fanning through, I don't see any purple because I always know Mist Dragon with that purple background. It looks like we're doing a little Leela development.
Interesting.
Choosing little Leela over pitching a card for Luna Freya seems interesting because while you maybe want to preserve your limit break choices, for context, he does not have Leo in the deck because they're split between the Chaos. So the Mono Water has Luna Freya, but not Leo. Another just downside of, having to split stuff in team events, the limit breaks can get a little awkward sometimes. So
There's a lot of removal, so it's not proactive.
okay, so yeah, proactive play has a lot of removal. However, it seems pretty prone to like a Emmett Selk line. However, 2 are out, so
But he has answers.
yeah, so potentially, yeah, he could respond. Yeah, you got to make a play here. You can't just tempo pass in this board state.
Yeah, or 5.
Yeah, so, and also it's not getting rid of any of his cards in hand, so I don't see it as like too bad of a play. Obviously, I think Leo would be the better play if you had the option, but because of
It'd be
deck
nice.
building limitations, obviously that's not a choice.
I mean, he's not playing more. He can just parlay leads, right?
Exactly, yeah. Alright, so let's see what 3-drop looks like. Let's see how Anthony chooses to progress. Dropping 4, 3. Alright, we'll see how he's delineating these plays.
4.
6 for a. Okay, so
Mont
yeah, Mon for 6.
Target here.
I feel like depending on what you have left, if you have an Ingus left, you get back Emmett Selk to search Ingus, play Ingus.
Is he going for the Une?
Une's not bad either, actually. Une is
'Cause it'll
equally
bounce
as
little
solid.
Layla, and that kind of sucks.
Yeah, bounce. yeah. The free removal on Little Leela, and then what are his other backup choices? Lena. Yeah, Lena's your best. Lena's always a great backup to bounce. So Une's a solid pick, or he could just do Emmett.
Yep. looks like he's
Emmett,
going with
search
Emmett.
Ingus, play Ingus, maybe search Leo or Wool or something to set up the following turn. Because by not getting Une, I would assume that Anthony doesn't have too many summon options in his break zone. So yeah, gets the Ingus.
Is that his last Angus?
Yeah, I believe so. So yeah, Ingus plus the trigger to shoot. Yeah, I presume you let that just resolve. So
Yeah, you can
Little
get
Leela
too
gone.
attached to Little Leela.
let's see what he searches here. Can't see what's in Anthony's hand. Nice.
Ooh.
Water Earth Sophie, definitely good for this board state, as even while he can't swing this turn, definitely a good way to threaten lethal, especially while having Shantoto on the board. Super easy to play out this Sophie. So
The 2021 Nightmare card.
exactly, I was like, I've definily
Pulls out the
lost to
monkey.
this enough times. Yeah, she is a monk, but for some reason they gave the monk a gun, and
Yeah.
she just shoots you. So I don't know if she's a monk. I just remember you played her in monks. I don't know. I got PTSD from that card. But yeah, so searching up the Sophie. Presume you just pass here. No reason to overcommit, and I don't think you would have a water card. I don't believe that. Yeah. Anthony's not on Lev 6. Oh, he is on Lev 6. So he could potentially do a super overpay, which seems pretty bad, and I don't think he would do it. I would just presume he passes. And yeah, so untapping for Matt. Looks like a Tros in hand. I think he still has the Lena. I saw Kuchelain, so he presumably does. He might just hard cast 9-drop Wool again.
Just
Lena Levy the Tros.
play Tros.
Oh, play Tros,
Lena
yeah.
Levy.
So he could play the Tros, play the Lena, or pitch a card. But he still, I think you still have follow up because you have to pitch the 9 Levy.
How many cards
Yeah,
does
and then
Anthony
you just
have?
do it.
Does he have enough for a response currently?
He
Can't
has,
respond to Lena.
yeah, you can't respond to Lena.
True.
So
Text.
so Lena's definitely the safest play,
For sure.
or just Tros into Lena because both are again unreactable.
Tros,
So
Lena, Levy, bounce, kill, draw.
Yeah, that's pretty solid.
yeah, I think that's a solid play. I think my only hesitation is just it is your last Levy. So I mean, you got to play it. There's no reason not to. But yeah, you're definitely
This is the
like,
time to play it.
yeah, this is the time to play it. Your back is against the wall regardless if you don't play it. Like, I don't see how you're breaking this board without getting Levy on the field somehow, either by hard casting it or by getting Lena out. So,
You can't let the Sophie come out.
oh yeah, for sure. If Sophie, I mean, even if Sophie does, yeah, because the problem is you have to bounce one of the forwards, and both are just, all of them are really bad bounces.
You can make them overpay for that mom.
Yeah, yes and no. Yeah, I think, yeah, you're right that bouncing a Mont's probably the better one. So yeah, so pitches Levy for the Lena. Activation. Chooses not to play the Tros.
I know how to beat her.
Yeah, so yeah, chooses not to play Tros and just gets the Levy out to clear the board. I think that playing the Tros to get the card advantage
Definitely.
is a little better, and as well because you're on it's damage. You're at 4 damage, so yeah, Tros is already being able to activate as a forward, so maybe just hindsight 2020. Yeah, could be trying to deck his opponent out in the race. Seems unlikely. Could maybe have a different play that he's saving the CP for. So yeah, let's see how he chooses to dictate. And he has Atmos in hand. So
I don't think he'd like overlook that.
At this stage in the game, Water wants to wipe the board, establish a field, and hope Earth keeps drawing backups. That's
Yes.
the advantage.
So yeah, with Sophie being the search, you have to question if Anthony's able to rebuild the board.
But I mean,
So
depending on how many cards in hand, he has to rebuild it takes a minute.
yeah, so we'll see how Anthony's able to do it. So it looks like he's going to bounce. Yeah, he's out of Angus and Emmett, so a lot of his plays are.
Is he out right now?
Well, the thing is, I think he's presuming he has to bounce Mont in a backup to kill the other two. Which at that point, you probably
And
like
if there's
Mont.
no targets, it's a good bounce too. If you run out of targets, it's like
Yeah.
Because if you just bounce Mont to hand, you could just play them
Well,
and they're back.
yeah. So bouncing Mont plus like Minor
this is where
puts
knowing
Anthony
your decks-
down to 4 characters, so it makes Mont still an option, but obviously more expensive. And now you're behind on backups.
How many
So then-
Emmett targets does Anthony have left in his deck?
Not very good.
Yeah, because if he's gone through all his Anguses, it might be
Exactly.
the move to
Yeah.
bounce Emmett.
Yeah.
Because he already played Noctis LB. I don't know if he has any LBs left.
Is he playing Warrior Blights yet?
Yeah, how many
There's
Emmett
one in the break
targets?
zone for sure, because I know he pitched
He
one.
has one more
Because usually
Warrior.
people play like 2 backups,
He just
and
has-
if that's only targets, I would bounce that.
But you
I think
can't-
presumably you start depending on how many Leos are out. Okay,
How
just
many
choosing.
Ingus- if you haven't gone through all the Inguses,
There we go. He figured it out.
Yeah, chooses to bounce Emmett and Leather Worker to get to clear the board. So yeah, Emmett looks like he's pretty limited on searches. And obviously with Shantoto all this out,
I chose after though.
I think the
I just maybe he doesn't
yeah.
want to draw because like we had deck out. 'cause
misplayed.
Huff
They said
is
misplayed.
misplayed. Okay.
Okay, yeah,
Yeah, we
so
confirmed it was a misplay, not
so yeah,
Winchell's
unfortunate,
first.
but yeah, you definitely should have
All
played
two
the
big teams
the Tros
I can hear
to
Gavin.
Of course you can.
yeah. I think so definitely a misplay there. Should have played the Tros to get the card advantage. You are still ahead, so hopefully it doesn't bite you in the butt, but you're not. You still are passing the turn back to Anthony.
Have you seen his Neo-X stuff yet?
He is not. However, I don't know if he has or hasn't. Neo X Death getting dropped while clearing the. It is interesting because Neo X Death clears the board and also gets rid of all of the.
Yeah, he's running one net.
He's running run nets, so he can
Yeah, that's
get rid of.
that's why you hold them.
You can clear out all 3 levies, and then Matt's at a very interesting position on how he's supposed to finish this game. However, Anthony's also at 2 backups after that, which is also scary for him. But obviously, if you need to do
He
it,
has to answer this turn.
yeah, I think I think it's worth it to just get rid of all the levies, because
Right
then,
now he's also in Titus range. If that's still.
Oh, yeah.
yeah, Titus is online. Matt does have Titus, so.
So you have
Yeah.
to eliminate Titus numbers.
So yeah, we'll see what the draw is. Obviously, Anthony has to have a way. This is assuming that Anthony has not seen the Neo X Death.
I don't recall seeing it.
and that he has a way to play it because he doesn't have that many cards in hand. So Miner getting Leatherworker getting developed for free.
Is there any limit break recursion?
He could probably do Noctis again. How many Noctis does he have?
He might be.
He's
out
only
of
on
these.
one.
Yeah, I
So
don't
he's
know.
out.
No, I mean he has other options, but he doesn't have like that many choices. Interestingly, he's playing one copy of the Water Leo in his limit break deck. So yeah, Mont coming down.
Full price, 11.
No, he's paying 7. Ditch his entire hand for it. I presume that.
Oh yeah, yes.
Yeah. Oh, maybe it's a Warrior of Light.
Oh, so yeah, ditch is 3 for Leo, and then presume okay. So Wool for free. And so now here's actually where it gets interesting. I presume Anthony has the CP to drop Titus now. Or then that, yeah. So,
Oof.
yeah.
Bad.
The back and forth is intense.
The problem is, do you choose here to? I feel like, do you choose to bottom deck the Lev 9 to put it out of the game? But you
Definitely
also,
choose the
yeah,
Lev 9.
because then, I was like, I feel like there's not that many ways to.
It's the only
It's not searchable. Besides, does he play? He does play. No, he doesn't play that Merlewib. He plays the other Merlewib.
Yeah, plus
Okay.
he has 5 backups.
Is there
Yeah.
any
I don't know if any
shuffle
are
cards?
breakable.
That's what
Oh yeah, none of them. None of them are breakable. He doesn't have Loperate. Okay, yeah. So yeah, you definitely try to do a Titus play here to gets the swing first. I assume that's always safe. Actually, that could be risky because if you hit in like an EX Kuchelane on the Leo, that just sets your entire turn back.
Oh yeah.
So
He also has a Kuchelane in hand, I believe.
he does, but if he gets to a point where he doesn't preemptively activate it, yeah, that's also the other thing is he does have Sophie. So we're now at the point where if he goes to 5, he could play Sophie and just threaten to damage, and then say pass and try to have an answer for Tros plus Whirl. But I still think that Titus is fine. Okay, take Elena.
Yes.
No EX.
Damage 5 or 6?
Yeah, damage 5.
Damage 5.
5?
No, 6.
Yeah. No, it's 5.
It's 5?
Yeah.
Oh, 5. Yeah, 5.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it was like
My
no.
eyes
If
are
he
giving
if he
up on
if he
me.
took it, I would have said that. Well, then that's also weird. So yeah, let's
Yeah.
see how he does it. I think you try and Titus. But that's my opinion. It looks like he's setting up backups to drop Sophie, which is not bad either way.
You can't tie this.
Oh yeah, you can't. Yeah, you're short, so it's got to be.
Oh, or can you? Wait, I can't count.
He has 5 backups.
No,
Oh,
he
he has all 5 backups?
yeah, but you still need 2 cards in hand because you have to
Yeah. So
you have
he
to
doesn't
pay the
have-
1 backup, the 2 cards in hand
but then
plus
you
the
lose
3
Sophie.
backups.
You-
Yeah, he doesn't even have the cards in hand to do it. I think here I think it's
You just play the Sophie then.
so the interesting part on both sides is
Because you get a body.
obviously
draw,
Anthony
you get-
can't play the Titus, but you want to try to clear some of the board so that
Yeah, you
Matt
get Titus.
can't play a Titus either.
Exactly.
So we'll see if Matt's able to.
Problem with Earth is there's not a lot of removal outside of like MN.
The board wipes,
The
yeah.
board wipes. If you don't have the board wipe in hand. So here comes Titus. Yep. Oh no wait. Oh Luna
Yeah.
Freya.
Oh, that's Titus.
No, it's Titus, and he's
Oh,
just
I'm
choosing. He has the water card in his hand or something.
Yeah, the Sophie.
Yeah, it's the Sophie. Oh yeah, duh.
Yeah.
So yeah, you choose to do that
Yeah, it's
regardless.
Sophie,
But I still think that's the correct play because you get to get all the 9-drop
And you draw.
Leviathans out of rotation,
And you draw.
and you still get the value. He can't really. I mean, he can choose to bounce the wool if he wants to, but obviously the crackback's really bad.
Yeah.
So yeah, Matt's definitely in a weird spot. So it looks like he's gonna choose to stack Sarah, bottom deck Leviathan, draw 2. Yeah. So no more.
He could have. Wait, where's his hand?
He just drew 2. He had to play
That
it
was
like
his
that.
RG and breaks.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he had big levy.
So I think he
Level
yes.
6.
So
Yeah,
looking
level
at
6, I would just pop
Yeah,
everything
right.
right there.
that's another option.
He looks
I guess
like
only Lusos is follow up. No.
he had Kuchelane in hand, but
Oh, that's not gonna help. Oh wait, he had Kuchelane in hand.
Yeah, he could have. He had to be
Kuchelane the
proactive
Leo.
about
Yeah,
it to
Kuchelane
Kuchelane the
the
Leo.
Leo.
That's not I
Oh,
mentioned.
okay.
But yeah,
But
he just.
still had the.
Yeah, he didn't be. He wasn't
was too
proactive
late.
with it. So yeah, choosing
The
to.
time to do is when they play the walls forward, then you do the
Yeah,
Kuchelane,
makes
so
sense.
they can't do the follow up Titus.
Yeah. So here's a little
I
interesting.
think he was hiding the Kuchelane just in case the Sophie was played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
So yeah,
this is the worst
Apkalu coming
outcome.
down.
You can live with Sophie at 6.
I think also here I would. It looks like we're getting some teammate deliberation. I would drop the Sarah here to shuffle your deck, so then your Lev 9 is not at the bottom, and then you have a chance of drawing
That's a good
it.
idea, because then
Yeah,
you can
the
draw.
shuffle.
Yeah, you just need to shuffle your deck.
But at this point, it might be too late because you're right.
Oh yeah, you're in a really bad spot.
You
I
need
mean,
outs.
the way it will. So Noctis and Tidus came down, so no more from the limit breaks, but still threatening a lot of damage on board. Presumably, like I assume like some Kusits in play or some Recursions in play, or just like some top deck. Like Anthony's got to have some sort of option to help break through this board. Like Genova Synthesis is an option. The one of Shadow Lord naming whatever the job kind of is to break through. Just stuff like that. So we'll see. Matt deliberating on his turn.
Just clarifying the Monleones.
Yeah, he's just clarifying the effect it looks like on if it dies.
Yeah, if it dies, it negates damage.
Yeah, for the turn. It's
For the next point.
Oh, is it for in between turns as well? Or
No,
is it-
ju-
yeah,
no,
I was about to say.
just next point till
Yeah,
end
so
turn.
it's. I don't think that might. I don't know if that's gonna come up. So, yeah, Anthony's just looking for ways to break through. As of right now, Matt's eyeing his limit break deck. Does not have Titus online. Could do Luna Freya, but Luna Freya's choices don't seem amazing. I think the play was to just be aggressive with the Kuchulain to give yourself a turn, because I really think the big swing was who was able to get the Titus off. And if he aggressively Kuchulains the Leo, then Anthony doesn't have enough water CP to make the sufficient payments. And then Matt can just do Titus on the crackback and probably ice the game out that way, even if there were no... Well, actually, no, because if he did aggressively Kuchulain, then the Leviathan would still be there. So yeah, I would have aggressively... I would have Kuchulain in response to the wool auto, but here we are. So he's got Gao, Atmos, the Sarah that was bounced. Here, I still think your best bet is to shuffle your deck and get something going.
Yeah.
To just like you play a backup, you play Ash to pop something. Like I think you drop the Ash now. You need some sort of.
He only has 4 backups now, so Ash isn't as...
Well, yeah, but you have Sarah in
Yeah,
hand, so like you you have a lot of lines.
How big is the Leo right now?
Leo is a 9K.
Pretty intimidating.
Yeah.
So he does not have Kuchulain the big bull or no?
No, he does. I believe he does. Because he was holding on to the 1. Because there was 2 out, and then I think he has the 1 in hand. We'll see when he discards stuff. So there's Ash, Gao, Sarah.
You can overpay for Gao.
Looks like Aqua Tarasu, and I think the last card is Kuchulain, but let's see. So I do see an EX symbol in his
Yeah,
hand.
the very last one's a summon, but I can't tell what it does.
So yeah, we'll see. Ash for...
For 2.
I guess just to kill Mont. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. I still think that you get the shuffle in.
Did you pay 1 or 2 for that
Paid
Ash?
2.
You paid 2, yeah, but I still think you got to try to shuffle your deck to see 9 roll. Like I think that's your.
And Gao and bottom deck, it's still not great.
I mean, bottom deck. I mean, developing a Gao isn't a bad choice either. Just to try and like get some defense. Looks like he's interesting.
Yeah,
Choosing to.
You bounce it and then Leo's smaller.
Yeah, chooses to bounce it so
And
that
draw.
Leo can't block or is less incentivized to, and you still get a card draw.
Oh, there's the
He could
Titus
buy
is
with
up there.
Titus, yeah.
Yeah, so
You get a draw.
I still think you. Yeah, you activate a ping just to prevent. Yeah,
Retros. It's Retros.
and I think you just block with Titus. There's no like.
Block with Leo.
Did he draw off the choice trigger?
Does he try?
Yeah, he drew, but
Okay.
why is... So what's Leo's power? Oh,
Wouldn't Leo be a 7K?
is Leo dead? I can't count right now.
Yeah, it
He's
seems.
a 7K right now?
Five.
But
It should be
Ashby
6K,
swing.
shouldn't it?
6K?
No, it's a 7.
He's
Because he's
something
already
with
he's
5
naturally.
backups plus 2.
But yeah, but wouldn't it trade? That's why I'm.
It would trade
confused.
with Lena, I believe.
Yeah.
Well, that was Trost, but what's the? That's an interesting. I just would have blocked with a Titus just to not. So yeah, now it's an interesting. Yeah, I would have just blocked with a Titus just to not have that situation come up, but now we'll see how.
Yes,
Oh,
he's dead.
thank you.
Yeah, so now we'll see how Anthony chooses to follow up on his turn. I don't know how if all the Leos are gone or how he's gonna move forward. Let's see.
Is that Luna Freya or Titus?
That's Titus.
That's Titus
That's the
down
one
there.
that he developed. Yeah, interesting. Okay. Yeah, slight misplay from Anthony. I think there's no reason to block with the not to block with the Titus.
Unless he
The
thought the Leo
only
was bigger, that's the only reason.
yeah, I
They're
mean
both 9K though.
I get it, but yeah, I just don't. Okay. Because now it's interesting because now you're sitting on the wool in hand and you don't have those plays.
Yeah, so it's.
And now here Matt gets to,
Round.
yeah.
He still leaves himself open. Well, it depends on if he gets a draw.
So he uses Piranha and a Kidney
If
as targets?
Because he can't do the. He has the cancel levy in hand, right? But he can't play it unless he gets 2 draws. Is that, I don't know what it is.
Well, he's realming, choosing what to get back. So he does get the deck shuffle in at least, what I've been mentioning beforehand. Yeah, wow, okay.
I would, personally, I would get a draw so I could play the.
Yeah, get
cancel,
Levy just in case.
Cancel levy.
Okay, getting,
Because you don't want to
Yep.
get Neo
okay,
X
so,
next
yeah.
turn.
Exactly.
Or Limit Break Toto if that's still available.
Well, here Echidna gets,
he's OB
presuming that
blocked.
Echidna
That's all
gets
four,
back,
so
I think
It's just only out is basically
yeah,
dead.
I'm pretty sure his limit breaks are Anthony's limit breaks are spent. So.
Anthony's limit breaks has spent 7 of 8, so can't do any more.
So
It
just
looks
net.
like he's getting. I would assume you get back just cancel Levy here off Echidna, and then you just draw one.
Mm-hmm.
Just establish
Yeah, get more
safety.
canceled.
Looks like he's eyeing it.
I would get the cancels. I told you.
Yeah.
But it looks like he has one in hand actually.
He's still
Yeah.
But you still actually want it. I mean,
Just in
I
case.
think I guess the bluff is like you choose. No, oh yeah, so he's choosing to resolve Absolute first, and
What do
then
you choose?
just to resolve Absolute first, just
Oh,
to
So
see
he
the
drew
draw.
first before grabbing.
That's fine.
Assuming that's how the stack went. We'll see what they're eyeing. I just like I guess there is the logic of you choose something that isn't. Yeah, you choose left 6 because you have Cancel Levy in hand to bluff. But even then, at a certain point, your opponent knows that Neo X Death is the right play regardless. So you gotta say if you have it, you have it. So
Well, the good thing is you can bounce the Titus away.
yeah.
Did he draw
that is true.
Tyro and something else?
There's a Tyro and something.
Backups?
Yeah.
The
it
problem
looked
is
like
now
his
we have a lot
backups.
of bricks in hand with the 4-drop wool, the Sophie. So yeah,
We'll use the Shanchota to play the Sophie still.
yeah. That Leo block was very detrimental. So okay, yeah, has to fix the mistakes of the past to Kusith back Leo to get your play. Still in this fine position. Well, now here I think you rip the cancel to stop the momentum. Yeah.
There we go.
So, and now you don't even need to do it immediately, but obviously, Wool can kill the realm whenever he wants to.
Yeah.
Stream's right. You're not allowed to do that.
To do what?
Oh, shit, what happened? So he drew off the Apkalu, but when you play a Kinda, you have to choose your target first.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
it
that's what I
doesn't matter.
assume. Yeah, definitely a little questionable ordering. I understand the logic of wanting to see the information first, but obviously, I'm pretty sure the way it works is that Apkalu has to choose targets before resolution because, or Echidna, not Apkalu, sorry, misspeaking. But yeah, so the ordering's a little questionable. I mean, we saw from his hand that he had the cancel levy in it, so the draw didn't change it. But yeah, it's still a little.
That's what happens happens when I'm the only one watching. the
A
stream.
little
No one else.
Yeah, Zor can see it.
questionable on the
A man with too much knowledge.
ordering. So yeah, it looks like in response, yeah, he's just choosing to pop the realm now. Depending on how many realms are out, I think that's fine. But still holding up the blocker is also holding up the blocker is fine, but also threatening some of the experts is also okay. And considering that, well, now the deck is shuffled, so Matt could draw 9-drop Levy sooner.
He also has Gavin in, right?
He still has Gao to remove something.
He has to
Is
survive.
Lena online again? I can't tell how many things are in his break zone.
He's counting.
Okay. Looks like he's very
short.
close.
Yeah, it looks like he's short. But... So we'll see what the draws are. Well, also how many? Oh yeah, he has one on the field already. I'm stupid. I was like, where's the but? Yeah, I don't know. We'll see.
Ooh, that's a nice X burst.
But the thing is he pitched
You
himself
get
in a long time
check
ago.
in the chat.
Oh yeah, he did. Yeah, you're right. Though I was like, yeah, the Leo block is definitely the mistake that's back to haunt him because now that Kusith could have been used for the Sophie later.
Well, I mean, if you Thornton into a
Is he not
Kuchelane,
searching
actually you
up
could
the
Thornton
Thornton?
into
I think all
Big
no,
Levy.
well all the Kuchelanes are gone now.
So
You can just
get
yeah
Big
you can
Levy
get Big Levy
and just
back.
drop that next turn.
Yeah, so the problem.
Assuming you don't get Sophie.
Yeah, I presume you just. There's no reason why you wouldn't. I mean, he's got it.
Yeah,
First
right
card,
there.
yeah. So he's looking at it.
He knows.
Yeah,
I
he.
think he knows.
Yeah.
He's like, I think this is it.
Yeah, so here's pretty safe. Obviously,
Oh,
I
Thornton
think.
at 6.
I know. That's
Yeah, so now you can just wait. I presume you hit the 13 count fairly solidly.
Is this Sophie and Anthony's break zone right
Also,
now?
to be fair, I think you can get
Is it Sophie in his hand?
Yeah, no, the Sophie's been in the break zone and
Break
played the
zone.
Titus
Okay,
a long
for sure.
time ago.
Yeah, so you have to like.
Does
So he has to
recur
find
it.
a way to
And
recur
there's
it.
two
And play
Kusits.
it.
Is there another Kusit?
Yeah, there's two
that we
Kusith
don't know
shown.
about?
Titus can still swing, so presumably he can probably get an Ash trade, which is probably better for
Well,
Matt. Well, you have
If
to.
you were
I mean,
if you, how many monsters?
there could,
Three.
yeah, there could be legs for just yeah. I think the
Half the block.
Lena.
Lana.
What? Ash.
Ash, no.
Interesting. Okay.
Or is he gone through all his
I'm pretty sure
ashes?
he has another one in his hand, doesn't he?
He
Is
does
there
have
Lena?
another Lena in his hand. I think that's probably the
Oh,
route. No, he does not. He just has Gowan.
Yeah, it's just Gal.
So it's Gowan.
Less close.
Okay, interesting. Okay, and also to topping off the worst fact, he drew an Ash. So
Oh.
if he just went
I
for
know, I
if
was
he
like,
went for the
if
he went for the
Ash
trade.
it would have been cooking. Because
Yeah.
he can't Titus again anyway.
Well, so with Ash traded, then Ash can kill the Leo as well. Oof. Yeah.
Well, you could swing with. Oh, actually, no, you can't swing right now. You need to clear the board first, and then you can swing.
Yeah, very okay. Yeah, very interesting lines of play to say the least. Definitely gonna
You
ask.
probably have to overpay for Big Levy at this point.
Yeah, but does he have the cards? Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
He's so it's entire hand. You bounce. Yeah, you just bounce Titus and at this point Epitaph and clear the board or something.
Yeah.
I don't think there's that many King searches or Waff searches left.
no, because I think
They're not
he's
Waff,
probably going to
but,
be close
yeah.
to being out of Leo's.
Yeah, he's
You
he's
have to
or
bounce
FFCC.
The,
I
bounce
mean,
the wall 4, right? Because you can't kill that off.
no, you bounce the Titus and then you because you can't kill it off Levy.
Yeah.
Mm.
That's the issue.
Oh man, yeah, everything. Ooh man, I would have just and then you would have the Ash play. Oh man, what? Interesting. Maybe
In a rough spot.
I guess you go for a Gao here.
Can we get an F in
There's a
the
lot of
chat?
people watching right now.
Yeah, I bet. It's intense right now.
KP.
Interesting. Yeah, interesting plays for
Birthday words
sure.
from him. What's that? Ghoul?
Cool. Yeah.
They're all watching right now. They're commenting.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how
I think
the,
we didn't have that much.
Where are we going with this?
yeah.
I think I saw 9, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he didn't have enough. But even then, that you trade the bodies instead of you losing a body.
Oh, yeah.
And also, if you still had Ash in the deck, as shown by Tim
Yeah,
top
I know.
decking
Why did
it.
you block with that?
Oh, don't
Yeah, you
It would have
yeah.
been so easy.
I think you might just tunnel vision. Honestly.
Yeah, so here we go. Dumping the hand for and that's the worst part is
Oh,
you got to
yeah,
get rid of
the Ash.
all those cards are really great.
Oh.
Cancel Levy, Ash, and Cancel Levy, Ash, and Gao. Really all great picks. Now obviously he's casting 9-drop Levy a 4th time this game, so and it looks okay, so he grabs those two and it looks like
Is he gonna double target?
is he gonna double
Warrior
target?
Light?
Here I think here I would
I don't know how
choose.
many Warrior Lights he's out though.
I would probably have chosen Epitaph because at this point, how many FFCC searches are left?
How many Leos have they got?
Yeah, yeah.
I know, like how many Leos, how many Warrior Lights are in the break zone? We need to know right now.
The thing is, even if I guess it's like it depends how many turns are left in regards to like. I mean, we don't even know deck counts.
Personally, I
Yeah.
would bounce the wall 4, get rid of the Leo and the Titus.
That's what I would
assuming you went through all the
assuming
Leos.
that there's no more
Yeah.
Leos because we came into this matchup later, so he's just gonna leave Leo alive. I don't know
Which
what
is a little spooky.
the break zone is. Yeah, this is okay. Ash comes in, potential for burst as well. No burst,
And no
but
cards in hand, so you know Echidna's not live.
yeah,
anymore.
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, this is really crazy. If Anthony has a way to break through Leviathan, that's just game. You want to update the damage to put him to 6? Because, yeah. Matt at 6 damage here, yeah. So definitely the
Anthony
draw.
3.
Let's see if he can get, like, anything. Kolka, any sort of removal. Paying 6? 8? There's the Ned. Oh, and there it is.
There
yeah,
it
no
is.
response. Saving the Ned till the very end.
Ouch.
Clearing the board.
Oh.
Yeah, no
Yeah,
ways
buddy.
to respond, no cards in hand, no ways to save anything. The board is getting cleared, and the best part is the one-sided board wipe for Leo to get in for the win, and
Oh,
Anthony
man.
takes it. Wow.
That was
We bring him in
intense.
for the interview.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so congratulations to the Bucka Boomers for
Yeah.
taking it down the entire tournament with I wish
Yeah,
They
Texas
took the rest
is
of our
taking
list, but
home
yeah.
The Winter
yeah,
Cup.
Dallas taking home the Winter Cup with solid list. I believe it was Magissa, Mono Earth, and one more.
And
than
Mono Ice.
And Mono Ice, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Very
Magissa, Mono,
solid.
Earth, and Ice.
back
Yeah, we'll be back shortly just to get to interview the winning team. Just to highlight a cool thing. I think I mentioned it before, but having the one of Water Leo in the Earth, Mono Earth Limit Break deck, I think is a pretty interesting choice. I do say the one thing though is I wish that like because he ran the Leo, he might have had the space for the Mont, and I feel like I always like Mont just having an okay.
That's nice because you just
Limit
get
break
Brave for a
one.
turn is
Yeah,
pretty
but-
useful.
Still played it strong, yeah. Definitely a lot of back and forth with the.
Okay, you still on?
No, we're
wait,
back.
Okay, we're back.
Sorry.
Okay. I think we'll get the interviews pretty shortly
Yeah,
here. Probably give us like just a minute or two. We'll just go on a short break.
Yeah, you just gotta choose the
Yeah.
commentary.
start with you now? Or please?
Yeah.
Clean up before we scoot out.
I can give you one.
This is why. This is why. Oh no. Okay. How much of the interview was muted? Okay. Totally.
You're canceled.
Okay. Totally brand new interview. I'm here with Tien of the Buckaboos, rocking through Magissa. I've totally never asked Tien any of these questions before. So, running through Magissa through the tournament, how did you feel that went for you over the course of the rounds, and would there be any slight decklist changes that you would have made?
Decklist changes? First thing, I think, I said this before, but I'll say it again. I was the least consistent, definitely, out of me, Zeph, and Anthony. They really held it down throughout all these rounds. I did get some important wins, throughout semifinals. I beat Knights, which is a very scary matchup for any deck. I did win our first 2 matches and all that, right? So I did contribute. And I think as far as deck changes go, my decklist changes. First thing, I think the next set we're getting more buffs. I was the least consistent. You deal 9K to something, you think Anthony, they really held it down throughout all these rounds. If you can get some important wins, throughout semifinals, I beat Knights, which is very scary matchup because you always I did win our first 2 matches, and so that's kind of a tough call to make there. But I think as far as honestly don't know if changes go, my decklist changes. First thing, I try to trade. I'm like, next set we're getting more buffs. I was the least consistent. You deal 9K to something, Anthony, they really held it down throughout all these rounds. If you can get some this dragon throughout semifinals, and I'm going to pay it off.
Definitely. I know the feeling of having to give up cards for the
for a while, this guy's running a line. As far as honestly don't know if changes go, first thing, I try to trade. I'm like, I was the least background of grade. So I know you guys from the Dallas area. How long have you been in the Dallas area? How long have you been this dragon maybe any definitely. I know the feeling of having to give up cards for the for a while, this guy's running a line. As far as I was there now, changes go, first thing, I try to trade. I'm like, I was the least background of grade. I know you guys from the Dallas area. How long have you been in the Dallas area? How long have you been this dragon maybe any definitely. I know the feeling of having to give up cards for for a while, this guy's running a line. As far as I was there now, changes background of grade. I know you guys from the Dallas area. How long have you been in the Dallas area? How long have you been definitely. I know the feeling of having to give up cards for a while, this guy's running a line. As far as I was there now, congratulations to see you back here for Materia Cup, and we will be getting our next round of interviews up real quick. Before I leave, I just want to give a shout out to the local scene. Lisa, especially Lisa, holds it down for all of us. I know everybody in the scene loves Lisa. All the rest of the players, Adam, Stephanie, Steven, Garrett, Noah, Joey, everybody else. I love you guys. Thank you guys for supporting me, helping me learn this game because I'm kind of a bum. So thank you.
All good. And then congratulations again. And then we'll get Kat and then our next interviewee, which will be.
That's fine.
Someone's saying.
I think it's fine. All right. Come on in, Zeph. All right. How you doing? How are you feeling?
I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
it is coming down after, especially because the last game was so tense.
Yeah, that mono ice nightmare match. It was a lot to watch.
I felt bad for Anthony because it was all kind of on him towards the end, and where I was kind of sitting around him, and I was just like, I don't know what it would be like to be
analyzing his every move. I'm sure it's very stressful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how'd you feel today? How'd you do?
I feel like I did pretty good.
Awesome.
I got into. I like to keep my playstyle pretty flexible, which, as far as, this particular ice deck, what I like about it is that I feel like I do really good into aggro, and I can also, stall a game and go out through the long game, or I can kind of be the aggressor. My only loss today was to Refia, which I felt looking
That's
back on
pretty
it,
good, yeah.
It's nice because we had that hour break after to kind of reflect on the one loss that we had was the last round of Swiss, and I was like, okay, what could I have done differently? What could I have if I adjust my play style, can I compensate for being able to be out grinded like that? And so kind of putting my mindset into changing my playstyle depending on my matchup, especially when we got deck lists. So like I got into mono water and I adjusted myself to like be a little bit more aggressive, make them discard cards, make them like a little bit harder to play their strategy, and that won me well. Then in top cut I ran into mono earth, which actually ended up being like a really good matchup with this ice deck.
Yeah.
Like there's not a lot they can do. Like you just kind of stop them at every point, and I like wasn't playing super aggressive. I was just letting the game drag on, which is typically good for earth, except for when you're like making them lose all their cards.
Because they need all those cards for those big bodies to come out. Totally.
And then this last group we played against them earlier in the day, and it was the ice mirror, and like that one really goes back and forth. It's like I Ifrit you, then you Ifrit me, and then I have to Ifrit you back. But he was on just mono ice without Ifrit, so I had to adjust it a little bit. I kind of like slow rolled it and waited for. I was able to like just hit Rufus, discard a card, discard a card, and just kind of wait for. And just kind of wait for him to really do something before I like started making moves. So I try to, especially in the mirror, I try to be the second person to do stuff.
I noticed in your stream game at the very end, you did Rufus, and he was able to get in 3 points of damage, and I really just think that put him in a really tough spot. And you were able to set up anyways, and it was really awesome to watch. Yeah, so how long have you been playing? I know your familiar face is like mono ice usually your pick.
Not typically. I think it was one of the first like more serious decks that I picked up, but like the problem with it was the old mono ice was more of an aggressive play style than I like to have. I like to be, so typically like in a matchup between two things, the longer the game goes, there's one person who's kind of favored. Like there's the person who wants the game to go longer, and I typically like to be the person that wants the game to go longer. And so I found that like the mono ice, the discarding, the dual freezing, like without any real removal, was like that deck wasn't really for me. So I kind of switched it up into, I played Refia for a long time. I played Refia until like last chance qualifier, until last Materia Cup. And then going into this team up, we were kind of like, well, I can't play Refia. I felt like I couldn't because I didn't want to be like all the Amats, the Mist Dragons, the Khusis. Like, I'm going to take all those and you guys good luck. And so I was like, okay, let's find something that's a little bit less hoggy of all the good cards. And so I was most excited for this new set was the priming mechanic. I just thought it was super cool and interesting. So I tried that deck out, and I was like, oh, it's mostly ice cards, and then with Clive and Ifrit. And so, like, I'm not really dipping into the card pool of, like, what they were trying to do. So I was able to kind of keep it self-contained within my own stuff. And I just really jived with, like, this kind of deck's play style and, like, how it kind of compensated for old ice. Like, you dual froze stuff, you discarded stuff, but you can't remove stuff off the board. This changed, like, Shiva and Ifrit, like, really changed that. To where now you're less focused on the discard, more focused on board removal, and then small amounts of discard, just enough to make it awkward for them to make their plays. And then you can be like really adjusting, like, am I going to push this? Am I going to grind it out? Am I going to like go really, really fast and just go for the discard angle? I just like how flexible it is.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a toolbox, kind of like how Refia is.
Yeah,
so
and that's just kind of my style, I guess.
Nice. Yeah, how long have you been playing for?
About a year and a half.
Oh wow,
really.
that's awesome.
I kind of went in and out for like my first year. I got busy with like work and stuff, and so I didn't really start playing seriously until last summer when we hosted the Materia Cup, and then I was like, okay, I like the people that are here. I like hanging out with them. I like the traveling aspect. I like really like trying to compete and like go for things again. So then I started getting serious over last summer. And then went to the last chance qualifier, didn't quite make it, but it was still fun, like, to kind of go out and play and, like, meet a bunch of people. And so, yeah, it's been, what is it, February?
Yeah,
so,
like a little over 6 months. That's amazing. Yeah, that's really awesome. Yeah, how do you feel about, like, just the accomplishment you've gotten here?
I feel really great about it.
Yes.
It's like, especially, it's like a big relief was like a lot of those matches came down to like were kind of stressful, and like I always try to, I don't know if you can like see, I'll like put my cards down and I'll be like this or like this, so you can't see that like my hands are like this. I'll be like
the clamminess. I totally know what you mean. Yeah. Well, yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, do you have any shout outs before you head off of the interview?
The same shout outs as TN, everybody at Lone Star Pack Breaks. We love you guys. Love playing with you. Thank you for supporting us. Thank you for watching us. Yeah, you're probably watching. It's super nervous. I was on camera twice today, and I was like, "Oh my god, everybody's
You're a superstar.
watching me."
You're a superstar. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
And final interview. Where's Nigel? Someone went away. 1 second. Let me go find someone. I mean, I can do it too, but
He doesn't want
everyone
to.
else ran away. I'm the least sociable of everybody, so that's why I'm not on camera. All right. You're up.
This still on?
Yes, you guys
Okay,
are on.
Okay, cool.
Right now.
Alright, hey, how's it going?
How's it going, man?
Pretty good, pretty good. You want to introduce yourself?
I'm Anthony from Texas. My main store playing it is Lone Star Pack Breaks.
Oh, cool, cool. So how do you enjoy today?
Dude, today was crazy. Like, the whole day we went in with just the mentality of, we're going to do well, we're going to do our best, but, you know, if things happen, it's okay. Like, you can't win them all. But we all had really solid deck picks. We felt very strongly about them going into it, and we felt that what we individually chose had really good matchups against a lot of decks we assumed to see. And there were a lot of decks that we didn't expect to see that we saw more of in a way. But it was fine. It was just kind of, you know, rotating matchups and practicing with each other, figuring out what the best way to go about it was. And just when we got here, it was like the energy was there. Like we felt we felt the good experience. We felt like the high level of play and like the other players. And it's like for me personally, that ramps me up.
Oh, yeah,
like
I get that.
Yeah, like I come from a background of like playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively for like plenty of years, and like being just in a room with like a bunch of sweaty people who are just like they're here to win no matter what, and it's like, okay, you have to bring yourself up to that level to get there. So it's
all that energy in the room just it's always intoxicating. Not intoxicating in a good way.
In a good way, yeah. No, it's great.
Like, were there any changes you would want to make to your deck list? Like anything you'd want to go back on, or do you think the list was pretty like tight knit?
I really liked it. I cut down Mist Dragon from 3 to 2 to make room for a couple other things I was trying to like work out. Like I really wanted to play 3 Levy 6, and I really wanted to play. Sophie, which I threw in towards the end, and Sophie was amazing. Like she actually won me a couple games. Also, just searching her as a threat was great. Or having her in bring back from Outlands as a threat, so it was great.
Just kind of showing it.
Showing like I have this, you have to respect this. Because I'm gonna throw out a bunch of forwards. She will be online. So tweaking around a couple things. Bringing the Mist to 2, it kind of hurt. Like there were matches where I'm like, I need to see this. I didn't see it at all. I think I maybe saw Mist Dragon like 3 times today and cast it once.
Oh. Yeah, no, I've had that feeling. I was playing Mono Earth last year. I was playing 2 for a bit, never see it. Play 3, see all 3 copies sometimes.
Right, exactly.
It's just,
and it's like you need it in this format. Like it's like a must. So because I also played the new Ishtola, the 4-cost EX I was playing 2 of her. Because just additional EXs for the deck, it's great. I don't mind being swung at, and then getting a free forward back. A lot of times that makes a big deal. Plus, she's randomly 8k with wall on board, and so it's like she doesn't die to random things sometimes. But I cut her down to 1-0 for the Sophie, and I like her. I like her as a 1-0.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I would rather have the 3rd Mist Dragon over that.
So TLDR more or less just remove the initial, put their Mist Dragon back.
Yeah, I think that's the play.
Yeah, I get that. Were there any challenges you'd like to do to like anyone back at home?
Yeah, Lone Star Pack Breaks. That's our main shop. We're like pretty sure we're the biggest shop in Texas, I want to say. And our Steven, our shop owner, is amazing. He always helps us foster the community and helps everything go really well along with Square. And Lisa is like our community leader. She kind of reminds me of like Forwards of Light here, where like everything just kind of goes super smoothly because like Lisa's always on top of everything, always brings in new players, always makes sure everyone can do their best and everyone has the possibility of like reaching their highest potential. That's like what Lisa's goal is in life. It feels like, and Lisa's amazing at it. We love her so much. Just shout outs to like everyone at the shop. They were amazing. Everyone watching us as well.
That's great to hear. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
I'm glad everything went well. Hopefully get some sleep tonight.
For sure. We need
long day, definitely.
All right. Okay. All
right, congratulations.
Thank you so much, man.
Yeah,
appreciate
anytime.
it.
Take care now.
All right, Final Fantasy enjoyers, thank you for tuning in for the stream tonight. Huge shout out to Alex and Julian, Ray and Carrie, and KK for being able to host a wonderful event. It was a great time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed watching the stream and everything. And yeah, any other shout outs or anything?
Yeah, just shout out to all the people that you guys don't see on the stream. Like, there's so many people that help us out, make sure that our commentary is smooth. Really big shout outs to Kevin for helping us with the technical side of things.
Woo!
Show yourself, Kevin.
Yeah, come here.
You guys come into the
Come
box.
at the very end.
The
Yeah,
man
the
behind the
honorary
curtain.
fourth member.
Yeah.
Helping us out. Yeah, big helps to just the stream team all around, all the event staff that was able to make this happen, come in the days before and help set it up and get everything to run super smoothly. We'd be super excited to see more of you guys come down in a couple months for our Materia Cup. And really excited to see some new competition here. And it's really exciting seeing familiar faces at locations that we go to every day. So it's super cool to see that happen. And we will see you guys next time for our Materia Cup.
Yes, we look forward to seeing you during competitive season. Bye.
Have a good one.